Magical Energy Industrial Era. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 476, Preparing for War. In a sense, the Flower Territory had long awaited this war. For the Flower Territory's Imperial Guard, they had grown from 1,000 to 10,000, undergoing rigorous training from basic meditation to the upgrading of magical weapons, from daily physical conditioning to the refinement of various tactics. They had experienced so much. Over a year of intensive, closed-door training had transformed them. At this moment, their thirst for military merit was practically etched into their very being. They hoped to gain a status and position commensurate with their strength and hard work through the war. This was also what Luo Yi had promised them. Under the calamity, only military merit could secure shares in the magical energy factory. Unfortunately, the Flower Territory was too stable, so stable that they had no outlet for their ambitions and could only pour all their energy into training. All they awaited was Luo Yi's command. As for the newly arrived extraordinary powerhouses and those affected by the calamity, they had been with the Flower Territory for some time and had gained a certain understanding of it. Of course, there were opinions. The system of Flower Territory was built around the Raymond family, and it was impossible to satisfy everyone. But they were satisfied with Loy's generosity and his progress in Flower Territory. Flower Territory was truly wealthy and resourceful, and willing to share its benefits, as long as they could make corresponding contributions. And where would these contributions come from? Naturally, from war. And only from war. Finally, there were the citizens of Flower Territory, the ordinary farmers, factory workers, free citizens, and merchants. They didn't crave war, and even feared it, but the changes Lloyd had brought to their lives were undeniable. They had tasted the bitterness of the past and enjoyed the sweetness of the present. Therefore, their identification with Flower Territory and their gratitude to this Lion King were even more genuine. None of the previous Earls Raymond had cultivated the Lion King title as smoothly as Loy, because they hadn't gained as much or as pure faith power. They didn't want war, but someone poisoning Loy had crossed their line. Back then, when Count Carl died, Flower Territory was thrown into turmoil. Those miserable days were still fresh in everyone's memory. Now, if Loy were to die, their current good life would be gone forever. How could they tolerate this? As a result, when Loy issued the order, the entire Flower Territory descended into the frenzy of war. Everyone felt it was time to teach those who only knew how to scheme a profound lesson. Everyone felt that this war not only had to be fought, but it had to be fought with great fanfare. Frenzy can cloud one's ability to think calmly, but it can also fuel passion and fearlessness. Preparations for war began under these circumstances. The Imperial Guards in the training camps were mobilized, assembled, and sent to the front lines. Various types of field artillery, heavy machine guns, bullets, and shells were packaged and loaded crates upon crates onto the magic trains. Food, potions, wine, magic scrolls, various supplies, and all sorts of other provisions were also loaded onto the trains and hauled away. To meet the need for faster transportation, Loy also intercepted some of the magic-powered trucks destined for the Empire, forming the first mobile transport brigade of the Flower Territory. It's worth mentioning that Loy's strategy of stockpiling grain played a crucial role throughout the preparations. An army marches on its stomach. This principle holds true in any world. Moreover, the organization of noble private armies is weak. Without sufficient food and equipment, they simply cannot guarantee combat effectiveness. However, the Flower Territory's granaries were full, and often there was no need to transport grain. The reserves in a single location were enough to last for a long time. The Lord's Mansion only needed to estimate the consumption rate, issue orders, and release the grain. This alone solved the most troublesome problem of food supplies before the war. Loy, however, focused more on building a battlefield command system and an efficient communication system. To this end, he even specifically constructed a three-tiered communication system. This three-tiered communication system consisted of 3 independent communication systems, ensuring that intelligence reached Loy as quickly as possible in most situations. Meanwhile, Roy's orders could be delivered to frontline commanders in the shortest time and with the most precision. This first level of communication was the traditional communication magic array, which was installed in most key locations and major towns. However, this method of communication was already well known, and many countermeasures had been developed, resulting in frequent interference. At the start of a war, destroying the largest communication magic array was already standard practice. Moreover, these communication magic arrays were troublesome to maintain and rarely proved effective. As for the second level of communication, it was the magic mirror communication. This was efficient, fast, and timely, and could even be used for face-to-face meetings in dire situations. Although it consumed a lot of magic power, it was still within acceptable limits. The only limitation to its spread was its high cost and rarity. Take the Magic Eye Alliance, for example. It was a legendary organization, and its entire system only had 24 near-orbit magic eyes, highlighting its preciousness. Although Roy was not stingy with money, expecting him to equip all the frontline legions with them was clearly unrealistic. Moreover, the mirror's surface is actually quite fragile, with the same hardness as ordinary glass mirrors, making it easily damaged on a battlefield amidst the chaos of battle. Although Luo Yi collected several magic mirrors and magic eyes, he could only use them in emergencies in the relatively safe rear. As for the third-level communication system, it was built based on magic-powered walkie-talkies. To be honest, Luo Yi still preferred wireless communication, but clearly, walkie-talkies weren't unusable given the immature technology. It was just that the initial wiring and maintenance were a bit troublesome. But compared to the advantages that could be gained, this little trouble was insignificant. Luo Yi specifically selected a group of outstanding, young, and highly motivated workers from the walkie-talkie factory, directly transferring them to military ranks and establishing a special position for them, communications personnel. Their responsibility was to lay lines, install walkie-talkies, maintain and repair them, and ensure communication. They were the foundation for the accurate transmission of orders and messages, essentially becoming a new branch of the military, separate from the original messengers. To be honest, Luo Yi should have planned ahead and started laying out the wiring throughout the entire flower territory much earlier, then he wouldn't be in such a chaotic situation now. But even the wisest can make a mistake, and he just hadn't thought of that. The convenience and speed of wireless communication made him forget about this ancient wiring method, almost instinctively finding it too troublesome. But he forgot that before wireless communication became mainstream, wire telephones were the first thing people used in their lives. This forgetfulness meant that he could only hastily set up temporary wiring, just enough to get by. Of course, all of the above was on the surface. Behind the scenes, the production of the Land Warfare King Generation 1 had been accelerated across the board. A complete assembly line, a sufficient number of workers, and the stimulation of war had greatly improved production efficiency, even allowing them to produce 1 unit per day. Don't think it's slow. The final assembly and debugging can only be done by a few master craftsmen, so the speed is naturally slow. In comparison, the training of the crew was less than satisfactory. Ms. Palacios was not a qualified teacher because, in her understanding, why did the people below not understand many simple principles even after she explained them so many times? Okay, it's like a top student pointing at a problem and saying in a very relaxed tone, you just need to do this and that, and the problem will be solved. But what about the struggling student? At most, they scratched their head, looking completely bewildered. Ms. Palacios's teaching style was largely like this, to the point that both teachers and students suffered. Because of this, Roy had to bring in Mrs. Linda. She was more experienced. Upon seeing the course, she immediately removed the complex theories, keeping only the practical instructions. In other words, the principles didn't need to be understood, just knowing how to operate it was enough. Of course, there was another reason why the training was so difficult. The king of land warfare had never been on the battlefield, never experienced actual combat, so no one knew how to use it effectively. Therefore, this training plan was essentially a product of trial and error, a product of assumptions. Even so, Roy was extremely confident, and his tank force was expanding at a visible rate. However, compared to the efficiency of the flower territory, the preparations of the 3 Marcus families could only be described as snail's pace. Although they also wanted to develop magic energy industry, they were only just beginning, and their system was still the traditional feudal knightly lordship. During mobilization, orders were delivered to every knight, militia were mobilized, Weapons were distributed, travel was undertaken, gatherings were held, and training was conducted. Even with repeated urging from the three great empires, the three marquises dared not slack off, but the efficiency was still quite appalling. But do you think they were really slow? In fact, this was the normal mobilization speed, or even faster. In the past, the three great empires were only this slow. It was at this time that the ruling class of the old world realized the vast difference in war mobilization capabilities under different systems. From this perspective, it was perfectly normal that the Bonaparte Empire was suppressed domestically by the Habsburg Empire and beaten helplessly, and that the Slavic Empire was also badly defeated twice when it sent troops. The gap between the two sides was enormous even in the most basic mobilization and responsiveness. If it weren't for the obvious lack of high-end combat power, the empires might have already swept across the old world. Ultimately, the Flower territory was already on high alert, ready for the enemy to arrive. However, the allied forces of the three marquises were still dawdling, their arrival uncertain. Only Luoyi's intervention kept them in check, otherwise, the subsequent deployment would have been restarted immediately. Their reasoning was quite sound. Rather than fighting within Flower territory, it would be better to march directly into enemy territory. But Luoyi refused. Time continued to drag on, and by mid-August of the new divine calendar 315, the three families had finally assembled. However, instead of deploying their own troops, they continued their leisurely journey, seemingly intending to combine their forces and, with overwhelming superiority, launch a massive attack for a decisive victory. Chapter 477, The Griffin Legion. Geographically, Flower territory is located in the northwest of the Norman Duchy. Further north lies the Dome Mountains, considered the last habitat of magical beasts. To the west is the Silver Sea, a hub of maritime trade. To the east is Frost Moon Valley, a branch of the Dome Mountains that abruptly extends into undulating mountains, dividing Flower territory and Earl Wick's territory. Further east of Earl Wick's territory lies Marcus Carlyle's territory. In a sense, Earl Wick is also a vassal of Marcus Carlyle, to whom he must pledge allegiance. This means that Marcus Carlyle's army must march east, passing through Frost Moon Valley, to invade Flower territory. To the south of Flower territory lies the territory of the Castro family. This family, renowned for its shrewdness, excels at making money, ruthlessly exploiting trade and lending to amass every gold coin. Their members are born with a knack for accounting and are skilled traders. Marcus Carlyle's territory also borders the Silver Sea to the west, possessing its own harbor, caravans, and fleets. For a period of time, the Castro and Raymond families were the biggest competitors in maritime trade and shipping. This led to deep-seated animosity between them. This was the primary reason for the Castro family's active participation in the man-made disaster that destroyed Raymond. Unfortunately, once Lloyd came to power and the Flower territory embarked on the path of magical energy industry, this so-called competition became a joke. However, by this time, the Castro family no longer dared to provoke Lloyd. They were even hesitant to engage in covert sabotage. In other words, the most direct way for their legion to attack the Flower territory was to head north, passing through a place called Rose Forest. As for the McKinley family, their territory was located further south of the Castro families, bordering the Norman and Freud families' territories. However, it did not directly border the Flower territory. To attack the Flower territory, they also had to march north, passing through the Castro Marquisate territory, entering the Flower territory through a small town called Moonlight Castle. While it wasn't impossible to enter from other places, this was the closest. It can be said that the war between the three marquisates and the Flower territory is three directions, three battlefields. 3 against 1, further dispersing the battlefields, almost creating an encirclement. If Marcus Castro were determined, he could even use his family's merchant ships to directly attack the Flower territory's west coast. Or, he could directly attack Sirenport. Whether they could win or not is another matter, but in terms of the situation, it's a three-pronged attack. On paper, the Flower territory faces a very unfavorable situation, almost completely surrounded, with a feeling of being surrounded by enemies. Lloyd, and even his generals, all thought the three marquises would do this. After all, dividing their forces into 3 areas would severely strain the Flower territory's military strength. Furthermore, command would be relatively dispersed, with strong troops spread across 3 battlefields, increasing the pressure on supplies and logistics. Even if just one battlefield were to gain an advantage, Breaking through the defenses and entering the flower territory, it could inflict significant losses on Loy. Even a powerful empire like the Habsburgs Empire is reluctant to fight on two fronts. If Roy were in command, he would definitely have done it this way. The advantages would be numerous, and the disadvantages minimal. But for some reason, the three marquises insisted on concentrating their forces in one place. The Castro family's army headed east, the McKinley family's route remained unchanged. Heading north, the Carlisle family's army had the worst experience, having to make a detour, circumventing the Norman family's territory before heading west. Finally, the three armies met at Moonlight Castle, then headed north to invade Flower Territory. Of course, before that, they had to defeat the Flower Territory's army head-on. As for a naval attack, there was none whatsoever. In fact, Marcus Castro even sailed his family's merchant ships further afield, seemingly fearing an attack. Trade at Siren Harbor was completely unaffected. In fact, due to the war, the urgent need to transport goods made it even more prosperous. This arrangement truly baffled Roy, who even suspected that the three families were brewing some astonishing conspiracy. However, after analyzing various possibilities with a group of generals, none of them proved true. At this stage, the most reasonable explanation, proposed by the Flame Sword Saint Otto, is that the three factions want to concentrate their forces in one place, overwhelming the Flower Territory's defenses with 10 times the strength. However, this reason was quickly refuted by Alfonso. The reason lies in their movement speed. The Flower Territory has magic-powered trains and heavy truck transport convoys. Even if orders are issued now to divert troops to converge on Moonlight Castle, after trenches have been dug, artillery positions have been set up, and all preparations have been made, the enemy is still slowly making their way. The so-called heavy encirclement is simply not feasible. In the end, Roy gave up. Perhaps, overestimating the enemy and going all out is reasonable, but with an absolute difference in strength, crushing them is the best option. With this thought, Roy stopped worrying about it and simply made arrangements to head to the front lines. However, before he left, the King of Fury, Silas, found him. He dragged Roy to the ruins of Lion's Castle. I say, Silas, even if you want to fight, war's about to break out, there are plenty of enemies for you to beat up. Why drag the Earl here to get a beating? This was Iron Knight Phil's thought, and he said it aloud, a smile playing on his lips, as if recalling some amusing scene. Silas, the King of Fury, turned and glared at him, then looked at Loy and said, "A gift? I've come to deliver a gift." "What gift?" "That you had to come here." Loy became interested. Silas chuckled but didn't answer. When they arrived, he suddenly raised his head and let out a long roar. His roar, like a lion's roar or an eagle's cry, carried a penetrating low murmur that shook the surroundings, causing dust to fall. It was only because those who came with him were all powerful individuals that they were able to avoid being stunned. Loy frowned slightly, wanting to say something, but his ears twitched, and he abruptly turned his head to look into the distance. There, he heard the sound of flapping wings, and the roars of lions and the cries of eagles. A vast swarm of dark shadows appeared on the horizon, moving with incredible speed, reaching them in moments. Over 100 griffins folded their wings and crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Iron Knight Phil instinctively stepped in front, stomping his foot, the shockwave from his war trampling sweeping away the dust. But a magnificent griffin had already reached them, and before the King of Fury, Silas, it abruptly lowered its head. Silas reached out and ruffled its chin, a smile on his face. Looking at the hundreds of griffins, Loy couldn't resist stepping forward, reaching out to ruffle his own chin. But the griffin glanced sideways, its aura surging, and even stretched its head as if to slap Loy. Clearly, its wild nature remained untamed, still defiant. However, what awaited it was a slap from the King of Fury, Silas, landing squarely on its face. With a bang, the Griffin King was slammed to the ground, momentarily dizzy and disoriented. Behind him, his kin showed no intention of saving their master. Instead, they jumped back, clearly terrified. At this moment, King Silas of Fury turned to Loy, smiling somewhat embarrassedly. "Well, they're not completely tamed yet. Cough cough, but, Earl, don't worry, with me here, I guarantee they'll obey." Loy's face twitched, and he couldn't help but ask, "Are these the griffins from Griffin Mountain?" "Yes, when I was in that town, I had nothing to do, so I went up to play with them. I used some taming secrets, and they became obedient." At this moment, Iron Knight Phil couldn't help but ask, "The secrets you mentioned, are they just beating them up, King Silas of Fury glanced at him and said decisively, "Of course not. How can beating them make them obedient? You have to beat them up many times. If they're not convinced, beat them until they submit, then beat up their entire clan, and they'll obey. Look, just like now." As he spoke, he patted the Griffin King beneath him and let out a series of low growls, like a tiger and an eagle, full of threat. Then, the Griffin King dared not play dead anymore and jumped up. He then looked at Luo Yi and said, "I've heard that when you first arrive at a new place, it's good to give the host some gifts. It's called reciprocity, and the host will take better care of me in the future. I see that Flower Territory has everything else, but it lacks aerial combat power, making it vulnerable to being targeted. Fortunately, this flock of griffins has some fighting strength, so they'll make a good gift." These words truly made Luo Yi both laugh and cry. You could say he didn't understand social etiquette. He knew how to give gifts, and these gifts were things Luo Yi needed. But you could also say he understood social etiquette. The gift he gave was so crude. However, a thought flashed through his mind, and Loy seemed to have an idea. He asked, "Silas, can you train these griffins to be ridden?" "Not yet, but give me some time. It should be possible. That would be best. I'll assign a group of men to you, and you can help train them into Griffin Knights." "Yes, yes, yes. However, in that case, they probably won't be needed for this battle. This battle doesn't need them anyway." It has to be said that this was definitely an unexpected surprise. The flying units that only existed in the Raymond family's plans, the Griffin Legion, actually seemed to have a real possibility of being realized. However, taming these griffins was not as simple as Silas made it out to be. His roar, which was like a lion and an eagle, seemed to be able to communicate with the griffins, making them extremely fearful. This should be the real reason why the griffins submitted. However, for the King of Fury, Silas, he only thought that his fists had worked. The men assigned to the Griffin Legion were not just ordinary knights, but second-tier elite knights who had entered the meditation stage. There weren't many such people, but there were quite a few within the Royal Guard. Selected individuals were trained by the King of Fury, Silas, and equipped with dimensional bags and ample ammunition. While bombers weren't yet a concept, Luo Yi felt that the Griffin Legion could fill in. The only casualty was the 1st Royal Guard Legion. Originally numbering only 10,000, the 1st Royal Guard Legion had lost a portion to tank driving and another portion to Griffin piloting, further reducing its numbers. Therefore, Luo Yi didn't hesitate to restart recruitment. This time, with the threat of war looming, the enthusiasm for enlisting greatly increased. After arranging everything, Luo Yi led a group of people on a journey south. Chapter 478, The War Begins. Time flew by, and by mid-September of the new divine calendar 315, the struggle for supremacy among the 4 great empires had taken a slight turn. First came the Gallipoli landings, with the Kingdom of Sardinia organizing several large-scale invasions. At its fiercest, even dozens of 4th-tier cataclysmic powerhouses were dispatched to search for landing points along the long coastline. Relying on their overwhelming numbers and superior strength, they held the advantage, and on several occasions nearly breached the defenses and approached the holy city of Istanbul. Unfortunately for them, the Ottoman Kingdom displayed unimaginable resilience and determination. The current king of the Ottoman Kingdom, having already arranged his successor, personally went to the battlefield. Although he lacked real strength and even attracted assassination attempts, this undoubtedly greatly boosted morale. If the king was not afraid to die, how much more so were his men? The Ottoman soldiers displayed a death-defying spirit, launching incredibly fierce counterattacks. Even the powerful warriors supported by the kingdom launched relentless counterattacks, displaying a frenzied determination to take their enemies down with them. One side was the Allied forces, passively hoping the other would charge forward, the other was fearless, making the outcome predictable. Of course, all of this was inseparable from the support of the Habs Empire. In particular, the Empire provided a massive amount of field artillery support on land, often delivering a devastating bombardment before a counterattack, greatly relieving pressure on the kingdom's field armies. In the Aegean Sea, the Empire's magical submarines were incredibly elusive. Everyone knew there were large vessels underwater and sent powerful individuals to scout ahead, but it was useless. Utterly useless. Often, 2 warships would be destroyed here one day, and the next day, 100 miles away, another would be blown to bits. The rumors were rampant, leaving the Sardinian naval minister utterly bewildered. Finally, a staff officer offered a simple, yet even more frustrating, guess. There weren't 1 magical submarine, but 2. Otherwise, you can't explain their unimaginable ship speed. It's simply impossible. Anyway, with the combined efforts of the Empire and the Ottoman Kingdom, Sardinia's War of Atonement was fought rather poorly. If it weren't for the Empress's lingering resentment, it would likely have ended long ago. As for the Habsburg Empire, although they defeated the Slavs, killed 200,000, and captured countless prisoners, and even directly occupied Galicia province, with the Caucasus region soon under their control, they couldn't continue the war. The Slavic Empire was known for its vast territory, sparse population, and harsh environment. Now, although they had won a large amount of territory, what did it matter? Further advance would mean penetrating deep into the Slavic Empire's interior, lengthening the battle lines, hindering supply lines, requiring more troops, and consuming enormous energy. If things dragged into winter, the extreme cold alone would be a major headache for the empire. Imperial soldiers could wear more clothes to keep warm, but the cold winds from the far north could freeze even steel into ice shards, rendering magical weapons unusable. The Eastern Front was like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. This was also why the Tsar was so calm. They had sufficient depth and geographical advantages, so they weren't afraid. On the imperial side, after occupying Galicia province, they consciously slowed their attacks and entered a defensive phase. More troops were still being drawn to the Western Front, intending to organize a larger-scale battle to annihilate the main force of the Bonaparte Empire. In fact, from a global perspective, tactically, the empire had won on the Eastern Front, with frequent reports of victories. But strategically, they were still mired in the quagmire of fighting on two fronts. It's worth mentioning that the Ottoman Kingdom had set a precedent. Now, more kingdoms and duchies were beginning to actively restore diplomatic relations with the empire. They didn't mention matters of faith. The competition between the seven gods and the sun god for believers was unrelated to secular royal power. They only cared about obtaining industrial and mechanical support from the empire. They didn't need to go through the flower-giving process again. They could accomplish more with less money. Why not? The empire was pleased and willing to share some technology, even reaching support plans and trade agreements. The empire's territory was limited, and its resources were already strained. Naturally, it was happy to provide machinery and technology support in exchange for needed minerals, magical materials, and so on. More importantly, the empire could use this method to dismantle the alliance of the Allied forces, causing a loss of trust between them. In a short time, 5 or 6 more kingdoms and over a dozen duchies restored diplomatic relations with the empire. The empire was no longer the reckless unilateral power it once was. Even so, the Allied forces' leadership and the papacy couldn't come up with any effective solutions. In the past, a single order from the papacy would have made them back down. But now, faith and magical machinery were separated, so what if they established diplomatic relations and learned technology? If the 3 great empires could do it, why couldn't we? These factors alone left the papacy speechless, while the 3 great empires suddenly sensed a crisis. The technology they could learn was second-hand from the flower territory, which itself was embroiled in war. Meanwhile, other kingdoms and duchies had the time and resources to develop their industries. What would happen when this balance shifted? Would the king lose his throne, and all the other contenders vie for it? This was something they absolutely did not want to see. Therefore, completely taking over the flower territory and acquiring its magical machinery and industrial talent was even more valuable and imperative. Suddenly, everyone's attention was focused on this proxy war. September 16, 315 of the new divine calendar, north of Moonlight Castle. On the vast plains, 2 armies were locked in a fierce confrontation. The northern side had a well-organized camp, heavily fortified, with trenches dug, winding and seemingly endless in length and depth. Even facing 3 marquises, preparations had to be made. Lloyd did not underestimate the enemy, nor did his men. In the center of the camp, the lion banner fluttered high in the wind, seemingly representing the boundless fighting spirit of the Imperial Guard. Even if there are only 6,000 people here, well, tens of thousands of Imperial Guards are a lot, but flower territory is also very large. And Luoyer can't possibly transfer all his troops here. Whether it's Siren Harbor, Frost Moon Canyon, or even Brussels City, enough troops and strongmen must be left to garrison them. So, in the end, he only transferred 6,000 warriors here. On the opposite side, to the south, several miles away, relying on Moonlight Castle, there are endless camps, colorful flags fluttering in the wind, countless nobles gathered, and knights like a forest, their numbers extremely exaggerated. In fact, for this battle, the three marquises really didn't hold back. Each of them gathered more than 20,000 troops, and even conducted the most basic screening before coming. Those who were obviously farmers and had not undergone complete militia training were all dismissed and sent back. The rest were all considered elites. All three families did this, with a total of more than 60,000 troops, claiming to be an army of 100,000, which is truly more than 10 times the strength of Flower territory. This may also be the reason why they dared to launch a decisive battle. Of course, the most conspicuous figures in this camp were the knights, or knightly orders. Especially those of earl rank and above, whose strength was considerable. Each maintained a knightly order of varying sizes. The three marquises, with over 10 earls under their command, comprised more than 10 knightly orders, a formidable force. Among them was an acquaintance of Liz, the wild-boar knights, and Viscount Zoe Evans, the wild-boar viscount. This man was no weakling. His knights, riding wild boars, were exceptionally strong. Besides wild boars, there were many other magical beast mounts. Big-footed sheep, elk, and six-legged horses were the most common, along with powerful magical beasts like wyverns, eagles, and griffins. However, their numbers were few, and the overall arrangement was too chaotic, resembling a zoo. At dawn, the three marquises began deploying their troops. While their numbers were considerable, their scattered deployment slowed the progress. Then, once a basic formation was established, a messenger was sent to the front lines to issue a message. Earl Raymond, three marquises invite you to a meeting on the battlefield. A knight stood there, shouting in a voice brimming with fighting spirit. How could I not hear him? He was somewhat curious, wondering why these three wanted to see him, but after a moment's thought, he agreed. This was a choice based on his own formidable strength. Even if these three marquises were all tied together, they wouldn't be enough for him to handle with one hand. He spurred his horse forward, not allowing anyone to follow, and leisurely rode towards the center of the battlefield. Upon seeing this, the knight immediately turned his horse around and galloped back to his own camp. Once he entered a battle formation, three more riders soon emerged from the crowd, slowly approaching. Thus, in the center of the battlefield, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the four powerful nobles of the Duchy of Normandy met. Perched high on their horses, the four remained silent, Loy's expression indifferent, as if this war had no effect on him whatsoever. The three marquises, however, looked much more haggard, clearly having not slept well for a long time. What do you want to see me for? The challenge has been issued, and I don't think we have anything more to say, said Loy. Marcus Theron Carlyle. Count Loy. Would you believe me if I said this battle isn't what we wanted? I believe you, Loy nodded without hesitation. But what good would believing me do? We're still on the battlefield. I won't hold back just because I believe you, Marcus McKinley chimed in. It's good that you believe me. At least we haven't completely broken ties, Marcus Castro added. This is the most unprofitable deal I've ever made, but I dare not refuse. You could choose not to listen to them. That would only lead to a more miserable death. Now, at least we can retain some semblance of dignity. Marcus Theron gave a bitter smile and added, when the fighting starts, I hope your excellency will show mercy and not kill too many people. Hell, already discouraged before the fight even begins? Do you think you're doing right by your knights and soldiers? If I could, I wouldn't have brought them here, but you still came. After a few words, Luoyi lost interest in conversation and said directly, since you're here, let's have a fight. A decisive battle will surely put your master's mind at ease. With that, he spurred his horse and rode away, leaving the three marquises with helpless, bitter smiles. Moments later, the sounds of drums and horns resounded throughout the land, and the roar of cannons and battle cries filled the air. The war had finally begun. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, Taking It All Down in One Go. They asked Loy to show mercy, but the three marquises had no intention of doing so. As the mournful horns sounded, the world fell silent. Bare-chested men swung their arms, beating war drums, the rhythmic beats growing increasingly rapid, as if to awaken the bloodlust within them. Knights, after all, are knights. They are born to fight, and they die for war. No matter how incompetent or lax they usually appear, at this moment, They seemed to have awakened, becoming incredibly efficient. The three Marquises' legions, with the Carlisle family's legion in the center, the Castro family's legion on the left, and the McKinley family's legion on the right, moved in parallel, with the flanks advancing first, while the center moved relatively slowly, forming a semi-encirclement. Following their usual fighting style, they would first send militia to probe, launch a raid, and assess the enemy's strength. Then, they would have the knights stationed in the rear, killing those who deserted out of fear, and also searching for an opportunity to strike. While a knightly charge is powerful, it's more like a last-ditch effort, not something to be used lightly. It requires the commander to observe the battlefield, find the opportune moment, and pinpoint the enemy's weakness in a life-or-death struggle before unleashing the main force. Like a hammer, it sweeps across the battlefield at a crucial moment, securing victory. But this time, the three Marquises didn't arrange it that way. They knew clearly that if the Flower Territories' Imperial Guard was given time to act, the artillery positions alone, with their relentless bombardment, would disintegrate their hard-won 60,000-strong army. They only had one chance. Therefore, they directly employed their strongest tactic, a knightly charge. The infantry was positioned at the rear, accompanying the charge and taking advantage of the momentum, while the vanguard consisted entirely of the most formidable knightly orders from each noble family. The Knights of Castro's Glory, the Knights of McKinley's Beast Bear, the Knights of Carlisle's Nebia, the Knights of Bald, the Knights of the Wild Boar, the Knights of Ice, the Knights of the Raging Sea. They lined up in a row, their mounts varied, but all riders and horses were clad in armor, neatly dressed, with rows of dragon spears raised, resembling a steel jungle. And at the forefront were the most powerful extraordinary knights. Their battle auras were fully unleashed, multicolored lights flashing, spreading out in the form of knightly halos, covering as many cavalry as possible. Meanwhile, the mage legions of the three Marquises also gathered, displaying their most powerful skills. The Carlisle family mage legion presented an ancient scroll, written on precious dragon skin, with blood-red vines wrapped around it, carrying a deep and boundless aura. When the scroll was unfurled, the incantation chanted, and a massive influx of magic power, the 100-strong mage legion even became breathless and pale. This was due to excessive magic consumption. Each mage frantically gulped down potions. But the effect was astonishing. The sky turned blood red, as if the clouds themselves were stained by slaughter. Rain fell, landing on the 60,000 warriors and merging into their bodies. Then, their eyes bloodshot, the fear and anxiety before the battle vanished, and everyone became bloodthirsty and frenzied. This was legendary magic, a super large-scale mass bloodlust spell. Bloodlust spells are common, and mass bloodlust spells are common too, but a super large-scale spell that could cover 60,000 people was absolutely unique. Its value was immeasurable. Its only drawback was that under the spell, command became much more difficult. To be precise, apart from letting them in the charge, you couldn't do much command. However, the probability of wiping out the enemy in one wave was much higher. This was the solution the three Marquises had painstakingly devised. Because of a lack of targeted training, they were truly afraid that once the artillery fire started, the camp would be completely overrun. Of course, this alone was certainly not enough. Then, a peak third-tier mage from the McKinley family's mage court took out a second legendary scroll. Upon unfolding, magic surged, elements trembled, and from south to north, an endless howling wind arose. The heavens and earth shook, sand and stones flew, blinding people and making it difficult to see. Tornadoes even formed, seemingly capable of blowing everything away. Legendary magic, the Great Wind. While not particularly damaging, it could alter the weather of an entire area, making it extremely rare. This magic's practicality is limited. The last recorded use of it was at sea. The legendary pirate, Captain Jack Sparrow of the Black Pearl, entered the calm belt and ultimately used this magic to create an endless gale, billowing his sails, to sail out. Of course, in reality, no one could afford it. Legendary scrolls are too expensive and extremely rare. To obtain this scroll, the Castro family not only paid a hefty price but also incurred enormous favors. The main effect of the wind was to disrupt ballistics. Against the wind, whether it was field artillery or heavy machine guns, they would be rendered useless. But that wasn't all. Finally, the Castro family, a group of mages, after frantically drinking magical potions, began chanting incantations within a prepared six-pointed star magic circle. This magic circle, meticulously prepared beforehand, contained 6 stone giant elder hearts, its earth element incredibly potent. The incantation was truly long, causing the elements of heaven and earth to become restless and active, ultimately merging into the earth. As a result, the once flat earth rippled, like water, spreading and extending into the distance. The spell had barely finished when almost all the mages collapsed. Even the leading old mage, a peak third-tier transcendent earth mage, had his soul completely drained, collapsing to the ground. Dead beyond any hope of survival. He had used his life as a sacrifice, the combined magic power of hundreds of mages as a conduit, and the 6 stone giant elder hearts as offerings, successfully unleashing a forbidden spell beyond their capabilities. This magic, comparable to blood sacrifice and similar to black magic, used the death of the stone giant elder to provoke a trace of anger from the earth elemental king, thus unleashing a massive earthquake. While not a legendary spell, its range and power were arguably even greater. The earthquake surged forward, howling winds filled the air, and with the added boost of the bloodlust spell, it would be a gross underestimation to think the 3 marquises would truly concede defeat. They possessed an extremely deep understanding and research into the war between the Empire and the Alliance, which allowed them to devise such tactics. The earthquake destroyed trenches. Those who were slow to dodge could be buried alive. The gale disrupted projectile trajectories, providing shelter for their own forces. The bloodlust spell granted immunity to morale, making the militia equally combat-ready. Finally, the knights pressed in, overwhelming them with 10 times the numbers to decisively end the battle. This was their strategy, honed over countless years, maximizing their advantages and resources. In terms of scale, this battle was far smaller than the main battlefield, but its ingenuity was enough for the Allied forces to study carefully. At this moment, countless magical eyes focused in the sky, sweeping back and forth, with countless powerful figures and nobles paying attention. Even the Magical Eye Alliance cast its gaze, turning this battlefield into a montage on a magical mirror. At this moment, seeing the preparations of the 3 marquises, their initial optimism about the Flower territory wavered. Magical weapons were powerful, but they couldn't withstand the meticulous planning of villains. At this moment, they seemed to see the Flower territory's downfall, the fall of the illegitimate count with his immense reputation, and the scene of this vast territory being divided up. They were even tempted to take a share. In the past 2 years, everyone knew that the Flower territory was rich, wealthy, and even had the most complete industrial chain outside of the Empire. If it weren't for Loy's assertive stance and the continuous war between the Empire and the Allied forces, someone might have already reached out to the Flower territory. Now, they seemed to see an opportunity. Then, just as they were lost in thought, the Flower territory finally reacted. In the midst of their ranks, Luo Yi, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Good heavens, they were really well prepared. That showing mercy just now was simply to lull him into a false sense of security. Lion King descended, directly bringing 6,000 soldiers under his control. With a thought, he issued the order, and the artillery positions behind him began to unleash their power. One after another, 150mm field guns roared, firing shells that exploded upon impact, scattering countless fragments. The destructive power was considerable, but in the fierce winds, it was difficult to maintain their original trajectory. Most were blown off course and landed somewhere unknown. A small portion struck the knights, but was blocked by their heavy armor and battle aura. After firing 2 rounds, Luo Yi knew it wouldn't be effective. Looking at the swirling dust, the earth trembling, and the surging killing intent, his expression remained largely unchanged. In fact, a cold smile appeared on his lips. He knew they wouldn't give up so easily. Even ants try to survive, let alone these nobles who had accumulated countless years of power and influence. Therefore, he had prepared more than one backup plan. Retreat, the order, transmitted through the invisible network of Lion King, reached every soldier. The Imperial Guard soldiers, who had initially prepared to resist, immediately abandoned their heavy weapons and retreated swiftly. Heavy machine guns, field artillery, ammunition boxes, supplies, all were abandoned. Armed with only semi-automatic rifles, they quickly retreated, running frantically backward. They weren't weak mages, although they had accumulated magical power and were considered apprentice mages. Their daily high-intensity physical training was no joke. Each of them could run 5 kilometers while driving a heavy machine gun. In fact, most had cultivated battle aura to increase endurance and stamina, making them arguably first-tier warriors. Agile and nimble, they leaped directly onto the prepared magic-powered heavy trucks after leaving the trenches. Magic energy flashed, engines roared, throttles were floored, and amidst the swaying and curses of the soldiers, they sped away. The wind whipped the soldiers' eyes shut, but this didn't stop the magic-powered trucks from racing across the plains. When the massive seismic wave arrived, the ground rippled like a tide, submerging all the painstakingly dug trenches. The heavy machine guns, field artillery, bullets, and shells inside were also submerged, disappearing as if buried in sand. Even the erected camps, gates, fences, tents, and even pots and pans, were swept into the sky, only to be buried underground upon their fall. This was the power of magic. To a certain extent, it had already transformed the world. Following behind was the charging knightly order, riding their mounts, already prepared for the harvest under the cover of sandstorms and earthquakes. In their minds, the panicked Flower Lord soldiers would be the first to arrive, to be swept away in one wave. Their dragon spears were itching for battle. Their eyes were bloodthirsty and crazed. Their lips were filled with savage grins. But nothing. Nothing at all. Not a single enemy was seen. In fact, the earthquake waves had created a complex terrain, forcing them to slow down. Of course, they were still fast. The infantry following behind had become sparse, but the bloodlust spell had unleashed their potential, making them run tirelessly. This scene stunned countless people, especially the nobles and powerful figures observing through their magical eyes. They were all bewildered by what was happening. But they didn't have to wait long before the most formidable counterattack appeared. The seismic waves, after all, had their limits. The Earth Elemental King wasn't entirely irrational, it was only capable of eliciting a trace of anger. The wind had also exhausted its energy, it was ultimately just a magic scroll, not a spell cast by a true legendary mage. The fact that it could create such a celestial anomaly was already astonishing. Only the bloodlust spell possessed sufficient persistence, even displaying a relentless determination to drain the body's potential. Even the extraordinary knights and magical beast mounts were greatly affected, to the point that they almost forgot how to think. The charge continued, but the hierarchy was now evident. They even became sluggish, their formations scattered, their previous order and solemnity gone. However, when the seismic waves and the wind subsided, the sky immediately cleared, and visibility became excellent. Everyone saw it, new trenches, a new battlefield, new artillery positions. At this moment, only Roy, along with Olivera and the half-giant Bane, stood on the battlefield, composed and with cold eyes. You have to admit, Roy was a studious person, and also a person with a strong sense of crisis. He might not be a famous general, but he had been preparing for the inevitable hot war for a long time. Studying the battles of the Empire and the Allies was secondary. The most important thing was that Deep Blue's database was full of classic hot war records. Roy had learned a lot from them. For example, in trench warfare, you can't just dig one defensive line, it's necessary to build a second or even a third defensive line in the rear. A single victory or defeat is not important, strategic victory is the real victory. So, while the three marquises were leisurely traveling, Roy had already made ample preparations. Another example is having an absolute advantage in transport capacity, like walking a dog to wear down the enemy's stamina, creating distance, causing chaos in the enemy's formation, and then finding the enemy's weakness to launch a preemptive strike and kill them in one blow. This was an extremely effective tactic. In the era of cold weapons, it was the kite-flying strategy favored by light cavalry. In the era of hot war, it had a different name, magnetic tactics. At this moment, as the knights broke through the sandstorm, they saw the Imperial Guard soldiers standing ready. They had already set up heavy machine guns in the dug trenches, and some soldiers were quickly dismantling wooden crates and taking out ammunition belts. Others were placing rows of grenades in easily accessible locations, ready to throw. Of course, most infantrymen were still holding semi-automatic rifles, squinting their eyes to aim, waiting for the order. Behind the trenches, rows of field artillery were already prepared, just waiting to be fired. At this moment, Roy's orders, transmitted through the invisible network of the Lion King, reached the ears of everyone. Artillery, fire, infantry, prepare. In this battle, we will wipe out the enemy in one wave. Yes, the resounding shouts of unity, the booming of artillery fire, echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The artillery battalion of the Flower Territory was definitely not a subpar unit of the Allied forces. In some aspects, it was even more specialized than the Imperial artillery. After all, the Imperial artillery didn't need to learn calculus to calculate ballistics, but the Flower Territory truly had some expertise in this area. And what they fired was the most standard creeping barrage. The first round was a test firing, but putting that aside, from the second round onwards, the shells accurately landed on the leading extraordinary knights. Then, the first wave of charging knights received focused attention, enduring 3 rounds of artillery fire, followed by wave after wave, sweeping further and further away. From high above, there were almost no blind spots, the entire battlefield was bombarded, and every place was within the range of the shells. It was only because they were hit by the bloodlust spell that this wave of artillery bombardment would have completely collapsed. But even those who didn't die had to face the second round of heavy machine gun fire. The Maxim magic-powered heavy machine guns, firing 600 bullets per minute, reaped in a fan shape, like scythes, over and over again. Moreover, the trenches were dug with meticulous care, with 2 heavy machine guns forming an angle, leaving virtually no openings when firing back and forth. Only those still alive could enjoy the pinpoint kills from semi-automatic rifles, slower, but incredibly accurate. Especially the magic-powered sniper rifles, equipped with armor-piercing rounds. Many extraordinary knights would be brought to their knees. Only after surviving all this and getting close could one enjoy the services of grenades and one-on-one encounters with extraordinary powerhouses. After this wave of attacks, not only were others stunned, but even their own side, the 4th-tier calamities in the sky, were dumbfounded. They were truly leaving no way out. Of course, after a while, the machine gunners also grew frustrated. Because there were no more enemies for them to shoot at, the survivors were all fleeing, even their bloodlust spells were forcibly interrupted, their minds only focused on escaping. At this point, the heavy machine gun's range was insufficient. What could Luo Yi say? All he could do was wave his hand and order the horns to be sounded. Then, countless soldiers poured out of the trenches, armed with heavy machine guns, rifles, or grenades, and launched their charge. Wherever they went, the artillery fire ceased. The enemy was either killed or surrendered, heads in their hands. Especially towards the end, the infantry surrendered even faster, just as Luo Yi had said, they were wiped out in one wave. P.S. My mother is having surgery, and I have to be with her tonight, so this long chapter was rushed out, please forgive the delay. Chapter 480, A Dog Without a Home. As the ground battle raged, the celestial beings, including the calamities, could no longer contain themselves. Above the fair scales, a group of 4th-tier powerhouses stood silently, their various battle auras and magical lights illuminating them, like warriors of the gods, displaying a confrontational stance. A myriad of auras, some mysterious, some violent, some domineering, some profound, intertwined, an invisible spiritual battle that seemed to distort space itself. It was unclear who struck first, but a dark battle aura swept across the void, tearing through the sky, only to be blocked by another battle aura slash. Thus, the great battle of the calamity powerhouses began. Calamities were never commonplace. The resources consumed by calamity powerhouses for cultivation each year were an extremely staggering figure. Under the feudal kingdom system, the productivity of a marquisate could only support 2 or 3 4th-tier calamities. For example, in the Duchy of Normandy, Marcus Castro was skilled in business and trade, and Marcus McKinley had a wide network of connections, each commanding 3 calamities. The Carlisle family is notoriously weak, supporting only 2 calamities if you don't count support from their own family. Their peak was during the reign of Earl Carl in the Flower Territory, when they supported 5 calamities through maritime trade, the limit even in a financially sound state. Of course, there are also times when their finances are strained, as exemplified by the Freud family. No one knows how many calamity experts they have, but their notorious poverty is undeniable. As for the Flower Territory today, it supports over 10 calamity experts and a legendary red dragon, a testament to the explosive productivity of the magic energy industry. It defies conventional calculations. In summary, the 3 marquises can currently provide a total of 8 calamity experts. Of course, there are 11 present. Many calamity experts are employed to supplement their livelihood, especially those from the clandestine dark calamities. Their cultivation methods involve the abyss, hell, the underworld, and darkness, making them unpopular. Few nobles are willing to support them, fearing the backlash. This is a two-way selection process, which is why some large mercenary platforms have powerful individuals who regularly accept missions. The powerful individuals hired by the 3 marquises this time are a similar case. For example, one of them is a true abyss summoner, not a consumable demon mage, but one who has formally cultivated his skills. They often sign contracts with certain lords of the abyss, in exchange for the ability to summon powerful demons under the lord's command to fight for them. The advantage of this is that they don't need to constantly prepare sacrifices, and the chance of backlash is greatly reduced. With demon lords above them, if these summoned demons dare to rebel, the demon lords won't even need to suppress them, they will devour them. The disadvantage is also obvious: these abyss summoners face an even more terrifying existence. They themselves are the demon lord's prey. For demon lords, the souls of ordinary people are useless, they need the souls of the strong. And for their long lives, they don't mind spending decades or even centuries playing a nurturing game. As for the souls harvested in the end, whether they are directly devoured for cultivation or thrown into the demon pool to be transformed into powerful demon subordinates, depends on their mood. In fact, the reason why abyss summoners are considered to have orthodox cultivation methods is because they have a certain chance of transforming into powerful and autonomous demon species. From the perspective of escaping the prime material plane, stepping onto a broader stage, and possessing a longer lifespan, their path can be considered a narrow and winding road of cultivation. Everyone knows that becoming a legend is the right path, but how many can actually reach the summit? At this moment, this abyss summoner used the sacrificial array he had prepared earlier to summon a multi-eyed tyrant. It was a spherical eye demon with more than 10 tentacles, each with countless eyes. Those evil eyes could emit strange rays with each blink. Some could control minds, while others inflicted various negative effects, such as weakness, blindness, blood draining, madness, sluggishness, and so on. It can be said that it was the best support unit, without exception. However, if you think his direct combat strength is weak, you're sorely mistaken. Accompanying him are numerous demonic servants under his control. A squad of 12 fire demon mages forms the ranged attack unit. Their abyssal fire is enough to make most scourge warriors retreat. 3 heavily armed, mace-wielding demons form the strongest shield. And a highly decaying dragon corpse serves as the flying unit. This combination is so formidable that most scourge warriors would be scrambling to escape. In fact, just looking at the multi-eyed tyrant reveals that the one who signed the pact with this abyssal summoner is the ruler of the 6th layer of the bottomless abyss, the kingdom of 10,000 eyes, the great matriarch worshipped by the eye demons. Frankly, any scourge warrior facing this combination would be scratching their scalp in exasperation. It's incredibly difficult to fight. On the Flower Territory side, the ice hunter Jude Stevens is leading the charge. This demon hunter was born to hunt demons, making this battle a perfect fit for his profession. The second person hired by the 3 marquises was also an abyss practitioner. He wasn't a mage, yet he communicated with the Abyss King through a magic circle, using the Abyss King's power as a bridge to absorb the power of the abyss and cultivate. This was similar to Loy's cultivation using the divine power of the heavens, except that Loy used the angel's ring as a medium, while he borrowed the power of the frost giant Prince Koshich. The 23rd level of the abyss was an extremely cold plain, with ice layers stretching for miles and utterly uninhabited. The distant sun appeared dimmer than the moon in the material world. This was the frozen wasteland, the territory of the frost giants, where frost giant mages and demons built glacial castles and served the great demon lord, the frost giant Prince Koshich. This scourge also cultivated battle aura. His freezing battle aura seemed capable of freezing even the soul. But his most powerful ability is actually his frost giant transformation, a spell-like power that allows him to transform into a 4-meter-tall frost giant. In a sense, this is equivalent to a scourge warrior who has mastered a sacred technique, making his combat strength formidable. His opponent is none other than the half-giant Bane. Bane, seeing an opportunity, charged forward almost without hesitation, his size changing as he rose into the air, reaching a height of 4 meters. The sacred technique of Giant Soul is no joke. Bane's ability to master it in such a short time demonstrates his aptitude. The battle between the two felt like mountains colliding. Every punch and kick shook the earth and created a deafening roar. The last person invited by the 3 marquises was equally extraordinary, a fallen paladin. Only the most devout knights can awaken holy aura and become paladins. This is the declaration of the Sun God's Church, representing not only glory but also unique power and a fanatical, unwavering faith. However, knights with such unwavering faith are actually the demon's favorite prey. The purity of their souls is enough to please even the demon lords. To devour them would be a waste. To sacrifice them to the will of the abyss would bring the greatest rewards. Therefore, demons love to entice paladins to fall. Of course, this is not easy, because it means they begin to doubt the path they have chosen, the actions of the church, and the justice of the Lord of Light. Only true doubt will lead them to succumb, to abandon their faith, and to transform the powerful holy energy into the purest form of dark fighting spirit. However, no matter how conflicted their hearts are, no matter how powerful these paladins are, they become 10 times stronger after falling. These bewildered knights, riding their nightmare steeds, are truly monsters who dare to venture into the abyss and fight demon lords to the death with their swords. Even within their own ranks, he stands alone, while other powerful scourge warriors keep their distance, seemingly afraid of being tainted by his bad luck. And the one fighting him is undoubtedly the King of Fury, Silas. There was no other way. This man, who loved challenging the strong, found no one more suitable than the fallen paladin. It should be said that any calamity warrior who made a living as a mercenary was quite skilled. While these three weren't exactly high-ranking and had to constantly be wary of the Holy Sea's pursuit, their combat strength was clearly a level above the others, perhaps even several levels higher. As for the calamity warriors supported by the three marquises, few were particularly outstanding. Even the pale knight of the Carlisle family now seemed rather mediocre, less impressive than his mount, the magma dragon. As for the mage Timo, a follower of the 5 fireballs, he was utterly defeated by Lady Palacios. Although Lady Palacios excelled at potion making and was less adept at combat, a mage's strength depended more on wealth. Lady Palacios was certainly not short of money now, and naturally, she was more generous to herself. They were fully equipped with various enhancement items, magic scrolls, and rare potions. Once the fight started, magic scrolls were thrown in droves, making Timo the mage's hands almost blurry as he conjured fireballs. Of course, among this group, there was one scourge member with considerable strength. He was a rare battle mage from the McKinley family, young and full of energy. He wasn't proficient in many spells, specializing in only a few, but he had clearly absorbed some of the ideas of Aziz, the god of mages from the Church of the Seven Gods. He excelled in super magic feats, instant spell casting, and elemental reflection. His elemental reflection technique allowed him to deflect attacks composed of elements, including aura slashes. Instant spell casting ensured that this elemental reflection technique could be used in an instant. As a mage, he dared to engage in close combat with knights despite being protected by 6 layers of various magical shields. He also possessed considerable swordsmanship, conjuring swordlight with magic power, making him a formidable threat. His original opponent was Benito Freud, the calamity from the Freud family, who had wanted to show off. However, he was quickly overwhelmed and forced to flee, and would have been injured if not for his abundance of alchemical items. The flame sword Saint Otto was nearby, unleashing his fire aura to force his opponent back and take Benito Freud's place. He had been spending a lot of time with Benito Freud, hoping the great alchemist would forge better weapons for him, so naturally he had to be proactive. Unfortunately, the battle mage's elemental reflection technique caused Otto significant losses, and in the end, the two even started a sword fight. With his title of Sword Saint, Otto wasn't afraid of swordplay, but the problem was that his opponent kept throwing spells at him, rendering his fire aura useless, which infuriated him. Then, just as Olivera was about to step in, the faceless killer Ulysses rushed forward first. This individual's concealment was utterly elusive. Only when he attacked did the fluctuations of his battle aura become apparent. With just 2 sword strikes, he pierced 2 layers of magical defensive shields, startling the battle mage into abandoning Otto and focusing solely on dealing with Ulysses. Unfortunately, his limited magical knowledge became apparent at this moment. His detection spells were not particularly sophisticated, and unable to locate Ulysses, he was forced to resort to defense and counterattacks. Overall, this battle was intense yet restrained. Intense because both sides used their true abilities, showcasing their strength. Especially on the Flower Territory side, the 6 newly recruited Calamity Warriors fought with great effort, eager to prove themselves. Restrained because everyone adhered to the rules of the Nobles' War. It was a one-on-one duel, without any encirclement, and they minimized the impact on the ground battlefield. Although there were instances of uncontrolled attacks, with battle aura strikes or magic deflecting and hitting the ground, none were intentional. Their battle caused the sky, within a radius of tens of kilometers, to surge with various forms of fire, earth, wind, and water. At times, bright light shone, at other times, darkness enveloped everything. Space trembled incessantly from the collisions, the sounds of impact echoing endlessly like thunderclaps in broad daylight. But it was mostly a spectacle, few were truly fighting to the death. In fact, this was the norm in the war of natural disasters. There was no absolute struggle for profit, and everyone was relatively conservative. However, even so, the situation was gradually becoming clearer. The Flower Territory faction held the advantage, and this advantage was constantly growing. The reason was simple: the powerful figures under Loy's command were either personally selected by him or had received guidance and benefits from him. Several people had even mastered the secret sacred techniques. Iron Knight Phil and Flame Sword Saint Otto had both reached the beginner level of Divine Psi. The half-giant Bane had even mastered the giant combat technique most suitable for him. Although there were some slackers, the mechanical monster Nehemiah von Braun and the great alchemist Benito Freud, they were genuinely not good at combat, but they were still far better than the three Marquises' side. If it weren't for the three Marquises' hired calamities holding the line, they might have already collapsed. What kind of treasure did the three Marquises promise to make them work so hard? Even so, the calamity battlefield showed a clear downward trend, gradually closing in from north to south towards Moonlight Castle. As for Luo Yi, he didn't join the battle immediately. Partly because he needed to command the ground battlefield, and partly because he wanted to see the strength of his calamity warriors and give them a chance to prove themselves. Of course, the ground battlefield was the fastest to collapse. Once the artillery began to unleash its power, the outcome was already decided. The rest was just a matter of expanding the spoils. The few powerful knights who could withstand the artillery fire became sitting ducks under the crossfire of heavy machine guns and the precise shots of snipers. At this moment, the cruelty of magical weapons became apparent. In melee combat, there was still a chance to escape, but under firearms, even leaving a whole corpse was difficult. Of the 60,000 troops, 30,000 were killed in action, and the rest were completely routed, fleeing for their lives. Now was the time to expand their gains. The Imperial Guard, organized into squads, armed with heavy machine guns or semi-automatic rifles with bayonets, pursued the fleeing enemy. At this point, killing was secondary, prisoners were paramount, and living able-bodied men were always more valuable than personal enemies. Most of the routed soldiers, filled with dread, surrendered at the mere sight of a gun. Of course, some managed to escape. Under the threat of death, their potential was unleashed, making them impossible for even the well-trained Imperial Guards to catch, leaving them in awe. They fled back, sparsely making their way back to Moonlight Castle. At the castle, the three Marquises, their faces grim, opened the gates and gathered the routed soldiers. The vanguard of the Imperial Guards attempted a charge, led by Tanya, using heavy machine guns to clear a path and grenades to bombard the enemy, hoping to seize the gates. Once the gates fell, Moonlight Castle would fall. However, despite their good intentions and decisive actions, the three Marquises, for the sake of their own lives, deployed their last remaining forces. Even with the intense crossfire of heavy machine guns and the formidable Tanya, a female tyrant on the verge of breaking through to the fourth tier, they couldn't hold their ground against the onslaught of four extraordinary knights and the cover of two third-tier mages. Most importantly, they rushed too quickly, and reinforcements failed to arrive, leaving them isolated. Ultimately, Loy ordered Tanya to retreat. Of course, even this retreat was a calculated one, involving alternating cover and the establishment of multiple layers of defensive perimeter to minimize casualties. At this point, the three Marquises dared not regroup their fleeing troops. Instead, they closed the gates, allowing the Flower Territory's Imperial Guard to capture prisoners outside. Even though Loy was reluctant, he could only arrange for a transport brigade to bring in the field artillery and redeploy it. Simultaneously, they dealt with the fleeing troops, reorganized their army, and then planned their attack on the city. The battle was won, of course, but Luo Yi was still somewhat dissatisfied that he hadn't been able to take Moonlight Castle in one fell swoop. He looked up at the fierce battle in the sky, and his displeasure grew even stronger. So, after only a second of thought, his golden red battle aura exploded, transforming into blazing holy flames, and a pair of wings that looked like real angels unfurled behind him. With a flap of his wings, dust billowed, and he vanished from his spot, reappearing above the battlefield of natural disasters. He squinted slightly, looked down, and the entire battlefield was now clearly visible to him. The most dedicated was undoubtedly the King of Fury, Silas, who had pushed his strength to the limit against a fallen paladin. Under his triple berserk state, Even the fallen paladin was somewhat surprised, but that was all. He handled it relatively easily. The least dedicated was the faceless assassin, Ulysses. As an assassin, his job was to kill with a single blow. In this clearly restrained battlefield, he couldn't deliver a fatal blow, so he could only play a supporting role. What Loy couldn't understand most was the ice hunter, Jude Stevens. His battle against a multi-eyed tyrant seemed to be a hindrance, whether due to counter or some other reason. He only seemed to be getting occasional support from Olivera and the Iron Knight. As far as Loy knew, his combat strength shouldn't be so weak. However, at this moment, he said nothing, only his aura surged, like a rising sun, radiating ultimate brilliance, dazzling all around. A loss is a loss. I don't want to go on a killing spree. Get out of here. His voice was like thunder, causing ripples in the heavens and earth, yet it was calm and composed, as if stating a fact. After he gave the order, the calamity of the Flower territory immediately retreated without hesitation. The allied forces of the three marquises, instead of engaging in a protracted battle, silently chose to retreat. However, beneath the sky, a strange patch of fighting still raged. It was the Demon Legion controlled by the multi-eyed tyrant, entangled with the ice hunter Jude Stevens, seemingly determined to fight to the death. When he saw Loy speak, he even waved his tentacles, shooting out several rays emanating a corrupting aura, clearly with ill intentions. However, the corrupting rays were vaporized by holy light before they even got close. Looking at the Abyss Summoner, he was already covered in sweat, his face deathly pale. Clearly, while the backlash was less severe, it didn't mean he was completely immune. After all, for chaotic species like demons, today's pleasure is all that matters, the future is irrelevant. This, however, made Loy laugh. He had nowhere to vent his anger, and now someone had stumbled upon it. Without further ado, he raised his hand, pointing a finger at the multi-eyed tyrant, making a firing gesture. His actions attracted a lot of attention, everyone expecting him to unleash some powerful combat technique, but nothing happened. However, just as everyone was puzzled, a beam of holy light descended from the sky, striking the multi-eyed tyrant directly on the head. From him, the light rapidly expanded outwards, enveloping the Fire Demon Squad, the burly demons, even the corrupted Bone Dragon and the Abyss Summoner. All the Calamity's pupils constricted as they witnessed a shocking scene. Under the holy light, screams of agony seemed almost tangible, especially the intense mental fluctuations of the eye demons, which even created shockwaves spreading outwards. Yet, under the holy light, all of this was dissolved, including their abyssal power, demonic bodies, and twisted souls. Everything seemed to turn into black smoke in the holy light, completely purified. This was the church's signature move, divine judgment. In just a few dozen breaths, this powerful demon squad, the multi-eyed tyrant whom even the demon hunters couldn't handle, was dead. At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. Loy glanced around again, then looked at the fallen paladin and said, "I said you can get lost. Any objections?" The fallen paladin was a middle-aged man, wearing old knight's armor, riding a nightmare warhorse, his eyes filled with weariness and vicissitude. Under Loy's gaze, the nightmare warhorse was very uneasy. He reached out to stroke its back, but based on its powerful strength, it was not intimidated by Loy. "Count Loy, I admit you are very strong." Before he could finish speaking, Loy raised his hand, clenched his fist in the air, and with a bang, a golden red fireball was created, radiating intense heat and a terrifying aura of danger. In fact, with his words, the golden red fireball became even more intense, and the danger aura increased sharply, to the point of being dangerous enough to destroy him. "You are very strong, so, you said we should get lost, and of course we should get lost." With that, he spurred his horse back, turned around, and left without hesitation. At first, he seemed somewhat composed, but the nightmare warhorse spread its hooves and disappeared into the horizon like the wind. This scene stunned the entire group of calamities. Then, the calamities under the three marquises turned and fled in unison, each using their own methods. The battle mage even tore open a precious teleportation scroll and vanished in a flash. At this moment, the calamity experts under Luo Yi's command could no longer contain themselves. They fled like a pack of stray dogs, said Otto, the flame sword saint, and then everyone burst into laughter, their laughter piercing the clouds and shattering rocks, utterly unrestrained. At this moment, Luo Yi slowly withdrew the fireball in her hand. Although her expression remained calm, a slight smile curved her lips. Chapter 481, the intervention of the three great empires. Deep within Moonlight Fortress, a magic mirror stood before them, its image frozen in time, lay holding aloft the holy flame, the scourge fleeing in panic. Beneath a sea of clouds, the brutal battlefield was visible, severed limbs, piles of corpses, and countless Imperial guards clearing the battlefield, escorting prisoners, and searching for survivors. The scene, perfectly angled, resembled a world-famous painting, leaving the three marquises with grim expressions and bitter faces. After a long while, Marcus McKinley said, We still lost." His voice was filled with resentment. Marcus Carlyle managed a weak smile. "That's how it should be, isn't it?" "What do you mean that's how it should be? Why should it be this way?" "Well, that's how it should be." Marcus Castro jumped up, his voice growing louder. "Just a little bit more, just a tiny bit more, and we could have turned defeat into victory. We could have gained so much more. We've sacrificed so much. Is this what we're getting for? I refuse to accept it. I refuse. Has the Castro family never made such a losing proposition? Then what are you going to do? Charge out and fight that bastard? Are you sure the three of us tied together can defeat one of his hands? Of course, even if you wanted to go, I wouldn't. I don't want to lose my life here." Normally, Marcus Carlyle would be the most extreme and impulsive, but today, he displayed the utmost calmness and rationality among the three. Ultimately, we were just a pretext, a means for the Allied High Command to legitimize their subsequent plans. We only fought desperately because we were unwilling to accept defeat. Now, we've lost, and it's time to get everything back on track. Marcus McKinley finally spoke up. "Is there really no way at all?" Marcus Carlyle remained silent for a long time before saying, "I once asked my Grand Duke about this, and his answer was, this is no longer something a Grand Duke can control. Today, I'll say the same thing to you. This is also no longer something we have the right to control. Being a pawn is the best way to survive, and your family can continue its lineage. Otherwise, despite the Allied forces' repeated defeats in the war against the Empire, they could easily wipe us out with a flick of their little finger." Upon hearing this, the two marquises seemed completely drained of energy, slumping into their chairs, their faces filled with despair. After a long silence, Marcus Castro said, "Then send a message. We implore Her Majesty the Great Empress to intervene and win this war of the nobles for us. I must pledge my loyalty to Her Majesty the Tsar." Ha ha ha, am I the one who benefits the most? All I have to do is return to my clan. A moment later, the established communication magic circle activated, and 3 letters requesting aid went to their intended destinations. Meanwhile, outside Moonlight Castle, the war had ended. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard, after intense fighting and a forced march, were equally exhausted and hungry. The cooks were preparing food, freshly baked bread, rich broth, various roasted meats, and steamed dishes, all emitting an enticing aroma from the spices. Countless people had already begun queuing, drooling, waiting for their food. Another bustling area was the medical station. War always brings casualties, and wounded soldiers would receive proper treatment here. Pharmacists, potion makers, and even priests were available. And from time to time, holy light would fall, soothing the pain. It's worth mentioning that besides the soldiers of the Flower Territory, a number of wounded members of the 3 major Marcus families were also traded. Those with minor injuries, who could recover with simple bandaging and some secret medicine, were all admitted. As the saying goes, the living are always more valuable than the dead. Thanks to the rapid development of the Flower Territory, many industries experienced labor shortages. Although magical machinery required magic power to operate, there were still some manual labor jobs that ordinary people could do. As a result, for the citizens of the Flower Territory, finding a job to support themselves and even their families wasn't difficult, and the corresponding treatment and wages were gradually increasing. Those jobs that were tiring and arduous were naturally disliked. For example, railway construction workers and mine excavators were in short supply. Lloyd didn't plan to release these prisoners. Instead, he filled them all in the mines and railway companies. It's worth noting that the Flower Territory had actually done this many times before, but the management wasn't strict, and there were very few escapes. The reason was simple: although life was hard, Lloyd promised them freedom after 10 years. Moreover, they also received a wage for their regular work. Although it was only a third of what regular employees earned, it was still a salary, plus 3 meals a day, and the food was plentiful, so very few people would be willing to run away. Although he was promoting the magic energy industry and encouraging the birth and expansion of capitalists, Roy didn't indulge them. He was relatively ahead of his time in setting various rules and regulations, such as basic wage regulations, and even environmental protection. He wanted entrepreneurs who could develop alongside the flower territory, not those big capitalists who would sell everything for profit. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard began to rest, but the entire battlefield did not stop. Magic energy heavy trucks from the transport fleet brought in a large number of people and supplies from the rear. Organized and arranged by Butler Hoover, some began to clean up the battlefield, collect corpses, dig graves, and invite priests to perform rituals of salvation. Only corpses that had been baptized by holy light could avoid being used by certain liches or necromancers. Otherwise, such a large mass grave would inevitably become their training ground, causing disaster. Another group began rebuilding the camp. The palisades, gates, tents, and banners all had to be re-erected. The three marquises had already lost most of their forces, and a counterattack was out of the question, so digging trenches was unnecessary. However, artillery positions still had to be set up. Moonlight Castle was just a small city, its walls weren't particularly strong, and it lacked geographical advantages. At most, a few rounds of artillery fire would breach the walls. Then, heavy machine guns would provide suppression, allowing the soldiers to charge in, break into the city, and engage in street fighting in small squads to mop up the enemy. The Imperial Guard had practiced all of this many times in simulations, and although this was their first real battle, the results were expected to be quite good. Of course, this depended on the three marquises having a strong determination to resist. Otherwise, if they fled after a few rounds of artillery fire, it would be a waste of the soldiers' opportunity to prove themselves. However, in any case, this would all have to wait until tomorrow. In their first real battle, the soldiers of the Imperial Guard were somewhat unaccustomed to the fighting, with many overexerting themselves. They needed time to rest, recover, reflect, and undergo a complete transformation. Once they completed this transformation, they would be qualified veterans, sufficient to form the foundation of the Raymond family's rule. In any case, thanks to thorough preparation, post-battle work proceeded smoothly without requiring any intervention from Roy. Roy, meanwhile, was leading a group in a post-battle debriefing within the newly erected tent. A huge sand table sat in the center of the tent, depicting the terrain centered around Moonlight Castle. To the north lay Flower Territory, marked with numerous red flags representing their side. To the south, including Moonlight Castle, were covered with blue flags, representing the enemy. Surrounding the sand table were a large group of people, each exuding a sharp aura, commanders of various ranks from the Imperial Guard. Further out, in a corner of the tent, a group of fourth-tier calamity experts had gathered. Some of them, mostly combat-oriented, turned their gazes towards this area with great interest. Others, such as Lady Palacios and several other mages, had no interest in war. They were either engrossed in books or lost in shallow meditation. The one who spoke at this moment was not Lloyd, but Alfonso Zeke, the former Grand Knight Commander specializing in war. He stood before the sand table, his voice booming. In this battle, we achieved a resounding victory, but while a small portion of the credit goes to the soldiers' desperate charges, the majority is due to the Earl's brilliant command. Don't be unconvinced. A closer analysis reveals that those three marquises were truly well prepared. The formidable power of magical weapons is common knowledge in the old world, but to say that equipping them allows us to defy the enemy is a grave mistake. Three legendary spells almost completely destroyed all our prior preparations. It was only thanks to the Earl's timely order to retreat, avoiding their onslaught, and the second line of defense we had previously constructed, that we were able to withstand the earthquake's shockwaves head-on. Otherwise, facing the Knight's charge would have resulted in heavy casualties, and those tens of thousands of painstakingly trained soldiers would have perished here. Therefore, I must tell you that war is not child's play. Having the best magical weapons doesn't guarantee invincibility. The power of magic should not be underestimated, and the strength of the powerful is even more terrifying. Times change, but power is power, and we must hold it in awe. These words caused the surrounding commanders to lower their heads. It was the truth. They were too proud, to the point that they looked down on the traditional knightly order from the bottom of their hearts. In Loy's view, pride was necessary, it was a guarantee of morale, but in practical matters, one must humble oneself, maintaining humility and vigilance. These were Loy's words, spoken through Alfonso. Just then, A messenger rushed into the tent, his steps hurried, his face filled with anxiety, and approached Loy, handing him the latest intelligence. "My lord. This is from Lion Manor. Lord Ang requested it be delivered to you immediately." Upon hearing this, the tent fell silent. Whether from the natural disasters or the extraordinary, everyone turned their gaze towards him. Loy slowly took it, unfolded it, his expression subtly shifting, and examined it carefully for a long time. Finally, Otto, the flame sword saint, could no longer contain himself and asked, "Count, what has happened?" "The Castro family has pledged allegiance to the Queen of Sardinia, the McKinley family has grovelled at the feet of His Majesty the Tsar, and the Carlisle family has declared its return to its ancestral home in the Bonaparte Empire." Then, each of the three families appealed to their respective superior nobles for help, requesting their intervention in this noble war, and the three royal families have already agreed. What was bound to happen has finally happened. Chapter 482, The Fall of Moonlight Castle. Loy's voice remained steady, as if nothing had exceeded his expectations. Yet, the entire tent fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, including Lady Palacios, who looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. The news had come too suddenly. In fact, this abrupt change had exceeded their imagination. In fact, this was the true calculation of the three great empires. They also had the pride. Attacking their trading partners without cause could easily cause collective panic. Especially those duchies and kingdoms. If you could easily conquer flower territory, could you also easily attack them? Who would guarantee their safety? Who would maintain international order? The three great empires didn't want to bear such consequences, especially at this sensitive time, with a war with the Habs Empire raging. If these duchies and kingdoms were pushed into the imperial camp, it would be disastrous. Therefore, they needed a justifiable cause, and the three marquises caught their eye under these circumstances. In a sense, the Moonlight Castle campaign was entirely unnecessary. All the three marquises had to do was gather a random group, have Loy defeat them, send out a plea for help, and the three great empires could get involved. There was precedent for this. For example, the noble war between the Raymond and Wick families in Frost Moon Canyon, where the Carlisle family intervened based on the principle that nobles could request protection from higher-ranking nobles. However, these three marquises were, after all, lords of their own territories, with centuries of comfortable lives. They weren't willing to be subservient. Therefore, they dawdled in gathering their forces and traveling, all to buy ample time for preparation. For instance, they hired three powerful warriors from the Calamity, promising them immense rewards afterward, urging them to fight to the death. They also used their resources, either through investment, purchase, or exchange, to finally find the legendary scroll they desired. As for the knightly orders, they persuaded them to lead the charge, fearless of death, employing every means possible, from coercion to bribery. This led to the desperate battle outside Moonlight Castle, a thunderous strike, but unfortunately, it was ultimately resolved by Loy in the most effortless way. Their defeat put everything back on track, and the three empires still got the justification they wanted for their war. The silence seemed to last a long time, yet also a very short one, before the entire scene erupted. What Loy thought was a foregone conclusion was like a thunderbolt to everyone in the tent. A cacophony of voices arose, many whispering amongst themselves, making the entire tent buzz and difficult to hear. Even among the Calamity warriors, aside from the direct descendants of Flower territory, many of the newcomers had grim expressions. For example, the faceless assassin Ulysses, he simply wanted to find a prosperous place to live a peaceful life. And what was the result? Flower territory, which he had carefully chosen, was now facing war again. Then there was the mechanical monster Nehemiah von Braun, who simply wanted to find a place to conduct his research, hoping to one day achieve great success and return home in glory. He used to make those who looked down on him bow their proud heads before him. But now, the small Flower territory was facing the targeting of three great empires, the same treatment as the Habsburg Empire. It was simply outrageous. Of course, the most agitated was the half-giant Bane, whose roar even drowned out all the noise. How dare they? How dare they? This is a betrayal of the Duchy of Norman, a desecration of the Norman family. They all deserve to die. They deserve to die, clearly. Although Bane had left the Norman family due to the need for breakthroughs, he still held the family in extremely high regard. The actions of the three marquises were tantamount to open betrayal. Their loyal vassals had fled, and they had lost all face. Although Grand Duchess of Fra wouldn't do anything, these were three great empires, and for the sake of her family's succession, she couldn't do anything. But even the half-giant Bane felt immensely humiliated. Otto, the flame sword saint, was still egging them on. They deserve to die, so do you dare kill them? They're in the fortress not far away. If you dare kill them, go and twist their heads off. If you're just talking, I'll look down on you. You really think I wouldn't dare? I just think you wouldn't. If you dare, I'll go with you. How about tonight? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The half-giant was furious. He almost agreed without thinking, but just then, a knocking sound came. Toot. 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 The crisp knocking sound drowned out the noise. Everyone's eyes focused on Luo Yi, who leaned slightly forward, her bent fingers tapping the table. Seeing everyone looking at him, he smiled and said, "Flower territory is not a pushover. The Raymond family is the lion of this territory. Whoever comes, it's all the same. That's my word. If they want war, I'll grant their wish. I just hope they won't regret it." He then looked at the group of hired calamity experts in third-tier transcendence, saying, "Of course, I don't like to force others. So, if you don't want to live and die with Flower territory and want to leave, you can contact me privately. Alright, the war meeting is over. Everyone, go and rest and prepare. Tomorrow, Moonlight Castle will fall." The next day, at dawn, after cooking, the Imperial Guard continued their siege. The artillery positions fired 5 rounds in succession, the shells landing precisely on the city walls. Then, the city walls of the small city began to crumble. Infantry squads then charged, heavy machine guns clearing the way, semi-automatic rifles firing, encountering almost no resistance as they stormed into the city. The knights under the 3 marquises organized several counterattacks, with even many extraordinary experts joining the battle. Unfortunately, being born in the wrong era is a tragedy. The fiercer their charge, the faster they died. The Flower territory had just as many extraordinary experts, and dying at their hands was still somewhat respectable. But dying under heavy machine gun fire would be far less humiliating. The only pity was that the 3 marquises escaped. Even though the Flower territory had made prior arrangements, setting up ambushes on the roads out of the city, they still couldn't withstand the marquises' use of teleportation magic arrays. They had probably been preparing their escape route for a long time. The large teleportation magic arrays they set up even had anti-interference effects. Yet, at the last moment, the 3 marquises still managed to escape. As for the 4th-tier calamity, if they were determined to leave, there was no point in pursuing them. As the saying goes, there is no absolute struggle for advantage. Battles between 4th-tier forces are always decided in one fell swoop. Thus, the fall of Moonlight Castle and the crushing defeat of the 3 marquises were now a foregone conclusion. However, the one commanding this battle was no longer Lloyd, but Alfonso Zeke. Lloyd had already embarked on his journey back, rushing back to Brussels as quickly as possible. He needed to have a good talk with the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robin Waters. It's worth mentioning that none of the hired calamities and superhumans came to say goodbye. This wasn't to say they were particularly loyal, but rather, they had only been on the job for a short time when their employer faced a crisis, and they just deserted like that? After that, no noble would dare to take them in again. Reputation, seemingly intangible, is the most important thing for someone surviving abroad. Even dark calamities strive to have a good reputation, otherwise they won't even be able to get missions on the mercenary platform. But regardless, Lloyd was still very happy with their choice. In Brussels, at the Lion Manor, after returning, Lloyd first went to the 6th floor of the Mage Tower to see his son, Klein, and then found Lilia in the laboratory to let her know he was safe. The little guy can already roll over, and he's chubby and adorable. Most strangely, he doesn't like to cry, but laughs, his little mouth stretching to reveal his gums, which is incredibly endearing. He's mainly cared for by Mira Greenman and 2 specially hired nannies. His mother, Lilia, prefers to spend most of her time in the library and laboratory, occasionally playing with her son to relieve stress when she gets tired. She's a truly devoted mother. Lilia is currently working on the 2nd-generation land warfare king in the laboratory, researching how to add magical shields or defensive force fields to tanks. Of course, this isn't easy. The inscription of the magic circle is manageable, but the most crucial issue is the lack of magical energy. While magic pearls are relatively efficient at storing energy, the consumption to power this behemoth is still enormous. Adding a magical shield would be insufficient. Lelia's current research focuses on two areas: expanding magical energy capacity, for example, finding a better magical energy container than magic pearls, which is not easy to find. Another example is arranging more containers, but the internal space of a tank is limited, and too many would cause imbalance. This direction isn't impossible to explore, but it requires time to research. Instead, a less conventional approach was prioritized, setting the magic shield to be on demand. That is, it's normally closed, but can be manually activated to quickly create a deflection field when encountering external forces or magical attacks. This is very effective against certain field artillery bombardments. The only drawback is that the commander must have extremely high skill and must seize the opportune moment. When Roy found Lelia, he was experimenting to determine how long it could be maintained with full magic power and how much damage it could withstand. After exchanging a few words with Lelia and Hill, Roy went to the second floor of the Lion Manor. In the study, Imperial Ambassador Lord Robin Waters had been waiting for a long time. Roy didn't waste any words and asked directly, "Your Excellency, you should already know the situation. The three great empires are going to attack me. Is there anything you can teach me?" Chapter 483, I can only rely on myself. Lion Castle, second floor, study. Roy had barely sat down when he began to speak so eagerly that Lord Robin Waters, the Imperial Ambassador, hadn't even brought his teacup to his lips. He paused, but still took a small sip before setting it down and speaking slowly. "Your Excellency, don't be impatient. Sit down and let's talk." Roy appeared impatient. "Talk slowly? Are you joking? Right now, three great empires are in my flower territory. Even if they only send a small portion of their forces, do you think I can withstand it?" After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Isn't the Empire going to intervene?" "Earl Roy, calm down. Calm down. The Empire will definitely intervene, but it also needs your stance." "What stance?" "The Ottoman Kingdom knows to take sides, establish diplomatic relations with the Empire, and become an ally, breaking the diplomatic deadlock. And you only acknowledge trade relations? Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" Roy fell silent. He looked at Lord Robinwater, scrutinizing him from head to toe, making the Imperial Ambassador look horrified, yet he maintained his composure and remained silent. After a long while, Luoya suddenly laughed. Then, he leaned back, his excitement completely gone, and he relaxed completely. "Your Excellency, those words you just spoke, were they not authorized by the Empire?" Robin Waters' eyes narrowed, and he continued, "I am the Imperial Ambassador, my attitude is the Empire's attitude." Hell, you, Lord Water, we've known each other for a long time, and I owe you many favors, so I don't want to betray you. Some things really can't be said carelessly." "What do you mean?" This time, it was Roy's turn to feign indifference. He said, "Let me guess, Your Excellency probably wants to gain another merit from the flower territory, right? For example, to have me personally announce that the Raymond family stands with the Empire, becoming the second territory after the Ottoman Kingdom to explicitly support the Empire. With this title, it would be considered that you, Lord Robinwater, have rendered meritorious service, and it would also let the cabinet see your abilities. That's a good idea, but do you think the Empire needs an ally, or does it need genuine, enormous wealth? Do you know how much money the Empire takes from the flower territory every month? Do you know how much of that money goes towards military expenses? How much food and supplies are purchased? Flower territory is a third-party market recognized by both the Allied forces and the Empire. Do you really want to destroy it? If you lose such a large sum of income, do you think the cabinet will consider you meritorious? Or do they want to kill you? This, Lord Robinwater felt his back was soaked with sweat. The dense cold sweat soaked his clothes and clung to his skin, making him extremely uncomfortable. But he still said, "That was before. You've already fallen out with the three great empires. How can you expect to trade now?" Roy countered. "Then why do you think they attacked flower territory?" "Why, of course, it's because they discovered that developing their magical energy industry wasn't so easy. Besides the empires, only flower territory has a complete industrial system, and they want to seize it. Of course, there's another possibility. If they take flower territory, they can head south to the Empire's northern provinces. That would be opening a third front." Roy paused, then said, "Which of these 2 points do you think the Empire can accept? And which outcome do they hope to see?" This, Lord Robinwater's face darkened further, but he still said, "Does this have anything to do with the trade you mentioned?" "Of course it does. If they lose, if they can't obtain Flower Territory's industrial system and can't open a third front, their industrial development will be limited. Their ammunition will dwindle, and if they want magical energy weapons, besides war spoils, they'll still have to buy them from me. Why do you think they'd go through all this trouble, using a noble war as an excuse? It's all because it's a noble war. It's just to resolve internal conflicts. Once it's over, they pay reparations, and that's it. Business and trade continue as usual, completely unaffected. Then they can use the noble code as an excuse. If those three marquises ask for help, we lords can't just ignore it. Although everyone knows the truth, sometimes this ridiculous excuse can silence the gossip. Loy's words silenced Lord Robin Waters. He pondered for a long time before finally breaking into a bitter smile. I pride myself on being well versed in noble circles, knowing all the intricacies, but it seems I'm not as clear-headed as Your Excellency. So, Your Excellency, after all this time, what do you want me to do? Just say it, Loy said. I just want to tell you that the interests of my Flower Territory and the Empire are aligned. We rise and fall together. So, whatever help the Empire can give me, give it your all. That's right, that was Loy's purpose. What broke down Lord Robin Walter's defenses was that he no longer wanted to haggle over the price and instead went straight to the heart of the matter. Lord Robin Water nodded at first, unsurprised, but then shook his head. My lord, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. According to my orders, there's not much I can promise you. Seeing Loy frown slightly, he quickly added, it's not that the cabinet is unwilling to give, but that the Empire is truly powerless. At this point, he seemed to have given up entirely, stating bluntly, outsiders only see the Empire's successive victories, but the Empire's military strength has been completely drained. The stalemate on the Western Front has at least rendered 1 million troops immobile, although victories have been achieved on the Eastern Front. Even just maintaining those gains has consumed a significant amount of manpower. And then there's the Ottoman Kingdom on the Southern Front. Although the Empire has provided a large amount of supplies and magical weapons, and even dispatched magical submarines, that's because they simply can't spare any land forces. It's only because the Ottoman Kingdom has managed to hold on that the situation would be even worse. As he said this, he felt it wasn't quite right and added, however, while the Empire is in dire straits, those three countries aren't faring much better. The Bonaparte Empire is practically shattered, having lost millions of people. They want to develop magic energy industries, but they can't even find a decent industrial base. The Sardinian Kingdom wanted to prove itself and demonstrate its strength, but they ended up getting utterly humiliated by the Ottoman Kingdom, becoming a laughingstock. And then there's the Slavic Empire. That's a joke too, having lost both world wars. They have might, but they can't adapt to the new era. So, what we need to do now is wait, maintain the status quo, until they can't hold on any longer. Then victory will belong to the Empire. Loy's lips twitched. He really wanted to say that placing the hope of victory on the enemy's mistakes was itself a bigger mistake. But the words caught in her throat. I don't doubt the Empire's ultimate victory, but I want to know, what kind of support can the Empire provide this time? For example, sending a legion. Don't even think about it. What about the Silver Sea? Help me hold off the Sardinian fleet. That's probably difficult too, mainly because the Empire's most powerful weapons are stuck in the Aegean Sea and can't return. This won't work, that won't work. I just want to ask, what will work? Your Flower Territory doesn't lack ammunition and weapons, because your own production can meet your needs. What I can promise is that you can use the supplies meant for the Empire for the war effort first. That's it. Also, the Empire can intensify its offensive on the front lines, forcing them to cut off more troops. Loy was speechless, staring fixedly at Lord Robin Waters, her face filled with despair. Lord Robin Waters was also embarrassed, but still forced a smile and maintained his composure. Lord, you said, I need some peace and quiet, so I won't see you off. Is that all right? Then I'll be going. Lord Robin Waters left. At first, he managed to maintain his composure, but once outside the door, his steps quickened considerably, becoming increasingly hurried and disordered, as if he were fleeing. Loy smiled, all disappointment vanishing from his face, replaced by utter indifference. At that moment, Lelia, Hill Douglas, and Lady Linda emerged from the inner room. Lelia quickly walked to Loy's side and said, it seems the Empire can't be relied on. I never intended to rely on them anyway. Loy smiled and said, mountains crumble, rivers dry up, a person can only rely on themselves. Besides, we've prepared so meticulously for so long, Wasn't it all for a stunning debut? Hill, here, have you made contact with a tank regiment? Yes, we have. 300 tanks and a crew of 150 are already, just waiting for your order. Then let's wait a little longer. When the legions of the three great empires arrive, we'll give them a big surprise. I just hope they don't cry. As he said this, Loy laughed, his laughter filled with powerful confidence, which relaxed the three who had been somewhat tense. However, many thoughts flashed through Loy's mind at this moment. For example, if the empire is in such dire straits, will they lose? And after the king of land warfare makes his debut, he might attract even more covetousness. However, these distracting thoughts were suppressed. Right now, the priority was to deal with the combined forces of the three great empires. This battle was the true test for Flower territory. Only victory was allowed, defeat was not permitted. Chapter 484, Second Preparations. It should be said that when the three marquises launched their noble war, the reaction was intense only within the Flower territory. The outside world remained relatively calm. For example, the news from the Habs Empire was buried in the battle reports and didn't even attract the attention of the imperial cabinet. Similarly, kingdoms that traded with Roy, such as the Tudor dynasty, the Duchy of Joyo, and the Kingdom of Bourbon, didn't take it seriously. The reason was simple: they had absolute confidence in the Flower territory and didn't believe Roy would lose. The three marquises, on the other hand, were the epitome of overestimating their own abilities, simply courting defeat. This wasn't blind trust, rather, the Flower territory's outward display of wealth, resources, military strength, weaponry, and the number of powerful individuals was overwhelmingly superior. It was like an 8-year-old child facing an adult. No matter what methods the child used, it was just a matter of a well-prepared punch. Sometimes, you even had to worry about punching too hard and killing the person. Therefore, the three marquises' prolonged attacks actually had little impact on the Flower territory. Production continued as usual, trade continued as usual, with Siren Port busier than usual, its unloading and loading areas operating around the clock. Ship owners on the night shift were even offering triple wages to hire skilled porters. But this was merely out of fear that fighting would disrupt cargo transport, not because they thought Flower territory would lose. In the end, it was exactly as they had imagined. The three marquises were defeated in one battle, not even lasting 3 days. However, when the three great empires entered the fray, the situation immediately reversed, and everything changed. These were the three great empires. Even while still at war, the slightest hint of power they wielded was something Flower territory couldn't withstand. Suddenly, countless people panicked. The Embassy Street outside Lion Manor seemed to be in turmoil. Taverns, inns, and dance halls were filled with countless whispers and exchanges of information. At the same time, the threshold of Lion Manor was nearly worn down. Imperial Ambassador Lord Robin Waters was the fastest to arrive, demonstrating the speed at which the Imperial Intelligence Department gathered information, but he wasn't the only one to come. Next came the envoys from the Tudor dynasty. Their primary concern was naturally the magical weapons and processing machinery they had ordered. With the war underway, everything became uncertain. Could their orders be guaranteed? Could they be delivered on time? These were their biggest concerns. Moreover, they had placed deposits for these products, typically 30% of the total cost. This was no small sum. If the Flower territory fell and the Raymond family perished, what would become of this money? This wasn't an isolated case. Trade accounts often become increasingly complex as time goes on, with various situations intertwined, making them difficult to unravel. After the Tudor dynasty, many more envoys from duchies arrived. Some only wanted goods, some wanted deposits, some were gathering intelligence, and some simply wanted to profit. Yes, some wanted to take advantage of the Flower territory's preoccupation with its own problems and make a quick buck. To date, the Flower territory, besides being self-sufficient, has also sourced a significant amount of raw materials and components from abroad. The Raymond family naturally paid a deposit, though the amounts varied slightly from person to person, but generally around 30%. Seeing the Raymond family facing imminent disaster, they actually tried to take advantage of this deposit, using various excuses to delay payment. This situation infuriated Loy, especially since it wasn't just one or two people trying to do the same thing. It felt like everyone was kicking someone when they're down. After receiving several people, Loy completely lost his patience. With a wave of his hand, He issued an order: all orders with deposits returned would be fully refunded, without any deductions. However, for future business dealings with flower territory, all orders would be priced 20% higher, with no room for negotiation. Those who still trusted flower territory would receive goods based on the actual situation. For orders exceeding the time limit, flower territory would offer a maximum 20% discount. Furthermore, future business would still enjoy a 5% tariff reduction. As for those who defaulted on their orders from flower territory, they could either return their deposits and be fine, or, if they were greedy for the deposits and couldn't deliver the goods on time, they would be blacklisted by flower territory. Leaving aside accountability and retaliation, flower territory would refuse all future trade, regardless of the form. This news calmed many uproar. Whether they were optimistic, pessimistic, seeking refunds, or taking a gamble, they all had a definite answer. However, this also revealed flower territory's weakness: its small territory. A shortage of population could be addressed through reproduction, a lack of talent could be addressed through training, but the small territory meant a scarcity of resources. Large-scale imports would create dependence. If anything went wrong and supplies were cut off, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, Luo Yu was a person who liked to stockpile provisions, and besides grain reserves, he also had a considerable amount of various raw materials, ensuring uninterrupted production. However, besides these unpleasant situations, many others offered a helping hand. For example, Baron Miller wrote a letter stating that if needed, he could help Roy maneuver within the empire. He would use the name of the Petrovic family as collateral to try and attract the attention of the cabinet or His Majesty. Miller's love for the empire was unquestionable, and as the Minister of Railways, he was well aware of the difficult situation within the empire. Even so, his willingness to help showed how much he valued Roy as a friend. Roy was quite gratified to have such a friend, but he still declined. To reassure him, Roy even revealed that he had a trump card up his sleeve, telling him to just keep it to himself. His Majesty St. Bartholomew also summoned Roy for a deep discussion. He explained the empire's difficulties to Roy, but said he could offer Roy the greatest assistance in his personal capacity. Although he was only a 4th-tier peak mechanical mage, he could help Roy stop a legend if needed. Well, Roy had to admit that this promise dispelled the slight resentment he felt towards the empire's indifference. This man was kind, but he clearly didn't have high hopes for the flower territory and had already planned an escape route for Loy. This left Loy feeling helpless. For example, the Siren King Alexius sent word that if Loy needed it, the Siren tribe was willing to fight for him. In fact, he wasn't just saying it, the safety of the Lion Fleet on the Silver Sea was basically their responsibility. Alexius had even specially expanded an escort fleet, capable of summoning sea monsters to cause trouble at any time through the Siren Song. Over time, rumors even spread that the Flower Territory had acquired the method to summon sea monsters, causing countless pirates to avoid them. Moreover, the Siren tribe was no longer the small, insignificant force it once was. With wealth, resources, and the backing of the Flower Territory and Prince Irus, they were expanding extremely rapidly. The Siren King Alexius even consulted Loy and devised a system suitable for the sea race, encompassing management, balance, promotion, and rewards. As a result, the Siren tribe grew at an almost visible speed. If Loy needed it, Alexius could indeed inflict some damage on the Sardinian kingdom's navy and fleet. After all, the sea has a natural advantage when dealing with floating objects on the surface. And that doesn't even include Prince Irus of the Naga Empire's northeast province. He also didn't want to lose Loy as an ally, even promising that while he couldn't do anything on land, the sea creatures had the final say at sea. If necessary, he could completely block the Sardinian kingdom's navy, keeping them far away from Flower Territory. The only price was that Loy would have to send some mechanical mages to the seabed. Prince Irus needed them to experiment with magical machinery there. They were much more straightforward than the Habsburg Empire. But Loy only considered it briefly before refusing all offers. This was ultimately a war of nobles, with its own limits and scope. If other races were introduced, even the papacy might be alarmed. At that point, things might really get out of control. Most importantly, while others saw Flower Territory as being on the verge of collapse, for Loy, the real show was just beginning. In the following days, Luo Yu remained at the Lion Manor, using the communication network to deploy troops on various levels. First, he conscripted a large number of workers, militia, and able-bodied laborers, not intending to send them to the battlefield, but to construct and dig various types of fortifications, trenches, and barricades along the border of the Flower territory. Second, he allocated sufficient magical weapons, equipment, and medicine to various locations, preparing for a protracted war. Finally, he mobilized, arranged, and deployed tens of thousands of Imperial Guard troops. Of course, there were also magical tank regiments that secretly deployed in batches to various locations, hiding in secret passages. They were not under the command of the Imperial Guard troops, but were all under Luo Yi's sole command. To be honest, when the three marquises attacked the Flower territory, Luo Yi did not feel that his forces were stretched thin. 6,000 against 60,000, he dared to say that the advantage was on his side. But now, facing the pressure of the three great empires' military might, he felt that his forces were insufficient. As a relatively well-developed industrial region, Flower territory had no shortage of magical weapons and artillery shells. What it lacked, however, were skilled personnel to operate them, which frustrated Loy somewhat. Therefore, he had to forcibly conscript some workers who had awakened magical abilities, forming a reserve force and organizing them for intensive training. Ideally, they wouldn't be needed, but if they were, all they needed to do was load shells and activate their magic. Then, hundreds or even thousands of cannons firing simultaneously would be incredibly accurate and devastating. When poor, strike with precision. When rich, unleash overwhelming firepower. This saying, heard countless years ago, was now a golden rule here. It's worth mentioning that during this intense second round of preparations for war, Flower territory's intelligence system finally began to show results. The deployment of troops from the three great empires was gradually becoming clear. Chapter 485, Allied Forces. It must be said that the intelligence system of Flower territory is quite well developed. With Aang's original brotherhood as its core, it has grown rapidly after absorbing local gangs and a large number of social personnel. Its most distinctive feature is the clear separation of its intelligence gathering and operations departments. The operations department consists of the black-clad swordsmen, who are agile, skilled in fast swordsmanship, and after mastering basic meditation, are equipped with standard-issue magic-powered pistols and silencers. Infiltration is their forte. They can take over a heavily guarded manor silently. It's worth noting that most of their members are internally selected, especially the families and children of those in the intelligence department, who receive specialized training. As for the intelligence department, besides establishing 3 elite intelligence gathering teams deployed overseas, Aang has extended a large reach into the grassroots of society. Street vendors, elderly people buying groceries, and servants could all be their informants. The advantage of this is that it avoids attracting attention. Even someone as perceptive as a fourth-tier calamity wouldn't kill someone just because they glanced at them, would they? Thus, the Flower territory's spies were distributed throughout the region, in every corner. Even the residences of the recruited calamities were not spared from informants. This wasn't something Loy specifically instructed, but Aang had arranged everything perfectly. However, with most of their energy focused on internal development, the deployment outside the Flower territory wasn't as effective. There was no way around it, time was too short, and no matter how hard Aang tried, this was all he could do. Until the arrival of the faceless killer Ulysses changed this situation. The Flower territory had money, and the intelligence system received ample funding. Coupled with the cooperation of Ulysses, the head of intelligence, the assimilation and integration were relatively easy. Although, again due to the short time frame, Aang hadn't yet been able to firmly imprint the Raymond family's mark on this intelligence network, its inherent operating principles still allowed them to maintain efficient intelligence gathering. Moreover, the Morwick family was originally established in the Kingdom of Sardinia, and this was their most elite unit. They even placed clerks in the Sardinian cabinet, thus obtaining accurate information about the troop deployment at the earliest opportunity. The cabinet had already decided to send the kingdom's 39th division to this battle. This infantry division, withdrawn from the battlefields of the Bonaparte Empire, had suffered heavy losses, but after replenishment, reorganization, and retraining, it was now a fully fledged, battle-hardened division. Its total strength was approximately 10,000, including 6 regiments and logistical support units, as well as a field artillery battalion and 3 magical firearms battalions. It was a mixed force of magical weapons and melee weapons, a military system commonly used by the Allied forces at this stage. There was no other way, they were not the Habsburg Empire after all. Without decades of widespread education, it was already quite an achievement to gather so many magic apprentices. Even so, these magic apprentices were far from standard magical artillerymen. Being able to fire cannons proficiently was already a feat. In terms of physical fitness, tactical skills, and ballistic calculation, they were far inferior. But this was compared to the Empire's main battle legions. If viewed across the entire Old World, it would be considered a strong army. Of course, that alone wasn't enough to ensure success. Therefore, Her Majesty the Queen conscripted a truly extraordinary knightly order, the Coastal Knights. The Kingdom of Sardinia was known for its long coastline, which for a long time suffered from pirate raids. These pirates could land almost anywhere uninhabited, loot and pillage, and then retreat, making them extremely difficult to capture. Therefore, the Sardinian royal family spearheaded the formation of the Coastal Knights, selecting exceptionally skilled knights to patrol the coastline continuously, eliminating pirates. It should be said that at one point, the Coastal Knights were quite powerful, gathering many strong knights and possessing an excellent training system and tiered structure, a place every Sardinian man aspired to from childhood. At its peak, it even approached the ranks of the top 10 knightly orders, second only to the Knights of the Round Table within the Kingdom of Sardinia. However, with the continuous expansion of the Kingdom of Sardinia and the explosive development of its navy, pirates no longer dared to plunder. Consequently, the strength of the Coastal Knights significantly declined, far from its peak, but it remained a renowned extraordinary knightly order. The battlefield at Bonaparte had already demonstrated that while knights were outdated, extraordinary knights, protected by their aura, could still pose a significant threat. Even so, Her Majesty the Queen wasn't satisfied and privately sponsored another mage corps, the Palm Mage Corps. Compared to the transparent information surrounding the Coast Knights, the Palm Mage Corps was quite mysterious. All that was known was that it was founded with the patronage of Queen Victoria, its history relatively short, but its strength was undeniable. Even in this noble war, where the involvement of fourth-tier calamities required caution, the power a complete mage corps could unleash was still terrifying. Moreover, the corps' primary focus was meditation, their spellcasting tendencies, their magical proficiency, and their trump cards. All of this information was unknown. As for the higher-level calamity experts being conscripted, that was beyond the clerk's reach. Whether legendary figures were involved was even more crucial. It could be said that the sheer number of troops dispatched by the Kingdom of Sardinia was enough to send chills down the spines of those who knew. They felt the destruction of the Raymond family was drawing ever closer. And this was only one of the 3 leaders of the Allied forces. The second accurate report arrived from the Bonaparte Empire's intelligence department. Although they couldn't directly send troops to help, Lord Robin Water managed to secure intelligence support. Under the Empire's intelligence network, the affairs of the Bonaparte cabinet were also thoroughly investigated. It should be said that while the overall situation on the Bonaparte battlefield was stalemate, it didn't mean the fighting had stopped. There were no major battles, but small skirmishes occurred daily. At this time, it wasn't easy to mobilize a fully fledged legion. It could easily give the Empire an opportunity. Therefore, Marshal Joffre of Bonaparte chose another method, drawing troops piecemeal from the long front lines, adding some new recruits, and forming new divisions. This was the Bonaparte Empire's 13th Division, with a total strength of about 10,000 men, comprising 5 regiments plus logistical support personnel. It was also equipped with a field artillery battalion and 4 magic-powered rifle battalions as its main force. Marshal Joffre's method was naturally good, drawing a little from one side and some from another. The number of soldiers was small and wouldn't affect the defensive line, and those who could be drawn were all elite soldiers. The only problem was that this required more time for organization, coordination, and training. Therefore, this work had been carried out several months ago, dating back to before the 3 marquises launched their noble war against the Flower Territory. What is this called? This is called premeditated planning. However, this newly formed legion alone was far from enough. Therefore, the great Bonaparte III sent the Imperial Eagle Knights, one of the 10 extraordinary knightly orders of the Old World. If the Coast Knights, at the peak, touched the edge of the 10 knightly orders, then the Imperial Eagle Knights had been at the top of the rankings for years. The Imperial Eagle Knights, also known as the Royal Guardian Knights, were mainly responsible for protecting the safety of the royal family members and accompanying them in wars. It could be divided into 2 parts, Ground Knights and Sky Knights. The ground knights rode giant rock stags, and apart from slightly lacking endurance, their attack, speed, and carrying capacity were all maxed out. As for the sky knights, they ride giant eagles, unique among flying mounts. Intelligent, fierce, and highly coordinated, these eagles possess formidable strength. In sufficient numbers, they even dare to challenge dragons. The name Imperial Eagles originates from this, and their banner is a soaring eagle. Those who can protect the Bonaparte royal family are at least third-tier transcendents. Therefore, this is a true transcendent knight order. Members below the third tier are not qualified to enter. It is only because the Bonaparte Empire has numerous powerful figures and a deep foundation that so many transcendent knights could be gathered. However, this also reveals the Bonaparte royal family's predicament. They simply cannot spare other organized legions, and thus have sent their own guard knight order. It is worth mentioning that the Empire's intelligence network is impressive. There is clear information that a legendary figure is involved, seemingly the Green Dragon Knight Quentin Parkinson, who is about to arrive. As for the farthest Slavic Empire, the information was rather mixed. Lloyd finally confirmed it only after verifying information from the Freud family, Imperial Intelligence, and even the McKinley family. This time, the force that arrived was the Slavic First Army Group, the newly formed Royal 4th Division. If one were to name a typical example of an empire that suffered repeated defeats since the start of the Old World Wars, the Slavic Empire would undoubtedly be at the top. Some even say it lowered the prestige of the Old World's dominant empires. They argue that it only benefited from its vast territory, sparse population, and harsh environment, otherwise, it would have been partitioned long ago. This statement is somewhat biased, but it has some merit. This newly formed Royal 4th Division was selected from among these defeated soldiers. The Slavs are not lacking in courage, and those who survived the various wars were all familiar with magical weapons. They were the Empire's most skilled warriors, veterans who had survived countless battles and escaped death. Of course, the Empire still equipped them with ample field artillery, magical firearms, and magic apprentices. The magical weapons purchased from the Flower territory were used to arm a field artillery battalion and 3 magical rifle battalions before arriving in the Flower territory. It was somewhat ironic. As for the show of force, the Tsar sent the Fiery Knights, one of the 10 great knightly orders. The most noteworthy feature of this knightly order was their mounts, the uniformly high-level magical beasts, the Fiery Komodo. Commodus are magical beasts that resemble a combination of a rhinoceros and a crocodile, covered in scales, possessing incredible endurance, and generally weighing over a ton. They are terrifying when charging and have a violent temper. When not provoked, they are relatively docile, but if angered, they can use their single horn to smash you to pieces at 60 miles per hour. This knightly order was specially trained, uniformly practicing the fiery breathing technique. Upon reaching the 3rd level of transcendence, their battle aura resembled flames, radiating high temperatures and possessing some of the power of 4th level fire battle aura. Then, they mastered a special secret technique that allowed them to infuse their own battle aura into the bodies of Komodo beasts, forming the Fiery Hell Komodo, thus creating the ultimate form of the Fiery Hell Knights. Their formidable combat power was undeniable. Historically, no matter how inept the Slavs were on the battlefield, the Fiery Hell Knights were never among them. Most remarkably, this battle aura technique was reciprocal. The Fiery Hell battle aura infused into the Komodo beasts would also transfer the magic power within the Commodus to the Knights. As a result, these Fiery Hell Knights also possessed some scattered magic power. While controlling it, inscribing magic runes, and releasing magic was somewhat difficult, it was sufficient to activate magic-powered weapons. Therefore, the Tsar had already equipped the Fiery Hell Knights with magic-powered firearms in addition to their main weapons. Among these were many Maxim heavy machine guns that Roy had sold. When this news arrived, even Roy, who was quite confident, felt somewhat numb. Clearly, the 3 giants had discussed it beforehand, and the forces they dispatched were nearly equal. Moreover, they had no intention of concentrating their forces for a decisive battle with Luo Yi. Instead, they launched an attack from the west, south, and east. This time, almost everyone believed that Flower territory was in grave danger. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486, where the military force points. If the mobilization and marching of the three marquises were sluggish and maddeningly slow, then the actions of the three allied powers were incredibly swift. From receiving the plea for help, they first accepted the allegiance of the three marquises, then passed a cabinet resolution with lightning speed, from transmitting orders to the relevant legions to completing mobilization, from allocating supplies and food to preparing to depart. The entire process took less than 10 days. This not only vividly demonstrated the efficiency of the three powers in war, but also revealed their urgent desire. The People's Daily of the Habsburg Empire published extensive analyses of this, all from the empire's perspective, offering merciless satire. However, some of their points were quite valid. This was a blatant, naked act of plunder, a premeditated and planned looting by feudal remnants who, realizing they could not easily acquire industrial resources, attempted to rapidly accumulate industrial strength and strike a blow against the empire through this war of plunder. Although they tried their best to embellish and package it, any discerning person could see their evil intentions. This was destined to fail, just as powerful magical weapons would crush the corrupt knights with cannon fire and bullets. This article from the Imperial People's Daily received considerable attention. Though it was condemned as heresy within the Allied forces, their every action was in accordance with the noble code. However, it still had a significant impact on the observing nations, especially the Tudor dynasty and the Duchy of Joao, whose rulers were also considering whether such plunder would fall upon them. Of course, sometimes the media is crucial. Shocking words can liberate thought, and only with liberated thought can change be sought. But often, however, media isn't so important. Because no matter how brilliant the article, how many cheers and approvals it garners, war will inevitably come. In the Kingdom of Sardinia, in the city of Bremen, banners fluttered in the wind at sea, and countless large warships waited silently. On the harbor, soldiers in green uniforms marched in long lines, one after another, into the ship in a serpentine formation. A full orchestra played, the drums and gongs resounding, filling the air with a sense of fervor and making these soldiers of the Empire's 39th Army stand even taller and prouder. It was as if they were going to accomplish an unparalleled feat, not to die on a battlefield. Of course, occasionally, they would glance to the side, their eyes filled with undisguised envy and resentment. That was also a warship, but larger and more luxurious, carrying fewer people, and even having their own private cabins. Most outrageous of all, a small banquet was being held on the ship's railing. The kingdom's coastal knights had removed their armor, donned various luxurious garments, and were socializing and eating and drinking. Many women dressed as noblewomen moved among the crowd, sometimes laughing and chatting, sometimes exchanging a few words, attracting the attention of countless knights. The banquet featured fresh vegetables, roasted meat, thick soup, and desserts, with bottles of wine being opened one after another. Occasionally, one or two people dressed as magicians could be seen moving among them. These were mages from the Palm Mage Guild, who, despite their initial haughtiness, were now trying to blend in. Meanwhile, on the shore, in a secluded corner, a beautiful woman with innate nobility and a regal air watched this scene intently, her expression somewhat displeased. Beside her, a burly man in his 40s with a few gray hairs at his temples, inwardly groaned at the sight. He glanced furtively at the beautiful woman's expression, and after a long pause, he finally said, "The little ones have been a bit mischievous, Your Majesty. I'll go and reprimand them." "Never mind," the beautiful woman said, her voice pleasant and resonant. "I know these people from the coast knights are all promising talents sent by various families, mostly here to gain experience. If you discipline them too harshly, their families won't agree. If you discipline them too leniently, they'll become even more indulgent. Earl Howard Xavier, you've had it tough too." These few words almost brought Earl Howard Xavier to tears. He lowered his head and said, "It's my incompetence that has disappointed you." The beautiful woman waved her hand dismissively and said, "Whether you lack ability or don't want to offend anyone, this battle was fought for by you, and I've given you the opportunity. I only have one request for you, General Dino Lewis. He fought terribly in the Ottoman Kingdom, making me lose all face. If you end up like him in this battle, don't come back. Or perhaps the Xavier family will fall." Having said all she needed to say, the beautiful woman turned and left without another word. Only the Grand Commander of the Coastal Knights, the acting commander of the newly formed 39th Division, and Earl Howard Xavier, the commander-in-chief of the operation against Flower Territory, remained, his face alternating between pale and flushed. When he looked up again at the knights having a barbecue party on the warship, A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. No matter what, the Xavier family could not fall. Therefore, Flower territory had to be destroyed. Elsewhere, the same military force was directed at a different target. East of the Bonaparte Empire, Coral Harbor. This was an important port still under the Bonaparte Empire's control, handling the transshipment of large amounts of supplies and troops, a solid and reliable rear base. The Bonaparte Empire's elite navy is stationed and patrols here. Mages constantly monitor the underwater situation. Swift eagles soar through the sky, and in the void, 3 magical eyes imbued with truth magic continuously monitor the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. All this is to protect the safety of this coral harbor. At this moment, on the harbor shore, an old man with a long, upturned mustache, a slightly overweight face, and puffy eyes, as if he hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time, is rambling on with instructions. General Fackwood, you are someone I strongly recommended. I have high hopes for your abilities. I even forbade the appointment of the Grand Master of the Imperial Eagle Knights and instead recommended you as the Commander-in-Chief of this war, because I believe you can bring me victory. This is not an order, but a plea from the Bonaparte Empire. This battle is extremely important to us. Only by capturing the industry and talent of the Flower territory and successfully replicating them can we reverse the tide on the battlefield and seize an opportunity. However, although I have never met this illegitimate son, Roy, I have the most detailed information on him on my desk. I have reviewed it many times, and the more I read, the more I feel that this boy is exceptionally capable. Therefore, you must not be careless in this battle. I need you to treat this enemy with the same attitude you have towards me. Do not give him any chance to retaliate. If necessary, joining forces and compromising with the other 2 great empires is also acceptable. He seemed to be getting old. He was rambling on and on, almost annoyingly so, but the person listening to his instruction showed no impatience whatsoever. He was a middle-aged general in a crisp military uniform, with thin cheeks and slightly high cheekbones. Even standing there, he exuded a strong stench of blood and gunpowder. His hand was always on the hilt of his sword, as if ready to unleash a powerful blade of battle aura at any moment. Yet, as strong and proud as he was, he bowed his head before the bloated old man. That was because this seemingly unremarkable old man was a formidable figure who, despite the technological and manpower disadvantages, and having already lost half of his territory, had managed to maintain an undefeated record. Marshal Joffre of the Bonaparte Empire. At this moment, the perspective shifted, revealing countless warships from Sardinia lined up in an orderly fashion on the vast sea where the sky met the sea. Squads of soldiers, like long dragons, boarded the warships. In the sky, giant eagles with wingspans of over 10 meters soared, occasionally letting out long cries, or swooping down, skimming the surface of the sea, and then soaring back into the sky, their talons already clutching their catch. On another warship, the cries of deer echoed continuously, and one could see robust, rock-horned deer nervously thrashing their hooves, making a clanging sound. Norman Duchy, Marcus Carlyle's territory, Great Castle. This was the core of the Carlyle-Marcus family's territory, but at this moment, even Marcus Carlyle himself was confined to one place, only able to stare intently at the busy mages before him, daring not to do anything. Before him, at least 6 4th-tier cataclysm mages each occupied a corner, their surging magic power overwhelming, vaguely constructing a 6-pointed star magic circle, seemingly isolating this area from the outside world. Then, dozens, even hundreds, of mages were busy drawing magic circles, inscribing magic runes, placing materials, and constructing outlines, working with great enthusiasm. They had clearly coordinated many times, exhibiting excellent discipline. Although it looked chaotic, there was order within the chaos. Until they finished their work, a huge crescent-shaped moon gate appeared, and the magic power of the 6 cataclysm mages suddenly poured in, gradually activating it. Then, one after another, demonic runes lit up, eventually transforming into a black abyss as vast as the sea. It was clearly a moon gate erected out of thin air, yet its interior was as dark as eternal night. Until, a ripple spread from the center, transforming into waves that engulfed the entire moon gate. Then, a ferocious head covered in scales emerged, its eyes bloodshot, surveying the surroundings with a palpable killing intent. Its body was enormous, covered in grayish-brown scales, its 4 hooves adorned with sharp claws, each step leaving cracks in the ground. And riding on its back was a burly knight, resembling a king. He wore a bearskin cloak, with no undergarments beneath. revealing his muscular chest and sharply defined abs. His hair was wild and unruly, his eyes defiant, scanning the crowd as if looking at them, yet utterly ignoring them, his contempt as utter as dirt. He led the fiery prison Komodo beast forward, leaping across the high ground and surveying the surroundings as if on guard against everyone. Behind him followed the powerful fiery prison knights, filing out in single file, the rugged Slavs, unleashing their aura with unbridled abandon, and countless soldiers, weapons in hand, ready to die. The Slavic Empire was ultimately too far from the Flower Territory. If they were to traverse the various countries of the Old World to reach their destination, it would be too late. Therefore, they deployed their most skilled magic array masters, the cataclysmic mages, to set up this large-scale long-range teleportation array. As for why they chose Great Castle? Naturally, it was because it was the core territory of the Carlisle family, safe enough. However, Slavs didn't like to carry much baggage in war, they always looted wherever they went. Therefore, the Carlisle Marquisate suffered greatly. Heading west, everything they passed was looted, slaughtered, and burned. As for Marcus Carlisle's protest, it was ignored by the Allied High Command. Earl Wick, however, was the most astute. He quickly cleared a straight path and stocked the route with ample food, meat, and wine. His sensible actions even made the Flame Knights feel embarrassed to rob him. Their ultimate target was Frost Moon Canyon. At this point, the three major Allied forces each dispatched their troops, almost simultaneously, about to land in Flower Territory. Their armies swept across the land like autumn leaves in the wind, their killing intent filing the sky. P.S. Thank you so much for your blessings and monthly tickets, I'm very happy. This chapter was written in my spare time. I originally wanted to finish it late last night, but even after drinking a Red Bull, I couldn't resist the sleepiness. I only just finished revising it, please forgive me. Chapter 487, Schemes and Maneuvering. On the Silver Sea, dozens of warships formed a wedge-shaped assault formation, sailing at high speed with a momentum to crush everything in their path. In the largest and most luxurious flagship, Earl Howard Xavier, Grand Commander of the Coastal Knights and Commander-in-Chief of the Kingdom of Sardinia, stood silently before a magic mirror. In the fishing port of Crab Island in the Marquisate of Castro, the Bonaparte soldiers, having landed, arrogantly drove out the port's inhabitants and brutally occupied the town. The Marquis of Castro, who had rushed there, was helpless against the angry yet hopeful eyes of his homeless people. He could only console himself that at least these Bonaparte soldiers weren't looting with the same unbridled plundering as the Slavs. Also in the heart of Crab Island fishing port, in the largest manor, General Fackwood, Commander-in-Chief of the 13th Bonaparte Division, also stood before a magic mirror. In the westernmost part of the Marquisate of Wick, on the grasslands, the busy Wick people dispersed like a tide, fleeing as if in flight. Only the newly built camp, large enough to accommodate 10,000 men, remained, and was taken over by the newly formed 113th Division of the Slavic Empire. The powerful Flame Prison Knights stormed in without restraint, and after confirming there was no danger and there was plenty of food, they let out a deafening laugh. The laughter was full of mockery and sarcasm, making Count Wick, who was leaving, look grim. Even with his timidity and caution, he cursed inwardly, cursing these Slavs, wishing they all died far from home. Looking west from this camp, the horizon stretched to the steep, undulating mountains of the steppe and narrow, winding mountain paths. The castle of Frost Moon Valley lay between the two steepest peaks. Of course, despite their pride, the soldiers of the 113th Division of the Slavic Empire still demonstrated sufficient professionalism, quickly completing their deployment and security arrangements. In the center of the camp, in the most luxurious and conspicuous tent, Duke Aquinas Graham, the powerful, arrogant, and young commander of the newly formed 113th Division and Grand Commander of the Infernal Knights, stood before a magic mirror. When the mirror activated, a massive amount of magic flowed into it, spreading outwards. In the endless void, three subtle streams of magic interacted, intertwined, adjusted, and synchronized, ultimately linking perfectly. The invisible magic transformed into a flow of information, using the three magic eyes as base stations, connecting with each other, and then, after being processed by the mirror, presented to everyone. The mirror then lit up, displaying three sets of images, three generals, commanders of their armies, each standing proudly. Perhaps they needed to maintain awe before the true leaders of the Allied forces, but their eye contact revealed a deep-seated dislike and a competitive spirit. Even General Fackwood, who had received earnest instructions from Marshal Joffre, showed no fear at this moment, his head practically reaching for the sky. However, he still had reservations. Seeing the silence grow longer and the atmosphere increasingly oppressive, and considering the situation back home and Marshal Joffre's hardships, he sighed inwardly and spoke first. Duke Aquinas Graham, Earl Howard Xavier, I believe you are well aware of the immense significance of this battle. If we lose, no matter what backing or background we have, we will be unable to explain ourselves upon returning home. Therefore, I hope we can cooperate sincerely, at least during this campaign, communicating and cooperating with each other to put as much pressure on the Flower territory as possible. His words broke the deadlock, and the other two lowered their heads, beginning to think seriously. Duke Aquinas Graham was the first to respond. Cooperation is fine, communication is fine, but anyone who wants to command me is a joke. I will not allow the Knights of the Inferno and the Imperial Legion to be at the mercy of outsiders. Earl Howard Xavier nodded in agreement. That makes sense, and that's what I was thinking too. The interests of the Kingdom of Sardinia are inviolable. So, what else is there to discuss? Yes. Why not? General Fackwood displayed his shrewdness. Compared to the other two nobles, he had risen through the ranks from the bottom. If it weren't for this war breaking down class barriers, even a merchant son with considerable strength would never have risen to the rank of general and been valued by Marshal Joffre. He possessed a greater degree of worldly wisdom and shrewdness than these nobles. He slapped his thigh and said, for example, we all need to clearly define our command authority and ensure absolute control over our own legions. Isn't that reaching a consensus? Upon hearing this, the other two were taken aback, but after a moment's thought, it seemed to make perfect sense. General Fackwood immediately pressed his advantage, saying, I propose that the three of us form a supreme command team for the operation against Flower territory, with all orders issued by the team. This would represent the unified will of the three empires. Earl Howard Xavier nodded almost instinctively, but then shook his head, thinking of something, and said, You're not thinking of some kind of three-person decision-making process where only the one with the most votes is implemented, are you? No, no, no. Only if all three of us vote unanimously will it be implemented. If anyone raises an objection, then we'll shelve it or abandon it. What if I insist on carrying out the plan? That's your own business. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Do what you want. Duke Aquinas Graham was somewhat puzzled, but what's the use of doing that? It's very useful. For example, we can reach a non-aggression pact to prevent unnecessary conflicts after the war begins. That way, you and I can both feel more at ease and focus on fighting the enemy. If that's the case, it makes a lot of sense. That does make some sense. General Fackwood pressed his advantage. For example, the Flower territory is very wealthy, but too much money can be blinding. How should we divide the spoils? There's a proper way. Robbery is robbery. What's with all this talk about dividing spoils? It's disgusting, high-sounding nonsense, Duke Aquinas Graham retorted with disdain. But then, changing the subject, he added, wealth, machinery, even talent, whoever seizes it, keeps it. General Fackwood immediately followed suit, saying, Your Grace is right. Whoever seizes it keeps it. So, we've reached a consensus. Whoever enters Brussels first, what they get, is theirs. We don't allow internal looting. You both agree, right? Upon hearing this, Duke Aquinas Graham's expression became somewhat uneasy. Stealing from someone else isn't inherently wrong, even from allies. But he himself had said it, and there was the so-called non-aggression pact in place. He had trapped himself in the situation. At this moment, all he could say was, That's right. Earl Howard Xavier nodded as well, saying, I agree. All right, since everyone agrees, it means that the establishment of this three-person command group is indeed extremely necessary. I hereby announce that the first plenary meeting of the three-person command group is officially beginning. The first item on the agenda is, when do you all plan to launch the war? General Fackwood paused briefly, then continued, Let me first explain my plan. I have already landed and will march north from Marcus Castro's territory, heading straight for the territory of Flower territory. The war is expected to begin in 3 days. Hearing this, the other two could only follow suit. Earl Howard Xavier paused for a moment, then said, I'm still 2 days sailing from the west coast of Flower territory. 2 days later, the warships will bombard us, creating a firepower barrage, and the Mage Corps will cast spells to clear the underwater torpedoes, then we'll proceed with the amphibious assault. Duke Aquinas Graham pondered for only a moment before immediately replying, I will cross Frost Moon Canyon and break through Flower territory's defenses head-on. giving that bastard a shock. So, I expect it to be 2 days from now, then, may we have a resounding victory, unstoppable, invincible, ha 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 ha. The three laughed, their laughter filled with merriment, but how much was genuine, how much was feigned, how much was calculated, only heaven knew. Until the magic mirror dimmed, severing the connection, the three who had just been laughing all stopped smiling. In the command post at Crab Island Fishing Port, the adjutant asked, somewhat puzzled, General, is it all right for us to leak our battle plan? General Fackwood looked confused. When did I leak it? Then what did you just say? I didn't lie to them, but I only mentioned the time, not the attack location. So what if the information leaked? The adjutant thought about it and suddenly realized, General, you're brilliant, just a little trick. Howard's aviator saw through it too, so he only mentioned the time, not the location. Of course, the time can be faked if needed, but why should we do that? Of course, it's to get a certain Grand Duke to take the initiative. The flower territory is strong, and its industry is advanced. Its only weakness is insufficient manpower and lack of combat experience. But that bastard's strength shouldn't be underestimated, so someone has to pave the way for us first, attracting attention and manpower. Seeing that his adjutant was still somewhat confused, he added, we agreed that whoever takes it keeps it. Given the Slavic nature, do you think they'll stay put? So, the talk about starting the war in 2 days is just a lie. I reckon that guy will be impatient by tomorrow at the latest. General, you're brilliant, this time. The adjutant's praise was genuine. Meanwhile, just as General Fackwood had predicted, Duke Aquinas Graham could no longer contain himself. After only 3 minutes of contemplation, as the magic mirror's light dimmed, he immediately jumped up. Lieutenant. Lieutenant, yes, Commander, what are your orders? Pass the word, quickly prepare food and get some rest. We'll attack immediately tomorrow morning. The lieutenant hesitated slightly. But Frost Moon Canyon is indeed difficult to breach, the mountains are too steep. Should we wait for the siege equipment? No need. Tell the warriors that tomorrow, I will personally lead the Infernal Knights as the vanguard to clear the way. One battle, and victory. Flower territory is also famously wealthy. Once we enter, they can take whatever they want. Yes, sir, this time. The lieutenant's reply seemed to shatter the roof, his eyes even turning slightly bloodshot. P.S. Rushing along, it's still past midnight, sigh. Chapter 488, Defeat is imminent. The next day, in the morning. Approaching October, in the fading heat of late summer and early autumn, a cold wind suddenly arose. Though not strong, it seemed to penetrate clothing, chilling to the bone, instilling a sense of melancholy. This weather, coupled with the mournful sound of horns, created a chilling atmosphere that permeated the air. Duke Aquinas Graham, true to his word, had been the vanguard. He ate breakfast early, drank 2 bottles of red wine, and, feeling his blood boiling, mounted his fiery komodo and rode out of the camp. Behind him followed a group of wildly styled knights, equally urging their mounts on, keeping close behind. In modern warfare, command is far more important than morale. No general needs to be the first to charge into battle. Even in this extraordinary world, where individual strength can be unimaginably powerful, unless one is a legendary figure, one still fears being surrounded. Being trapped in a large army's encirclement will still leave one exhausted and drained of fighting spirit. Ultimately, they died without a complete corpse. Therefore, Duke Aquinas Graham's action seemed somewhat frivolous. But what could they do? This was a Slavic legion. They revered strength and, even more so, courage. If their commander lacked martial prowess, they would be easily bullied. But if their commander was strong and brave enough, they would be willing to follow to the death. The result was that after the Knights of the Infernal, large numbers of newly formed soldiers from the 113th Division converged. Without even being urged, they simply took up their weapons, formed ranks, and pressed forward relentlessly. It's worth mentioning that among them were some new talents, 2 battalions of magic gunners and an artillery battalion. They used outdated Imperial Standard magic-powered rifles, with decent range and accuracy, but the only drawback was manual loading, making reloading slow. Don't underestimate this one flaw. Compared to the Garand semi-automatic rifle, it was far inferior. On the battlefield, shooting accuracy is important, but it's not as crucial as the advantage of striking first. The bullet's destructive power is inherent, unless one is a third-tier transcendent being. They need to project their battle aura for defense. Otherwise, a single bullet can be fatal, killing everyone without warning. Therefore, The most important thing is always to gain the initiative, suppress enemy fire, establish a fire network, or bombard the enemy with artillery. The 113th Division does have field artillery, barely enough to form a battalion, and they were using 3rd and 4th generation magic-powered cannons, which have considerable range and reloading difficulties. They're far inferior to even the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Bonaparte Empire, let alone the Habsburg Empire. This is all the Slavs can offer, demonstrating the Slavs' relatively underdeveloped magic-powered army. However, sometimes, a sufficient number of powerful individuals can overcome any disadvantage. Such a large commotion was naturally noticed in Frost Moon Canyon. At this time, the one guarding the area is still Grand Knight Vincent Ackerman. However, with the reorganization of the Lion Legion and the establishment of the 1st Royal Guard of the Flower Territory, the title of Grand Knight Commander no longer represented a specific position. Yet, Vincent Ackerman remained one of the Flower Territory's most outstanding commanders. Progressing alongside the Royal Guard's development and expansion, he issued a battle order the moment he detected enemy movement. On the cliff face, the camouflage was removed, revealing the dark cannon barrels. Well-trained Royal Guard soldiers quickly loaded and calibrated the cannons, aiming them at the distant flame knights and making minor adjustments. On the castle in Frost Moon Canyon, machine guns were set up at intervals, and grenades were placed within easy reach. Further inside the castle, a specially constructed platform housed field cannons glowing with magical light, shells loaded and their trajectories calculated long ago. These cannons could cover the entire mountain path and extend forward to the artillery area outside the mountain. Under the barrage of artillery fire, a direct assault would be incredibly difficult. With Vincent Ackerman's order, the 3 field guns on the cliff opened fire first. The earth trembled with a deafening roar, rocks tumbled down, and amidst the billowing smoke, 3 shells each traced an arc, precisely striking the fiery knights. This single act demonstrated the artillery skills they had mastered through long training and study. Duke Aquinas Graham's response was remarkably simple, bordering on unadorned. He didn't consider retreating. Instead, he focused on the shells and slashed his bullhorn battle axe through the air. A bright blade of battle aura flashed, directly breaking through the 100-meter limit of a transcendent expert, then strangely splitting into 3, slicing the shells down hundreds of meters away. The shells exploded in midair, sending countless fragments flying and dust billowing. But the distance was too great, they couldn't harm the young duke. However, behind the castle, the rows of magic-powered field cannon seemed to receive a signal and opened fire in succession. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens, even hundreds, of shells, tracing arcs through the billowing smoke, hurtled towards the fiery knights. But the next second, the Grand Duke suddenly raised his hand, his bullhorn battle axe pointing to the sky, his body erupting with fiery red battle aura, waves of heat spreading outwards. Behind him, the fiery knights also raised their weapons high, their fiery red battle auras blazing, twisting and radiating intense heat as if covering the earth, like a vast, raging inferno. Then, almost in unison with the young Grand Duke, they swung their weapons, slashing through the air. Dozens of battle aura slashes tore through the air, carrying intense heat and shrieks, intercepting the shells in midair. A series of explosions erupted in midair, destruction accompanied by bursts of battle aura, like a magnificent fireworks display, dazzling and dangerous yet beautiful. At this moment, Vincent Ackerman's expression changed drastically on the castle. His previously calm heart plummeted into despair, filled with bitterness. Extraordinary, all of them extraordinary. As far as the eye could see, among the 120 knights of the Flame Prison Knights, not a single one was below the 3rd rank. The young Grand Duke, seemingly only at the peak of the 3rd rank, was definitely, like Earl Roy, a practitioner of some kind of sacred technique. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly control so many powerful figures. He had originally been extremely confident in defending this castle, he had fought countless battles here and knew it intimately. He believed that with the upgraded cannons, he could keep any enemy out. But now, he knew he had been careless. In this world, there was a tactic that didn't play games, but rather a complete and utter crushing of strength. Bombard. Bombard. Don't stop, fire. Realizing what had happened, Vincent Ackerman issued the order, his voice becoming shrill without him even noticing. In fact, without his orders, the various artillery positions were already firing continuously. Shells were loaded, sealed, infused with magic, and activated. In an instant, smoke filled the air, and the roar was incessant, as if all the shells had been unleashed. This was what they had learned in the military camp: if the enemy was too powerful, don't worry about precision, just fire all the shells in the shortest time possible. When outnumbered, use tactical flanking maneuvers. When outnumbered, use overwhelming firepower. That's the principle. They were absolutely executing Luo Yi's tactical thinking strictly. Unfortunately, this time the enemy was far too numerous and too overwhelming. Suddenly, dozens of figures shot into the sky, their bodies ablaze with fiery red battle aura, their battle aura wings unfurling behind them. With a single vibration, they soared into the heavens. Extraordinary combat skill, battle aura wings. Don't think this combat skill is laughable. In fact, learning and mastering it is the transition from ground unit to aerial combat powerhouse. They climbed higher and higher, until they were over 1,000 meters away, completely out of range, then moved to above the gun emplacements before swooping down again. The 3 gun emplacements on the cliff, also equipped with heavy machine guns, angrily fired into the sky, creating a crossfire. But it was useless, utterly useless. The bullets bounced off the seemingly solid aura defenses. As they drew near, a powerful aura slash, a fiery crescent blade, sliced through the cliff face. The artillerymen and soldiers caught in the blast were overwhelmed with almost no resistance. After doing all this, they climbed again, reaching 1,000 meters in the air, and continued their descent. This time, they aimed at the castle in the canyon, at the continuously firing gun emplacements. At this moment, even though the Imperial Guard soldiers had raised their heavy machine guns and pointed them to the sky, even though the 5 extraordinary knights, led by Vincent Ackerman, had raised their weapons and unleashed their aura, their eyes still betrayed an undisguised panic. At that moment, below, on the mountain path, the remaining Flame Knights used their battle aura to form shields, blocking the way, and then urged their Flame Komodo beasts onto the path. Don't be fooled by the fact that Komodo beasts are supposed to be clumsy. In fact, with the enhancement of their complementary battle auras, they were as agile as cheetahs, leaping and avoiding rolling stones and rugged terrain. Their masters would occasionally unleash a battle aura slash, blocking all the artillery shells. And as they approached, behind them, the newly formed 113th Division Artillery Battalion was also busy calibrating and loading shells, pulling along their heavy field guns. Yes, their range was limited, but if they closed in, they could still inflict damage. At that moment, a communications soldier rushed out and handed Vincent Ackerman the handset of a walkie-talkie. Vincent Ackerman didn't hesitate, taking it directly, and heard a familiar, youthful voice on the other end of the line. "Vincent, how is the battle going?" Vincent Ackerman pursed his lips, finally speaking amidst the smoke and roar of the battlefield. "The Infernal Knights are formidable, boasting over 100 third-tier transcendent experts. They truly deserve their place among the top 10 knightly orders on the continent. They've chosen a tactic of air raids and infantry advance. The cliff fortifications have been destroyed. We don't expect to hold out for long, however, Your Excellency, rest assured, my troops will fight to the death with Frost Moon Canyon." He paused, then added with a resolute tone, "Even if we die, my troops will tear a piece of the enemy's flesh." Chapter 489, Winning Streak. Brussels, Lion Manor, Command Room. The bustling crowd suddenly froze, all noise vanished, and countless eyes focused on the solemn-faced Roy. The booming of artillery fire from the walkie-talkie continued unabated. The words of Grand Knight Commander Vincent Ackerman, "Even if we die, my troops will bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh," echoed incessantly like a demonic chant. No one had expected the Slavic offensive to be so ferocious so soon after the start of the war. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on Roy, awaiting his orders. Roy, his mind highly focused, seemed to be infinitely active. Time seemed to slow down, and countless inspirations burst forth. He was engaged in a fierce information exchange with Deep Blue, using the data analysis module to deduce possible developments in the battle. Gradually, the future became clearer before him, splitting into 2 directions leading to the unknown. Firstly, since the Slavs have taken the lead, they must be eliminated by any means necessary. The simplest way is to have Vincent Ackerman hold out as long as possible, while Roy mobilizes troops to reinforce Frost Moon Canyon as quickly as possible. The best outcome, of course, is to replicate the victory of the past, arriving before Frost Moon Canyon falls and blocking the Slavic army. Alternatively, they could be directly defeated or even annihilated. Roy is extremely confident in this. As long as he sets foot on the front lines, with a command bonus brought by the Lion King title, Coupled with the technological advantage in weaponry and the well-trained Imperial Guard, even if facing one of the continent's 10 great knightly orders, a true all-superhuman powerhouse, he is confident he can utterly crush them. This is the ability that the Lion King should possess. However, he is almost certain that if a large number of troops are diverted to the Eastern Front, the Sardinian army and Bonaparte's army will inevitably open up the Western and Southern fronts as quickly as possible. At that point, the Flower Territory's weakness in terms of manpower will be glaringly exposed. There's a high probability that Roy will be bogged down, unable to defend one area while the enemy breaks through the defenses and penetrates deep into the Flower Territory. Given this situation, the best-case scenario is for Roy to concentrate his superior forces, utilizing favorable timing, terrain, manpower, and the magic tanks to eliminate them one by one. Even in the best-case scenario, if Roy achieves a series of victories, sweeping across various regions to secure final victory, he will leave behind a devastated Flower Territory. Especially Brussels City, whose newly established industrial system will likely be completely wiped out. And this is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. The victory he desires is a complete defeat of the Three Giants Alliance, a victory that demonstrates the Flower Territory's strength to all forces on the old continent, a victory where, despite knowing the Raymond family's immense wealth, no one dares to harbor any ill intentions. And this requires maximizing the initial deployment of the magic tanks, unleashing their power and might to the fullest extent. Therefore, the second path emerged. Rather than getting caught up in the enemy's rhythm, it's better to break free and fight according to our own ideas. Most importantly, we can't let the three major powers of the coalition work together seamlessly. We must create rifts between them. My thoughts raced. Seemingly a long time had passed, but time was but a fleeting moment. Roy pulled the microphone outwards and asked sharply, "Can anyone tell me where the other two armies are?" A messenger immediately jumped out and shouted, "The Sardinian fleet has reached the west of the Silver Sea. If they advance at full speed, they will reach Sirenport in a day at most. This is information transmitted through secret channels, absolutely accurate." He paused slightly, then added, "They also said they could help delay the enemy if needed." "No need," Roy refused without hesitation, then asked, "What about the Bonaparte Empire?" Another messenger stepped forward and shouted, "According to intelligence, their main force is approaching Moonlight Castle. Their marching time will not exceed a day." Roy understood, hesitated for only a moment, then immediately put the microphone back to his ear. "Commander Vincent Ackerman." "Yes, sir." "Listen to my orders. Your unit resists as appropriate. If you cannot withstand the attack, destroy the castle and retreat to the second line of defense to continue organizing the defense." As soon as this order was given, everyone in the command post thought they had misheard. Even Vincent Ackerman, on the other side, momentarily froze, asking, "Your Excellency, you heard me right, and don't ask why. Execute the order." "Yes, sir." Click. The microphone was put down. Ignoring the strange looks from the command center, Roy strode to the sand table. His gaze first fell on Brussels, then south, east, and west, measuring the distances in each direction. He murmured, 3 days at most. Let's see if you can hold out." Then, he loudly issued an order. "Messenger." "Yes, sir." "Pass the word. On the eastern front, the second line of defense will retreat 100 li, construct trenches, establish a third line of defense, and then a fourth line of defense 100 li further back. All lines of defense must be adequately stocked with ample munitions and supplies." "Yes, sir." "Also, notify all major towns along the route to implement a scorched earth policy. All registered officials of the Flower Territory are to evacuate their citizens. Tell them that whatever they lose, the Lord's Mansion will compensate them after the war." "Yes, sir." Although it was only a local war, with no more than 100,000 soldiers and logistical support personnel mobilized, this battle gave Luo Yi a different feeling. He was no longer a fierce general charging on the battlefield, but a true commander-in-chief sitting in the central command, mobilizing countless resources and troops with a single order. This battle gave him the feeling of a large-scale military operation. In other words, with Deep Blue filing in the gaps, he was able to issue orders in a clear and organized manner. In a short time, dozens, even hundreds, of orders were transmitted to different people through various channels. As a result, countless people in the vast Flower Territory sprang into action, like a machine being started, rumbling forward. At this moment, on the Frost Moon Canyon battlefield, the microphone had been put down, but Vincent Ackerman was still somewhat stunned. He couldn't understand the deeper meaning of Roy's orders, but the reality didn't allow him to think too much. The extraordinary knight swooping down from the sky unleashed a series of battle aura slashes, which, on the artillery positions, created a large deflection force field, causing the battle aura slashes to fly sideways. Otherwise, this wave of concentrated fire alone would have destroyed the artillery positions. But even so, the extraordinary knights following closely behind were not something a group of artillerymen could resist. Even though, apart from Vincent, the extraordinary powerhouses from the Flower Territory side also went up to defend, it was just a drop in the ocean. And without the suppression of artillery fire, the charge of the Flame Prison Knights on the mountain road suddenly accelerated. Furthermore, fourth-generation magic cannons fired from the rear, shells slamming into the castle walls. The walls trembled violently with a deafening roar, and one soldier, losing his footing, tumbled down. His screams were so desperate and piercing, they even drowned out the roar of the cannons, reaching the ears of every soldier. Morale was visibly low. It wasn't that the Royal Guard soldiers were unwilling to fight, but this war, with no hope of victory, filled them with despair. Vincent Ackerman finally stopped hesitating. With a single order, he commanded the Royal Guard soldiers to abandon the city walls and enter the castle, using the complex terrain to begin street fighting. The power of the magic weapons, the crossfire of heavy machine guns, and the barrage of grenades meant that even extraordinary warriors were battered and bruised. For a time, they couldn't even penetrate deeper. It wasn't until the fiery knights charged in, riding Komodo dragons and recklessly rampaging through the terrain that the Royal Guard soldiers finally retreated. Thus, after more than an hour of fighting, Frost Moon Canyon fell. The final scene showed Vincent Ackerman leading the remaining Imperial Guard soldiers, disheveled and disarmed, fleeing west of the canyon. Standing on the land of Flower Territory, they looked back, their faces filled with resentment. Beside them, a convoy of magical heavy trucks carried them swiftly away. On Frost Moon Canyon, countless Slavic soldiers waved their weapons, letting out a deafening cheer. Only their leader stood atop a high mountain, watching the departing Flower Territory Imperial Guard, his expression a mixture of confusion and inquiry. But ultimately, all of this vanished amidst the cheers. On October 2nd, 315 of the new Divine Calendar, the Slavs launched a fierce attack on Frost Moon Canyon, achieving a resounding victory and capturing this strategic location. This battle, the first between the three great powers and Flower Territory, though fraught with twists and turns, was still a great triumph. On October 3rd, 315 of the new Divine Calendar, after a night of rest, the Infernal Knights launched another attack, covering 100 miles before encountering the second line of defense in Flower Territory. The two sides fought fiercely for another hour. Duke Aquinas Graham, relying on his formidable strength, wounded 3 extraordinary knights, including Vincent Ackerman. Ultimately, the Flower Territory's Imperial Guard was defeated, detonating the gunpowder magazine to repel the enemy and fleeing once more. This was the Infernal Knights' second victory. On October 4th, 315 of the new Divine Calendar, the Infernal Knights again covered 100 miles, engaging in another major battle at the third line of defense organized by Vincent Ackerman. The Imperial Guard was defeated again and fled once more. This was the Infernal Knights' third victory. Thus, of the 3 powerful alliances, the other 2 remained inactive, while Duke Aquinas Graham alone had achieved consecutive victories, advancing hundreds of miles into Flower Territory. At this moment, Duke Aquinas Graham even earned the title of the Ever Victorious, deeply loved by all the Slavic warriors of the newly formed 113th Division. Conversely, Vincent Ackerman gained the title of Runaway General, becoming a laughingstock. News spread, and countless citizens petitioned Lion Manor, demanding the removal of the runaway general's military rank. But Lloyd remained unmoved, seemingly unconcerned. However, the other 2 armies, led by Earl Howard's Avier and General Fawk Wood, could no longer contain themselves. Chapter 490, All armies moved together. On a nameless, deserted island in the vast Silver Sea, dozens of Sardinian warships dropped their anchors and remained stationary, rising and falling with the waves. In the captain's cabin of the largest warship, Earl Hovan Xavier, Grand Master of the Coastal Knights, was utterly bewildered by the news he had just received. They've already advanced hundreds of miles. Wasn't that bastard supposed to be incredibly powerful? Wasn't it said that the Flower Kingdom possessed the most complete industrial system, a fully independent production line for magical weapons, and that its guards had received the most advanced training? How could they have lost? And 3 battles in a row, almost reaching Brussels. Isn't this a bit strange? Based on that bastard's past record, he shouldn't have lost so badly. At this moment, Earl Hovan Xavier truly questioned his existence. He paced back and forth in the small captain's cabin, his entire being filled with anxiety and impatience. The adjutant, unable to contain himself any longer, finally spoke up. "Commander, is it possible that it's not that the Flower territory is too weak, but rather that the Infernal Knights are too strong? After all, they are over 100 extraordinary experts, all cultivating the same battle aura. The combined amplification is terrifying, and they also possess the ability to fly. Even on the main battlefield between the Allied forces and the Empire, such a large-scale extraordinary attack is extremely rare." The adjutant's words became increasingly convincing, and he even went on to say, "Therefore, the Flower territory's defeat was not unjust. On the contrary, they demonstrated extremely strong organization and resilience. After all, a strong army is one that can still organize its forces and continue fighting the next day after repeated defeats. It's just a pity that they encountered the Infernal Knights, one of the 10 great knightly orders of the old continent. Under absolute overwhelming strength, no matter how much they struggled, it was futile." "Is that so?" Earl Howard Xavier felt something was amiss, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Following the adjutant's line of thought further, it only made more sense. At this moment, the adjutant asked again, "Commander, what is the next operational plan?" "Of course, it's to attack immediately. We initially wanted the Slavs to draw aggro and take the lead, attracting firepower. But you knew that the renowned Flower territory was a paper tiger, giving them the upper hand. Naturally, we have to make up for lost time." The adjutant nodded and immediately said, "Then I'll arrange it now. The warships will set sail and reach Siren Port tomorrow, allowing for direct landing operations. Get back here." "Who said we were going to attack Siren Port?" Aren't we going to attack Siren Port? Think about it. Siren Port is heavily guarded, with countless coastal defense cannons aimed at the sea. Why would we want to provoke the tough nut? Besides, do you know how much cargo Siren Port handles every day? And how many powerful forces and nobles are associated with those cargoes? If we take it, won't they hold me responsible?" He paused slightly, then added, "Therefore, attacking Siren Port is the least cost-effective option. It's just asking for trouble." "Then, where do we go?" "Just find any place and land on the beach. We're already far behind the Slavs. So, this time, we have to catch up." "But what about Siren Port? Once Brussels falls, Little Siren Port will be easy to take." "Understood. Since you understand, why don't you make the arrangements? Remember, first send out the palm mage to scout the coastline and find the best landing spot. Then tell the knights below that if anyone messes up tomorrow, I'll sink them into the Silver Sea to feed the fish. At worst, when we get back, I'll posthumously grant them a baronial title, saying they died in battle. Let's see who dares to investigate then." "Yes." Elsewhere, in Castro territory, there was a man with the same confusion and facing the same problem as Earl Howard Xavier. General Fackwood read the latest battle report in his hand over and over again, his brows furrowed, as if he had encountered some enormous problem. Every now and then, he would pick up a thick folder next to him and open it to flip through the pages. A closer look reveals that the thick folder is actually a record of Luo Yi's life. Some say that to understand a person, you shouldn't look at what they say, but what they do. Because words can lie, but actions don't. General Fackwood earned Marshal Joffre's favor precisely because he was good at observing and analyzing people. He had studied Luo Yi for many days and considered himself to understand him quite well, especially his habits. But this time, he couldn't understand it. He didn't believe that Flower territory had no ability to resist at all. Even if Luo Yi went alone, he might be able to reverse the tide. But he didn't. Why was that? What was he plotting? His adjutant, a burly man with a thick beard, spoke up. "Is it possible that the Flower territory is really that weak?" "Absolutely impossible." General Fackwood gave a completely different answer to the same question. Before his adjutant could even speak, he continued, "A powerful earl who rose from illegitimate birth to power, suppressing so much discontent, completing the industrial reforms of the Flower territory, earning the respect and fear of all his vassals. Could he be mediocre? A strong man who can earn the praise of a cardinal and be knighted in the Templars. Could he be mediocre? A person who can navigate this situation with such ease, making money off both the Empire and the Allied forces, raking in profits. Could he be mediocre? No, absolutely impossible." Rather than saying this to his adjutant, it was more accurate to say that General Fackwood was reaffirming his own conviction. The adjutant hesitated several times before finally speaking. "General Wood, aren't you overestimating him? Before I came, Marshal Joffre repeatedly warned me to be careful of him and not to be careless." "So, you think Marshal Joffre misjudged him too?" The adjutant agreed. "Of course not. So, what conspiracy is he plotting? And how should I guard against it?" Those who enjoy studying people often have this downside: they become obsessed once they delve too deeply. The adjutant was used to this. He thought for a moment and said, "General Wood, shall we discuss the follow-up battle plan?" "What's there to discuss? Wasn't it already decided?" "When was it decided?" "I didn't know." "Oh, I must have forgotten to tell you." "Let's talk about it now. Pass on my orders, prepare food, eat and drink your fill, and rest well. Tomorrow, I will lead you all to the battlefield." "Yes, sir," the adjutant almost instinctively agreed, but then hesitated and said, "General Wood, didn't you say that bastard was plotting something? Why are we still advancing?" "Because I can't withstand the pressure," General Fackwood sighed. "My rise to power has made many nobles envious. Now, the Slavs have achieved great victories, while I've done nothing. I wonder how many people are speaking ill of me to His Majesty. So, no matter what, we must fight." "Then I'll pass on the order. Our forces will head straight for Moonlight Castle." "Moonlight Castle? Who said we are going to attack Moonlight Castle? Isn't that right?" "That's a hedgehog. Why did you have to provoke them?" "I meant just charging straight into flower territory from beside the rose forest. Wouldn't that be better?" "Yes, sir." October 5th, New Divine Calendar 315, near dusk, the sky ablaze with sunset colors. In the command room of Brussels, everything was still bustling with activity. "Report," a messenger shouted, rushing to Loy, already drenched in sweat. "Speak, the Sardinian army has made its move. They didn't attack Siren Harbor, but instead chose a coastal area. The Palm Mage Corps detonated the torpedoes laid near the shore and then unleashed a large-scale freezing spell, paving the way. Although there were sentry squads along the coast, they were outnumbered and outgunned by the coastal knights. After sending out the signal, they were all killed." Upon receiving the news, Grand Knight Commander Thor quickly dispatched the city guards to Siren Harbor. The two sides clashed 100 miles southeast of Siren Harbor and fought a fierce battle. The city guards were defeated and retreated. The Sardinian army did not pursue them but marched eastward, their target being Brussels. Lloyd was silent for a moment, then said, "Confirm the list of the sentry squads, award them for their martyrdom, and ensure their compensation is in place. Also, tell their families that they will not have died in vain. The Lion King will avenge them." "Understood." "Report," another messenger shouted. "Speak, the 13th Division of Bonaparte has moved." They used a large-scale illusion to deceive the scouts, and while Moonlight Castle was preparing for battle, they turned west, passing through the edge of the Rose Forest and entering our flower territory. Commander Tonya in Moonlight Castle chose to pursue them. The two sides chased each other, engaging in 3 battles, all ending in the Imperial Guard's rout, eventually retreating back to Moonlight Castle. According to Knight Tonya's report, the 13th Division is moving north, also heading towards Brussels. What about the Eastern Front? Grand Knight Vincent has reported that the 4th line of defense has fallen, and they are organizing a 5th line to continue the resistance. This is a 3-pronged attack, an encirclement. From some point, the command post fell silent, so silent you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's face betrayed undisguised panic, as if the sky had fallen. However, at this moment, Loy's expression, which had been frozen for days, softened. He was in a good mood, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. Good, a bunch of old foxes. They finally couldn't hold back any longer. Now that they've all come, I can wipe them out in one fell swoop, and let everyone know that flower territory is not to be trifled with. Gentlemen, don't be discouraged. This battle has only just begun. Pass the word, resolutely execute the scorched earth plan. Losing valuables is fine, but our lives must be saved. Then, along their marching route, set up more defensive lines, dig more trenches, and resist step by step. But there's no need for a fight to the death. We must wait for the most opportune moment. Chapter 491, The Opportunity Has Arrived. On October 6, 315 of the New Divine Calendar, on the southern front, the 13th Division of the Bonaparte Empire, led by General Fackwood and spearheaded by the Imperial Eagle Knights, conducted a large-scale air-ground coordinated operation. The giant eagle sky knights soared through the heavens, their cries like demonic cacophony. Each dive stirred up a gale, sending riders and horses tumbling. The great-footed deer knights, like steamrollers, swayed their antlers, flattening everything in their path. Even steel cannons could not stop them. As one of the 10 great knightly orders of the Old World, the Infernal Knights had overwhelmed the defenses head-on with absolute power. The Imperial Eagle Knights were naturally no less formidable. Although it was an air-ground coordinated attack, the explosive battle aura, combined with the knightly halo, made them appear like terrifying giants supporting the sky and crushing all enemies. As for the 13th Division, they were merely bystanders. In just a few days, the Sardinian army had swept across hundreds of miles, breaching 4 lines of defense and reaching the south of Brussels. On October 7, 315 of the new divine calendar, on the western front, the Sardinian army could no longer contain itself. The line from Siren Harbor to Brussels was the most prosperous area, with villages and towns every few dozen miles, making it the most densely populated region. Therefore, the defenses there were the strongest and densest, with many Flower Territory residents spontaneously constructing fortifications, making the advance extremely difficult. This caused considerable trouble for the Sardinian army. Seeing the progress going smoothly on all sides, Earl Howard Xavier made a drastic decision. He ordered the Palm Mage Corps to cast a large-scale celestial spell, causing snow to fall in October, temperatures to plummet, and the ground to freeze before each battle. This was weather almost unheard of in the Flower Territory. The rapid temperature drop made it difficult for many soldiers to adapt. Most importantly, when field artillery and magic-powered firearms froze, the chance of barrel explosions increased dramatically, and jamming was commonplace. Then came the Coast Knights' mass charge. Although far inferior to the Eagle Knights and the Infernal Knights, the Sardinian army, as a renowned Grand Knightly Order, still managed to muster over 30 extraordinary knights to lead the charge. Using this tactic, within a few days, the Sardinian army breached several lines of defense, advancing directly towards the heart of the Flower Territory's rule. October 7, 315 of the new divine calendar, Eastern Front. Due to the continuous surprise attacks, Duke Aquinas Graham cautiously chose to rest for a few days. After all, the Infernal Knights had mounts and were fast enough, so they didn't need to conserve their energy. However, the newly formed 113th Division was not so fortunate. A group of soldiers running on foot, even if they were all elite soldiers with strong physiques, couldn't withstand it. Therefore, by the end of the battle, a large number of soldiers had fallen behind. Although Duke Aquinas Graham was blinded by victory, he still possessed military discipline and cautiously chose to rest on the spot. On the one hand, the knights needed rest after high-intensity combat. On the other hand, he wanted to wait for reinforcements to catch up and regroup. However, to his surprise, in just 2 days, the Sardinian army and Bonaparte's legion, which had previously remained motionless, suddenly surged forward with a frenzied speed. Brussels was located in the northwest of the Flower Territory, making the eastern front the longest, while the western and southern fronts were much shorter. As a result, after breaking through so many defensive lines and traveling such a long distance, they found themselves the furthest from Brussels. This infuriated Duke Aquinas Graham, who, without allowing his legions to fully rest, immediately launched a westward offensive, charging recklessly without any regard for consequences. Duke Aquinas Graham even once again acted as the vanguard, leading the Infernal Knights, using the agility and speed of the infernal Komodo beasts to breach the defenses. Because of their incredible speed, even the rear defenses were breached before they were completed, leading to pursuit. From the air, the 3 armies appeared to be approaching Brussels from 3 directions, forming an encirclement. Adding to the north lies the continuous mountain range, the Sky Dome Mountains, making Brussels seem like a trapped dragon. At this point, public opinion on the Old World completely reversed, and no one supported the Flower Territory anymore. Some even said that the Flower Territory's rise to its current position was simply due to Louis's good fortune, benefiting from the era's advantages. At the height of its power, the Flower Territory soared too high, reaping too many benefits, reaching a height it shouldn't have. The result was that when the wind blew, it plummeted from the heavens to the mortal realm, revealing its true nature. Others found a very novel angle, not despising the Flower Territory's weakness, but exaggerating the power of the Habsburg Empire. The two seem unrelated, but from another perspective, the Habsburg Empire utterly crushed the Sardinian Kingdom, the Bonaparte Empire, and the Slavic Empire, leaving the three major powers of the old world breathless. And these three major powers only used a small portion of their strength, yet they still left the flower territory utterly defeated. Therefore, a hegemon is a hegemon, their strength is beyond doubt. They simply encountered the Habsburg Empire and the powerful Hohenzollern family. Needless to say, this argument originated from the Habsburg Empire's People's Daily, and its publication immediately caused a huge sensation. Those who championed the empire seemed to have found a supporting argument, almost praising Hohenzollern III as an unprecedentedly wise ruler. Even the three hegemons themselves, to some extent, endorsed this view. After all, exaggerating the enemy's strength could demonstrate that they weren't so incompetent. As for the Raymond family, at the center of this storm, they faced countless acts of malice. Those who demanded refunds for mere business cooperation were easy to deal with. Even if a deal fell through, goodwill should remain. But those who took advantage of the situation, kicked someone when they were down, fished in troubled waters, and tried every means to profit, there were far too many of them, and their greed was truly appalling. This perfectly illustrates the saying, when you are powerful, everyone around you is a good person; when you are weak, everyone you see is a villain. Even Loy seemed unbearably annoyed, retreating into the mechanic tower and refusing to see anyone. Fortunately, Brussels was under complete martial law. From overt police patrols to covert gang raids, almost every street and house was monitored by multiple eyes. This pure high-pressure rule had quelled the restlessness in some hearts. But everyone knew this wasn't a long-term solution. October 10, 315 of the new Divine Calendar, Mechanic Tower, 6th floor. Son, let's lift him up high, flying, wah! Loy, rumored to be severely depressed, was playing with his son. Klein, much stronger now, was being lifted up and down in his arms without fear, laughing heartily. Lilia, on the other hand, had a worried look on her pretty face, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After playing with the child for a while, Loy finally handed Klein to Mira. Turning back to Lilia, he asked, "Are you worried?" Lilia didn't hide her concern. "Given the situation, I am a little scared." Loy smiled. "But you were in charge of developing that magic tank. Shouldn't you have the most confidence? The problem is, a weapon that hasn't been tested in war is always uncertain." "Loy, isn't it a bit too risky to put all your hopes on the king of land warfare?" Loy was silent for a moment, then pulled Lilia up and quickly walked to the study next door. There, too, was a sand table, filled with various flags, and Loy had stood before it for countless days and nights. He pulled Lilia to the sand table, pointed to the vast flower territory, and said, "Actually, this war is unwinnable, or rather, winning it using conventional methods is almost impossible. Don't be fooled by the flower territory's reputation for strong and well-equipped troops. The number of third-tier transcendents and fourth-tier calamities far exceeds the limits a mere earldom can support. But believe it or not, the moment I send out the calamities, far more fourth-tier powerhouses than I have under my command will appear, overwhelming me completely." Luoyi pointed to the sky and shook it, saying, "They're all waiting." He then pointed to the sand table again, adding, "Even on the ground, the three giants have carefully calculated their moves. The number of troops and powerhouses they've deployed isn't excessively high, but each one is enough to crush the flower territory. Of course, this doesn't include the magic tanks. According to their script, I can only gather all my forces, choose one route to attack, divide and conquer, and achieve victory at any cost. In the end, even if I win one or two battles, I'll be dragged down and killed. This is the path they've planned for me, but it's not what I want. To win, I need to be unpredictable. I need to break their script, and walk the path I want to walk." Luoyi turned to look at Lilia and said, "If I said that I created this situation myself, would you believe me?" "I would believe you, but I don't understand. Why, the way of war, in essence, is about the strong bullying the weak. If I'm strong, I can bully you. If I'm weak, I can only find, or create, an even stronger situation to bully you back." Historically, so-called battles where the weak defeat the strong were achieved only when, in a certain period of time and in a certain region, a localized situation of the strong bullying the weak was formed. Right now, everyone thinks my flower territory is the weaker party, but in my eyes, with a tank battalion, I am the strongest. The king of land warfare isn't invincible, but his first appearance is absolutely the most stunning. That's why I am willing to give up so much territory and people, just for one opportunity. Lilia almost instinctively pressed, "What opportunity?" the opportunity to annihilate them, of course. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Aang strode in, his voice urgent. My lord, on the eastern front, the Flame Prison Knights have already set foot in Baddock Town. On the western front, the Sardinian Legion has begun its attack on Grand Bassity Town. As for the southern front, Fackwood is being extremely cautious, but the Imperial Eagle Knights have also approached within 50 miles. At that moment, Loy suddenly turned around, his eyes like torches, burning with a fierce flame that seemed capable of incinerating everything in the world. However, his surging aura was only momentary, then subsided again. He turned to Lilia and said, "You see, the opportunity has arrived. They have finally stepped into the battlefield I planned. Lilia, wait for me to return, wait for me to bring you news of a great victory." With that, he strode away, followed closely by countless powerful figures, as if he were going to change the world. Chapter 492, King of Land Warfare, Strikes. The development of magical energy industries and economic prosperity are often accompanied by the siphoning and concentration of population. Outwardly, this manifests as increasingly larger and more prosperous human settlements. The most direct examples are, of course, Brussels and Siren Harbor. One is an industrial hub, the other a transportation port, drawing in a large number of people. But does this mean that other parts of the Flower Territory didn't develop? Of course not. In fact, the Flower Territory's development is holistic. Former towns have become cities, former villages have transformed into fully equipped towns due to population growth. Take Sunset Town as an example. It was once the Flower Territory's most important horse breeding ground, providing the knights with the finest war horses. However, when the knights declined and the demand for war horses decreased significantly, an economic crisis occurred. Finally, Loy made the decision. In addition to horse breeding, large-scale livestock farming, cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks, was implemented, making it the Flower Territory's most important meat supplier. With increased wealth, people naturally crave better food and nutrition, leading to a surge in meat demand. As animal husbandry flourished, the area not only avoided decline but thrived. Sunset Town has now become Sunset City. Although small, it handles a significant number of livestock daily, and the passing trade of cattle provides its residents with a relatively affluent lifestyle. And this is not an isolated case. Baddock, located about 30 miles east of Brussels, was originally a small village of about 30 households and 100 people. Its existence was solely for tending to the surrounding fields. However, as Brussels developed, Baddock, as a major transportation hub, received numerous caravans daily, leading to its growth. More and more buildings were constructed, attracting a growing population. Two-story houses were built along the roadsides. Most used the ground floor for businesses, groceries, bakeries, taverns, inns, and even gambling dens, truly offering everything imaginable. The second floor served as the family's residence. Because it was a newly built town, adhering to the Earl's Manor's design, there wasn't even a fence. Installing one would be useless. Even city walls couldn't withstand the bombardment of magic-powered field artillery. Only a road sign stood outside the town, along the main road, with an arrow pointing directly to the town and 4 characters written on it, Baddock Town. Clatter, clatter. The dull thud of hooves echoed, carrying a thunderous roar like an earthquake. The first Flame Prison Knight appeared, then stopped at the road sign. Following him, more Flame Prison Knights surged forward. Though only 100 or so, they created the imposing aura of 1,000 troops, an unstoppable force. Among the knights, the most arrogant was Duke Aquinas Graham. His flame prison Komodo was about half a head taller than the others, its entire body covered in various sword and blade wounds. Although the integrity of its scales was damaged, the brutal aura of someone who had survived countless battles was undeniable. In fact, this fiery Komodo was no less formidable than its master. A mere head tilt or pause from time to time instilled fear in the other Commodus. Driving his mount to the road sign, Duke Aquinas Graham casually swung his battle axe, shattering the sign. He arrogantly declared, "I don't like this name." "Change it," an adjutant immediately replied. "Yes, I will relay your order to the next official in charge." These 2 military officers were openly interfering in internal affairs, yet to them, it seemed perfectly acceptable. Duke Aquinas Graham asked again, "When will the 113th Division arrive?" "About an hour, I suppose." 2 legs are slow after all, Duke Aquinas Graham smiled. "Perfect timing. By the time they arrive, They can clean up the battlefield, the adjutant chimed in, his voice laced with disdain. That's all they're good for. While you're right, shut up. No one is allowed to say anything detrimental to unity. Yes, sir. Duke Aquinas Graham ignored the adjutant and looked into the distance, where he saw a cluster of buildings faintly visible on the horizon. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he said, "It feels like something's missing." But what is it? Just then, boom, 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 boom. A continuous barrage of artillery fire erupted. Amidst the billowing smoke, shells traced arcs as they rained down from the sky. Duke Aquinas Graham raised his axe again, unleashing a burst of battle aura. A crescent-shaped aura slash tore through the air, tracing a strange and unpredictable arc before detonating the cannonball mid-air. The deafening roar of the explosion was deafening. The mid-air explosion of the cannonball still imbued the fragments with immense kinetic energy, scattering them in all directions. The fragments left trails in the air and created craters in the ground. Only those fragments flying towards the fiery knights were directly blocked by the suddenly rising waves of fiery knight battle aura. The collision between the fragments and the battle aura produced a resounding clang, like metal striking metal, and sparks flew everywhere. Duke Aquinas Graham raised his head slightly, inhaling the smell of gunpowder, and let out a hearty laugh. That's the smell, that's it. This smell excites me. All infernal knights, follow me. Break through the formation. Slay the enemy. His raised battle axe represented his immense power, and the suddenly exploding infernal battle aura seemed to burn to its fullest extent, spreading outwards. The infernal knights offered no resistance, their own battle auras blazing, completely enveloping the entire knightly order under the influence of their knightly halos. At this moment, it seemed as if the infernal knights had vanished from the world, leaving only a giant burning with infernal flames, roaring to the sky. Kill! 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 The resounding thud of footsteps echoed as the infernal Komodo beasts charged forward, hundreds of knights like an unstoppable steel torrent. Seemingly sensing a great crisis, the cannon fire grew increasingly intense, the booming sounds becoming a continuous chorus, like endless thunderclaps from the heavens, and the cannonballs raining down like a torrential downpour. At this moment, smoke filled the battlefield, even obscuring most of the view. Even the mighty infernal knights were somewhat overwhelmed. Duke Aquinas Graham swung his battle axe so fast it was almost a blur, countless aura slashes tearing through the air, constantly detonating shells. This was unprecedented intensity. If it had been this level before, Duke Aquinas Graham would have doubted whether he could have held out this long. But they had finally broken through. Once they were close enough that the artillery's maximum firing angle was exceeded, the shelling lost its effect. They finally emerged from the billowing smoke, their vision clear, everything before them lay bare. Then, Duke Aquinas Graham couldn't help but be stunned. There were no trenches, no bunkers, no set-up heavy machine guns and machine gunners. Before them were only rows of magic-powered heavy trucks, towing two-wheeled field guns, roaring away into the distance. They were running fast, as if fleeing for their lives. This was not wrong. Facing the Knights of the Infernal, they should have fled. But Duke Aquinas Graham felt something was amiss. It seemed he had overlooked something, or perhaps a great crisis was brewing, to the point that he felt the threat of death. What was happening? Through introspection and questioning, he quickly calmed down, using the powerful perception granted by his holy technique to meticulously analyze his surroundings. Then, as if discovering something, his vision suddenly dropped, as if trying to see through the earth to its depths. From there, he felt an extraordinary tremor. Yes, a tremor. Like the vibrations of a galloping steed trampling the earth, but more regular, more rhythmic, and more numerous. Beneath the earth, it seemed to be gathering strength, waiting only for a command to unleash its power. But what was it? What was it that filled him with inexplicable fear? His vision shifted downwards. Within the grass-covered underground space, were rows of tanks, the kings of land warfare. The magical energy within the magic pearls was fully supplied, and the engines operated at near overclocked efficiency. The moment the brakes were released, these steel behemoths would surge forward. Magical energy flickered on the dark cannon barrels, and armor-piercing shells were loaded, awaiting only the gunner's pull of the breech. Each tank was filled with 5 crew members, each at their post, their breathing heavy with tension, sweat beading on their skin. Even so, they didn't even think to look outside. It was the Earl's order, they only needed to wait for the command to attack. They, too, waited, tense yet patiently. Behind the battlefield, in the center of the town, Loy sat cross-legged. The power of the Lion King had radiated outwards, spreading in one direction, marking all his subordinates, providing them with emotional reassurance and boundless courage. He, too, waiting for the perfect moment. It's a long story, but the knight's charge was swift. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Finally, Roy's command resounded in the minds of the tank crew at the front. King of the land, attack, 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 attack. Fire. Almost as if electrocuted, the tank commander roared. The driver quickly released the brakes and slammed on the accelerator. The crew lurched violently as the massive steel behemoth charged forward, smashing through the camouflage planks and turf, roaring for the first time before the world. In that instant, Duke Aquinas Graham felt his hair stand on end, the threat of death overwhelming him. That thick, dark cannon barrel, already glowing with magical energy, suddenly appeared before his eyes. Almost instinctively, he circulated his battle aura at top speed, his muscles relaxing and tensing. In an instant, wings of battle aura unfurled and flapped. With his eyesight, he could even see the flames spewing from the cannon barrel, the billowing smoke, and the massive air blast the moment he dismounted. It's worth mentioning that the gunner of this vehicle was none other than Grand Knight Commander Vincent Ackerman. This Grand Knight Commander had been utterly humiliated in the previous war. After receiving Roy's battle plan, he directly used his authority to replace a gunner, insisting on taking command himself. Thus, the scene of him bombarding Duke Aquinas Graham unfolded. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the cannon barrel contracted, the immense recoil causing the 60-ton steel behemoth to tremble. And an armor-piercing shell was launched. Duke Aquinas Graham ultimately dodged, flapping his wings and soaring into the sky. But right before his eyes, his fiery Komodo Beast King exploded, shattering into countless fragments of flesh and blood. And this was only the beginning. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, The Steel Torrent. The open space outside Baddocktown was limited, and a portion had to be set aside to deploy artillery positions and tow magic-powered heavy trucks. Therefore, only 9 of the King of Land warfare tanks could be deployed. They were lined up, hidden in the dug trenches, their elemental fluctuations and traces erased by various spells, and concealed with traps. It seemed simple, but it was meticulously planned. Even a mage with powerful senses would struggle to detect them without careful probing. Moreover, Roy was personally commanding. The Lion King's coverage area was limited, even he could only oversee one route. And so, after only 3 seconds of thought, Roy decided to come to the Eastern Front. The reason was simple: their military discipline was the worst. Wherever they went, they burned, killed, looted, and committed all sorts of atrocities. Even with Roy's scorched earth policy, there were still areas he couldn't cover in such a short time. Those who couldn't leave quickly and were captured all perished. Their love of killing was ingrained in their very bones. Even if it was just to give their fallen subjects some closure, Roy was determined to spare all these Slavs. And with him there, they could seize any fleeting opportunity. When the 9 magic-powered tanks charged out, they practically pressed their cannons against the heads of the group of infernal knights. Not to mention that these were the most formidable 5th-generation tank cannons, possessing immense power. Even 3rd or 4th-generation magic-powered cannons, when fired at point-blank range, were more than most extraordinary knights could withstand. Even though they were infernal knights, even though they still maintained their knightly aura, apart from the soaring Duke Aquinas Graham, the other infernal knights could only increase their battle aura output, transforming it into the most solid defense. Then, they were blasted to smithereens. Limbs and torsos flew everywhere, flesh and blood splattered, and the blood mist from the explosion smeared the faces of those who followed. In this single attack, more than 9 infernal knights were killed or wounded. The shockwave and shrapnel from the explosion, scattering in all directions, caused indiscriminate damage at close range, turning many infernal knights into sieves. However, after one round of attacks, the remaining infernal knights rushed forward. The infernal Komodo beasts displayed their ferocious nature. Although terrified, they still frantically attacked, biting, clawing, and charging. Several beasts even joined forces, attempting to overturn them. The knights on their backs were not idle either, unleashing various aura slashes and battle axe strikes upon the tank's armor. In terms of power, it was certainly formidable, but the results were limited. This world certainly had powerful magical beasts capable of overturning magic tanks, but the infernal Komodo beasts were definitely not among them. Their outer armor, thicker than 300 to 1000 millimeters, could withstand even direct artillery fire. Not to mention aura slashes or melee weapon attacks, they were practically fearless. Even Duke Aquinas Graham, fueled by unparalleled rage, descended from the sky, his fiery battle aura materializing as he cleaved the armor with his axe. It must be said, the strong are strong. The battle axe tore through the air, carving a fissure over 10 meters long. It cleaved the tank in two from the middle, leaving the ground riddled with cracks, yet even this couldn't penetrate the pure refined steel armor. A wound a hand's thickness appeared, the cracks in the armor revealing broken magical runes, and the smooth cannon barrel was riddled with cracks, as if chewed by a dog. The main cannon was, of course, ruined. But this magic-powered tank could still run. It could ram. It could fire. With a burst of energy, it accelerated and crashed into the armor. Even a powerful Duke Aquinas Graham, after the initial impact, was thrown into the sky by the recoil and the force of the collision. He struggled to steady himself, then looked at his hands. Those hands that could lift a cauldron were now trembling like leaves. But before he could regain his balance, a head popped up below. Vincent Ackerman stared at him with bloodshot eyes, then grinned, a smile filled with malice. Two Maxim machine guns instantly sprang into action, their bullet-spitting bullets like the Grim Reaper's scythe, chasing him across the sky. The main gun was destroyed, but the two machine guns could still fire. At this moment, even someone as powerful as Duke Aquinas Graham was being chased around. This tank was the most pitiful, the other 8 were nothing like it. They were like wild horses, charging recklessly at full speed. The 60-ton steel behemoths were hurtling at nearly 70 miles per hour, occasionally drifting, turning, swerving, ramming, and even their turrets were fully charged, unleashing a 360-degree sweep. The resulting damage was terrifying. The mighty Knightly Order's favorite pastime has always been head-on crushing. The sheer pleasure of mercilessly crushing enemies into dust brings an unspeakable satisfaction. But today, at this very moment, they are the ones being crushed. Countless Komodo beasts and infernal knights can only howl and scream beneath the treads. Their prized aura, combat skills, armor, and powerful physique are utterly insignificant before these steel behemoths. Of course, what makes humans human, the rulers of the old world, isn't their inherently weaker physique compared to magical beasts, but their wisdom, their intellect, and their ability to find the enemy's weaknesses in battle. There are only 9 magic tanks in total. After the initial carnage, the remaining infernal knights chose to take cover. Some soared into the sky to observe carefully, others dodged bullets while circling the tanks. Then, when Duke Aquinas Graham organized another attack, they targeted the magic tank's weaknesses. For example, at the track joints, and at the observation ports of the drivers and machine gunners, at least 20 or 30 infernal knights died in a short time, yet nearly 100 remained. Even if divided equally, it was 10 extraordinary warriors against 1 tank. When hit-and-run tactics began, the kings of land warfare showed signs of weakness. Unfortunately, they were too focused. Focusing solely on the battlefield before them caused them to lose their keen insight into what lay beyond. From some unknown point, cannon barrels began protruding from the houses in the town. These cold, steel constructs somehow gave off a sneaky, sinister feeling. Yet, you cannot deny that, under Lloyd's powerful perception and profound calculations, these tanks achieved precise lock-on. Then, at a certain moment, a thunderous command rang in the minds of the gunners, and they almost instinctively pulled the breech blocks. At this moment, Duke Aquinas Graham once again felt a deadly crisis. His hair stood on end, his instinctive fighting spirit exploded, and he soared into the sky again. This was his second escape in a short period. In the past, some might have said he would have run away too, twice, and that he could smash his opponent's head open with a battle axe. But now, facts speak louder than words, and life is paramount. In the end, his escape was the right thing to do. At this moment, the continuous booming of cannons echoed, the immense recoil causing the earth to tremble. At this moment, the fragile houses began to shake violently, the rising dust spreading in all directions like mushroom clouds. It turned out that even the 9 magic tanks were just bait, all for this full-force attack. In this instant, the flame knights flying in the sky suffered a devastating blow. The trajectory of each shell was meticulously calculated to maximize its destructive power. In an instant, Clouds of blood exploded in the sky, mixed with shrapnel, severed limbs, and blood, forming a rare blood rain that fell. There was no other way. Flying combat units were Luoyi's primary targets. Of course, Luoyi wasn't entirely satisfied with Duke Aquinas Graham's escape. Knowing how astute he was, he should have used multiple tanks to lock onto him and calculated his lead time. As for the Flame Knights on the ground, they weren't much better off. Leaving aside the shrapnel damage and the psychological impact of blood and severed limbs, many Flame Knights were torn to pieces by the shelling. At this moment, Duke Aquinas Graham, who had escaped death once again, was stunned. His proud Flame Knights, one of the 10 great knightly orders of the old continent, had lost at least half their men in this attack. Even for the Slavic Empire, the loss of over 60 Tier 3 transcendents was an unimaginable blow. At this moment, Duke Aquinas Graham felt unimaginable heartache and unimaginable rage. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze fixed on the town, his fury seemingly burning the heavens. But the next second, everything he saw extinguished his anger. With a roar of engines, one magical tank after another crashed through walls, their dark cannons pointing skyward, rolling forward with intense killing intent and dust. Some houses couldn't withstand the impact, collapsing and crashing down, but this had no effect on the magical tanks. They simply rolled over ruins, over the earth, over flesh and blood, straight ahead. 1, 2, 3, 20, 50, and even more. They surged out of the town, out of the magical shield, onto the battlefield, past the 9 damaged magical tanks, and towards the remaining Flame Knights. Almost simultaneously, their cannons glowed faintly, their magical energy, guided by their individual spells, beginning another recharge. Behind them, heavy machine guns were mounted on magical trucks, and a group of guards, weapons in hand, followed closely, their faces filled with excitement and awe. At this point, the Tank Legion resembled an iron torrent, intent on completely engulfing the enemy. Run! Run! Retreat! Retreat! These were the orders from Duke Aquinas Graham, but frankly, even without his command, the remaining Infernal Knights would have already turned tail and fled. They spurred their mounts, sparing no effort in their escape, fleeing like madmen. Feeling death closing in behind them, and the occasional explosions of flesh and blood around them, all their courage melted away like ice and snow. Of course, Luoyi's orders also resonated in the hearts of all the soldiers. Chase them. Blow them up. Crush them. Run them over. In the name of the Earl, issue the final order, do not let them live. Yes, sir. At this moment, almost all the Imperial Guards roared, as if venting all the pent-up frustration and anger of the past few days. Chapter 494, The Holy Duel. You have to admit, without tanks, no matter how fierce or brutal the fighting, it doesn't qualify as a tank torrent. That term, from its very inception, was designed for the mass charge of tanks. At this moment, east of Baddock Town, hundreds of magical tanks were speeding along at 60 miles per hour, the dust and debris they kicked up resembling a turbid river surging forward, threatening to engulf everything. In comparison, the 20 or 30 Flame Prison Knights fleeing ahead looked rather weak and pitiful. Except for the Duke, they didn't even dare to use their oar wings to escape, fearing they'd become sitting ducks in midair. Chasing these Flame Prison Knights with such ferocity felt like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. However, this situation didn't last long, because the newly formed 113th Division finally arrived. They came excitedly, expecting to reap the rewards of victory, and ideally capture some women to relax. The discipline of armies and cold weapon warfare was truly touching. Killing innocent people and claiming credit for it wasn't sensationalism, but the norm. However, when they ran head-on into the fleeing Flame Knights, they weren't given a chance to speak. The Flame Knights showed no intention of slowing down, crashing into the crowd and carving a path to continue their escape. This stunned the soldiers of the newly formed 113th Division. The turn of events was too sudden, and they hadn't even had time to react. But they didn't need to react, because the following magic-powered tanks were already upon them. These tank crews had been eagerly anticipating their arrival, ready to display their prowess. But in reality, under Luoyi's micromanagement, apart from the first 9 tanks showing some promise, the rest were basically just there for show. Were they content? Of course not, they weren't even enough to share with these enemies. But when the newly formed 113th Division ran right into the guns, they immediately became excited. Without Luoyi's command, they immediately dispersed, forming an arc and charging forward in a semi-encircling formation. At this point, they slowed their pace, beginning frequent artillery barrages or setting up machine guns for sweeping fire. Wherever they passed, it was like a giant net, crushing all enemies into a bloody pulp. The newly formed 113th Division soldiers were almost powerless to resist, swept along in the escape, discarding their armor and weapons, using every ounce of strength to flee as far as possible. Some brave Slavs tried to organize a charge, but facing these unfamiliar steel monsters, they didn't even know where to begin their counterattack. In fact, on such a battlefield, without undulating terrain, well-dug trenches, or complete artillery positions, stopping the charge of the magic tanks was simply impossible. Let alone third-tier transcendents, even a group of fourth-tier warriors might not dare to stand in their way. Unless anti-tank gun technology was unlocked, for a long time to come, magic tanks would be the absolute savior. The title King of Land Warfare wasn't just a label given to it by Loy, it truly deserved it. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guard soldiers dismounted from their magic-powered trucks. One by one, armed with heavy machine guns or semi-automatic rifles, they began clearing the battlefield. In short, they were rounding up and capturing any stragglers, or picking off the remaining Slavic soldiers. For them, the battle was unbelievably easy. This one-sided crushing victory lasted less than half an hour, and the main force of the newly formed 113th Division was completely encircled in the wilderness. Thousands of Slavic soldiers were compressed into a circle by hundreds of tanks. Some still held weapons, warily watching the steel monsters. But this group was ultimately a minority. Most Slavs were trembling with fear as they looked at the steel monsters. Some even dropped their weapons and knelt in surrender. Just as Loy was about to end the battle, a figure plummeted from mid-air, landing right in front of the two armies. The blazing inferno of battle aura burned intensely, the surging temperature soaring tens of meters high. A bull-horned battle axe was raised high above his head, and Duke Aquinas Graham's roar shook the heavens and earth. Loy Raymond, I know you're here. I, Aquinas Graham, in the name of Grand Duke Graham, challenge you to a holy duel. The resounding voice echoed through the heavens and earth, even silencing all other comrades and enemies alike, who stopped in their tracks, silently awaiting the outcome. In this age where chivalry had not completely declined, dueling remained the best way to resolve conflict, bar none. Of course, for one side to issue a challenge, the other must be willing to accept. At that moment, a young yet authoritative voice rang out, a holy duel? Hell, you've already lost. You actually want to duel me? What makes you think you can? Duke Aquinas Graham had his reasons. You are a Templar knight recognized by the Church, honorable and noble. But if you don't even dare to engage in a duel, you and your family will be disgraced. Lloyd was so angry he laughed. He said, believe me, as long as we annihilate the Infernal Knights and the newly formed 113th Division today, no one will dare say I'm weak and easily bullied. Then you will gain an enemy you will never forget. In the name of the Graham family, in the name of the Slavic Empire Tsar, because you violated the noble code, I will retaliate against you. Your territory, your family, your clan, all face the constant threat of death because of my revenge. At this moment, Duke Aquinas Graham was like a gambler who had lost everything, completely losing his reason, hoping to use everything he had to turn the tide. At this moment, Loy Raymond was no longer relaxed. His gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on his opponent, filled with murderous intent. Complete silence fell over the surroundings. In the vast wilderness, tens of thousands of living undead dared not utter a sound. Until that majestic yet youthful voice rang out again, very well, Aquinas Graham, you want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. Wait, let's make this clear first. If I win, you must let my knights and soldiers leave. You must promise not to pursue them. Fine, but what if you lose? If I lose, I'm dead. At that time, I have no right to interfere with what you do to me. Alright, I agree to that. Then, you can die. Loy's voice remained calm, but the overwhelming killing intent could no longer be contained. From some unknown point, a figure had appeared outside the encirclement. He walked towards Duke Aquinas Graham step by step. His speed seemed slow, but every movement was clearly visible. A trail of afterimages stretched behind him, like marks left by time. He passed through the infantry lines and walked past the magic tanks, seemingly strolling leisurely, yet moving with incredible speed. Upon entering the inner circle of the battlefield, two invisible auras collided, intertwined, and entangled in the void. This did not hinder either side from gathering their strength. Duke Aquinas Graham's breathing suddenly became heavy, his eyes turning bloodshot, his muscles twitching violently, and a furious aura surged. This was the berserker's unique ability, berserk. But this was not all. He raised his great axe, and wisps of coldness seemed to seep into his body, struggling to maintain his sanity. This was double berserk, also known as autonomous berserk, where anger would not cloud his judgment. But this was not all. He suddenly let out a roar, deep and suppressed, yet bursting forth with unparalleled power. His muscles seemed to come alive, rolling like rats, finally converging at his arms, causing his upper limbs to swell abnormally. However, the power gathered in that single axe strike was unimaginable. Even so, Loy's steps remained methodical, steadily approaching. Slash, a roar, like thunder, erupted from the battle axe, countless battle aura slashes bursting forth, seemingly converging into a raging torrent, threatening to engulf Loy completely. Yet Loy continued forward, his figure suddenly blurring, as if multiplying into countless forms, yet remaining one. A series of clanging sounds rang out, like pearls falling onto a jade plate, or like swords clashing, locked in a fierce struggle. But when it all ended, Loy still stood before Duke Aquinas Graham. He reached out, grabbed the man's neck, and casually lifted him up, as if carrying a dead dog. "Don't harm His Excellency the Duke," a sharp shout descended from the sky, carrying a woman's unique shrillness. A fourth-tier calamity warrior swooped down, wielding a greatsword, attempting to sever his arm. A fair duel, and a fourth-tier warrior intervened? Clearly, this was shameless, and Luo Yu loved to teach such shamelessness a lesson. He didn't even turn his head to look. Instead, golden red battle aura condensed in his free left hand, and he swung it out directly. Divine battle technique, fourth tier, holy light spear. The spear shattered, accompanied by a whistling sound, and met the rashly attacking fourth-tier guardian. She reacted quickly, twisting her body to try to dodge, but who would have thought that at the critical moment, the holy light spear changed direction slightly, still heading towards the female knight. Boom! With just one strike, even a powerful fourth-tier knight was still pinned to the spear. But this wasn't the end. Another black shadow appeared beside Luo Yi, two short blades about to slit his throat. A fourth-tier black mist assassin, a deadly killer. But Luo Yi simply turned his head, his gaze fixed straight ahead, as if a giant beast had opened its eyes and roared. Thus, the black mist assassin was pinned to the spot, and Luo Yi kicked him in the body. Thus, the fourth-tier assassin coughed up blood and flew backward, his fate unknown. Of course, this Grand Duke was surrounded by quite a few fourth-tier experts. Seeing someone make a move, they could no longer hold back and reveal their auras. But Luo Yi's side was no pushover either. When the third fourth-tier expert prepared to attack, a bolt of lightning, imbued with fury, struck. The lightning battle aura combined with sharp swordsmanship forced the third calamity expert to retreat continuously. Then came the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. And so, on the ground, all was quiet. In the sky, fourth-tier experts fought for their lives. P.S. I rushed to finish it, and it's finally done. This is the first bonus chapter of the month. I'll keep working hard. Chapter 495, All Died. The battlefield situation was quite strange. In terms of outcome, the battle was already decided. The Slavs had no chance of turning the tide. It was only because Duke Aquinas Graham refused to accept defeat that things changed, even breaking the limits of noble warfare. Fourth-tier cataclysms had entered the fray, igniting a chaotic melee. But everyone knew that the outcome was already decided. What was now at stake was the more important question of life and death. Holding Duke Aquinas Graham closer, Loy looked at him and asked, "And now, I've lost?" A hoarse voice rang out as Duke Aquinas Graham struggled to speak. He had dropped his battle axe, his hands gripping Loy's right hand, which was choking him, trying to alleviate the suffocation. Yet he remained proud, head held high, striving to make his voice clearer. "Now, tell me, what exactly is that steel monster?" "A tank, a magic-powered tank. It's a new type of war machine researched under the leadership of the Flower Territory, designed to deliver the heaviest blow to the enemy when they covet my territory, and you saw the result. It's quite effective. By the way, I gave it a name, King of Land Warfare. What do you think, Duke Aquinas Graham? King of Land Warfare? King of Land Warfare. Perfect, truly perfect. Hey, only the King of Land Warfare can defeat the 10 Great Knights. It seems fitting." Seemingly having completed some kind of mental preparation, Duke Aquinas Graham relaxed considerably. He looked at Loy again, still speaking with difficulty. "So, let's discuss your release of me." "Release you? Loy was incredibly surprised. "Weren't you just now so fearless? Just a little performance now and then. Don't take it so seriously. Moreover, in my opinion, acting is an essential skill for nobles to maintain their image and personality at all times. But I still like your unruly look. In this way, I feel more at ease when killing, but now it is very boring." At this moment, Duke Aquinas Graham was very shocked. "You don't really want to kill me, do you? Nobles have aristocratic rules of the game. It is common to resolve conflicts with war, but casual killings are enough. According to etiquette, you have to give me treatment consistent with my status. Of course, I will pay you enough wealth." Luo Yi sneered. "According to the rules of aristocratic war, it is like this, but is it really just a noble war that you and I are fighting?" With that said, Roy raised Duke Aquinas Graham in front of him again and said softly, "Besides, you just threatened my family and territory, and I don't like it very much. That's just to stimulate you to take action, but I take it seriously." As he said this, the strength of Roy's hand became stronger and stronger, and Duke Aquinas Graham's face turned purple when he was pinched, and he had difficulty breathing. But he wasn't one to sit idly by and wait for death. His body surged with battle aura once more, the crimson fiery hell battle aura radiating intense heat, the swirling flames soaring into the sky, seemingly threatening to engulf Loy. Even in his dying moments, Duke Aquinas Graham still displayed strength surpassing that of a third-tier cultivator. This was why he dared challenge Loy. Ordinary fourth-tier cultivators were no match for him. But he was facing Loy. The next second, with a deafening boom, an even more terrifying golden-red battle aura exploded, transforming into a holy flame tens of meters high. Its sacred and scorching heat sweeping across all directions, even distorting space itself. At this moment, it seemed as if everyone no longer saw a person, but a descending angel, freely spreading its wings. Then, this arrogant holy flame battle aura gradually compressed, relentlessly squeezing the space of the fiery hell battle aura, grinding it down to an ever-shrinking size. You can't kill me. I am the Grand Duke of the Graham family. Holy crack, a crisp sound of bone-breaking rang out, and Duke Aquinas Graham's head bent into a strange arc, his eyes wide open, but the divine light within them dissipated, ultimately turning into completely grayish-white dead fish eyes. Through those eyes, you could still see intense resentment and disbelief. Duke Aquinas Graham, the young and powerful commander of the Flame Prison Knights, the acting commander of the newly formed 113th Division, was a person of extremely high status even in the Slavic Empire. But at this moment, right here, his neck was snapped by Loy. In fact, to ensure he died completely, Loy twisted his head twice more, making sure his neck was like a pretzel, with only a layer of skin connecting it, before he let go. Thus, the noble, powerful, and young Grand Duke fell to the dust, no different from any other mortal after death. At this moment, Loy finally looked up at the sky and roared, 3 breaths. I'll give you 3 breaths to leave, or don't blame me for unleashing a massacre and leaving you all behind. Get out. Get out. Get out. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing across the heavens. The next second, a violent clash erupted in the 4th-tier melee in the sky. It was like a climax in an instant, followed by a dramatic fall. Taking advantage of the recoil in the opening, the 4th-tier calamities of the Graham family immediately fled, not daring to linger for a moment. Not even one came down to collect Duke Aquinas Graham's body. Of course, if someone had come down, Loy wouldn't have minded leaving one more 4th-tier calamity behind. With just one word, he had driven back the chaotic battle of the calamities. At this moment, countless soldiers looked at Loy with stars in their eyes. Loy then turned and walked away. Countless warriors followed, and his voice resonated in the hearts of every soldier. I said the Slavs would pay for their burning, killing, and looting. These villains aren't even worth capturing as mine slaves. I said I would give an explanation to all the people who died in the war. It is my responsibility and duty as a lord, therefore, my orders will not change. Kill my soldiers, kill them. Let their blood and souls warn the world that Flower Territory is not a place for others to run rampant. Perhaps some are innocent, some are righteous, some did not participate in the killing, but at this point in the war, I have no heart to distinguish. Therefore, I grant them their final fate, death. These were the final words. Loy had already stepped out of the encirclement. Then, after less than a second of silence, all the warriors of Flower Territory roared in fury. Kill, kill, kill. The roars of thousands shook the heavens and the earth, even causing the surrounded Slavs to tremble in fear. Some collapsed to the ground, giving up the fight. Others wore fierce expressions, attempting to charge. Still others, in desperation, fought back desperately, leading a group to break through. Others, relying on their own strength, unleashed their fighting spirit, soaring into the sky, or tore open magic scrolls, trying to save themselves. But all was in vain, utterly futile. First, the tank cannons opened fire, their roars echoing, carving straight lines of flesh and blood through the crowd. Then the heavy machine guns activated, firing in rapid succession, like the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, reaping lives. These well-trained soldiers almost instinctively saw coordination, forming crossfire with two heavy machine guns to ensure the enemy had nowhere to hide. Only then did the infantry step forward, filling the gaps between the tanks, their weapons rhythmically used, mostly targeting the stronger ones or those attempting to escape. This was specially trained, there was a specific term for it, infantry-tank coordination. Tank crews have extremely poor visibility. If they run over their own soldiers, it's disastrous. So, don't underestimate the importance of infantry-tank coordination, even though it seems ordinary. After slaughtering most of them, the tank crews got carried away and started charging in for hand-to-hand combat. Having just transitioned from melee weapons, these tank crews weren't used to main guns or heavy machine guns. They preferred simply crushing everything in their path. Ramming, drifting, track crushing, gun barrel sweeping, relying on their thick armor, they pulled off a variety of tricks. Most infuriatingly, the results weren't bad either. A 60-ton steel monster crushing everything did solve most problems. Of course, Roy no longer cared about any of this. He didn't even look back and continued forward. Suddenly, several Tier 4 calamities appeared behind him: Olivera, Iron Knight Phil, Half-Giant Bane, and Ice Hunter Jude Stevens. Not all Tier 4s were present, so they had actually suffered some losses in the earlier melee. But by this time, they had already shrunk to the point of ruthlessness. As the victors of this war, they had the right to be arrogant. Until Olivera spoke up. "Count, you are not a murderer. Why did you do this?" Roy sighed and said, "I didn't want to either, but I had to. The Flower Territory must establish a sufficiently strong image now, otherwise, things like today will happen again and again." Roy didn't stop walking, but turned his head to look at the several calamities and said, "Suddenly, I remembered a saying, what? Mercy cannot deter the enemy, but blood and death can." After speaking, Roy didn't want to say anything more, but directly gave the order, "Iron Knight Phil, I'm here, you stay here and clean up the mess. Remember to bury all those corpses. I don't want to breed a plague." "Yes." As he spoke, Iron Knight Phil had already leaped into the air, his battle aura exploding, and rushed back. Luo Yu leaped forward, leaving after images in his wake, his speed suddenly increasing tenfold. Behind him, the other calamities followed closely, their speed increasing rapidly. At this moment, more than one battlefield was operating simultaneously, so Luo Yu needed to get to other locations as quickly as possible. P.S. Today I ran around handling all sorts of paperwork for my baby: discharge certificate, birth certificate, registering the household in our hometown, buying medical insurance. It was so tedious. Chapter 496, Annihilation. Grand Bassard, located 20 kilometers west of Brussels, is similar to Badak in that it developed alongside the Flower Territory as a key transportation hub. However, due to its location on the busy route between Sirenport and Brussels, it has developed faster and is more fully developed than Badak, resembling a small town. Its architectural style is beginning to resemble the neighborhood layout of Brussels, and a designer has been hired for the overall town planning. It's worth noting that there are 3 modes of transportation between Sirenport and Brussels. One is the railway, located north of the Ruhr River, which is not open to private individuals because its capacity is fully utilized. Essentially, large items produced by Raymond Magic Energy Group, such as processing machinery, various types of field artillery, and heavy trucks, are transported by rail. However, with the development of the Flower Territory, orders and industrial capacity have surged, making it difficult for the railway to operate even at full capacity. Therefore, river transport on the Ruhr River has become a valuable supplement. Loy specifically selected a branch from the Lion Fleet, choosing skilled personnel to manage river transport and equipping it with appropriate vessels, thus alleviating some of the transportation pressure. The remaining capacity was taken up by private enterprises and various merchant caravans. Even so, it wasn't enough, so land transport developed. The land route from Siren Harbor to Brussels, south of the Ruhr River, underwent special repairs and expansions, becoming a 3-lane road, making it quite convenient. Many towns developed along the way. This trade route was far busier than the western route, expanding extremely rapidly. Andaman, Lapland, Lion Bay, Petty Basset, and now Grand Basset all saw this expansion. The Sardinian army, relying on its superior force, plundered many towns along the way. It can be said that among the 3 legions, Count Jovan Xavier and his coastal knights, the newly formed 39th Division, made a fortune. Although the Flower Territory had issued a retreat order, people could leave, and small pieces of gold and silver could be taken, but large items were immovable. Coupled with the Sardinian army, born of pirates and renowned for their plundering prowess, they were truly like rats in a granary. Before even reaching Brussels, Count Jovan Xavier had to detach 2,000 men to transport the spoils back. Fortunately, there were Sardinian warships along the coast that could be used temporarily as cargo ships. Even so, the morale of the newly formed 39th Division did not decline in the slightest. The coastal knights were even more enthusiastic, and even the mages of the Palm Mage Order had lost their aloofness, shouting every day for an advance. An advance. And another advance. The reason was simple. Count Jovan Xavier declared that what they had looted along the way was not even a fraction of the wealth of Brussels. Rather than basking in their comforts here, they would rather storm Brussels and make a fortune. In a sense, he was right. The greatest wealth of the Flower Territory was concentrated in Brussels. But this wasn't a reason for the Sardinian army's impulsive actions. Grand Basset, the closest and most prosperous town to Brussels, was a place Count Jovan Xavier actually wanted to avoid. However, when the knights and soldiers, their eyes bloodshot, saw the families of their subjects who hadn't yet managed to evacuate, they could no longer contain themselves. Especially as the panicked crowd surged into the town, overturned wagons spilled out a dazzling array of gold and silver coins, blinding everyone. There were even gems, pearls, coral, and amber among them. At that moment, orders and detours were to hell with. The leading coastal knight roared and spurred his horse forward, his men following suit without hesitation. The soldiers of the 39th Division were no less impressive, their legs practically sparking, as if afraid of being too slow. As they accelerated, the entire column surged forward, even the scouting mages in the sky slid down on their magic carpets in a swirling descent. Some scrambled for money on the ground, others rushed into nearby houses, and still others chased after fleeing people. In short, chaos reigned, devoid of any semblance of discipline of a regular army. Perhaps the only one still somewhat clear-headed was Earl Howard Xavier. He watched the absurd scene unfold, overwhelmed by a profound sense of unreality and a brewing sense of impending crisis. It seemed something terrible was about to happen. Indeed, his premonition was correct. Behind the town of Grand Basset, Alfonso Zeke, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smile. This smile contained smugness, contempt, and above all, an uncontrollable killing intent. He waved his hand and said, "Since the guests have arrived, let's entertain them properly. On my command, attack. Attack. Attack." Boom. This was the first round of shelling. The cannons protruding from the houses glowed with magical runes, then, amidst a deafening roar, fired their shells. In that instant, the shells shattered flesh and blood, exploding in midair, sending countless fragments flying and scattering limbs. The fanatical Sardinian soldiers were stunned, those slow to react were still trembling, while the quicker ones scrambled for cover. Having seen battle before, they were no strangers to artillery fire and reacted relatively quickly. As for the coast knights, while not all of them were as extraordinary as the infernal knights, they were still formidable. Each of them shone with battle aura, having gathered a group of men to protect themselves. However, when the magic-powered tanks rolled out, they were all dumbfounded. Those massive steel monsters, like metal fortresses, rolled forward with the roar of their engines. Each flash of the dark cannons claimed countless lives, while heavy machine guns lashed out, their tongues of fire spitting deadly bullets. Grand Basset town had already grown to the size of a small city, its crisscrossing streets easily accommodating tens of thousands of soldiers. The moving magic tanks were like mobile fortresses, each surrounded by a squad of infantry. Using the tanks as cover, they relentlessly drove away and annihilated the enemy. The Sardinian soldiers felt as if they were walking into a series of traps. No matter which direction they fled, they would encounter other magic tanks around every corner, working in conjunction with the infantry to mop up and kill them. High on the buildings, machine gunners and snipers were also present. One was responsible for blocking, the other for picking off the stronger enemies, their coordination impeccable. This was another use of the magic tanks explored in Flower territory. Although the narrow streets prevented the tanks from moving freely, their heavy armor made them virtually fearless, and against strong enemies, they could even fire an armor-piercing round. Combined with appropriate infantry support, they could raise the enemy to the ground. This was Alfonso's strongly advocated plan, which he had studied day and night, rehearsing countless times, until today, when it was put into actual combat. At this moment, the town of Grand Bassett was a cannibalistic hellhole, swallowing up tens of thousands of Sardinian soldiers without even a ripple. Outside the town, Earl Hovan Xavier felt a chill run through his body, trembling with terror, but the next second, he roared out the order. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone, get out! In fact, even without his order, the chaotic Sardinian knights and soldiers were already trying to escape. The newly built town had no walls, and theoretically, they could escape from the ends of the streets and alleys. But every time they thought they found a way out, they were met with artillery fire. Magic tanks that emerged from underground blocked their path, the cold glint of their metal making these soldiers even lose the courage to break out. But their lack of courage did not mean that the soldiers of the Flower territory would show mercy. Artillery barrage, heavy machine gun fire, and infantry semi-automatic rifle volleys, a series of bloody yet efficient slaughters. Until one moment, Earl Howard Xavier could no longer contain himself. He roared, "Aren't you going to make your move? If the entire kingdom's army is wiped out, how will you explain it to Her Majesty the Queen? Make your move. Please, make your move now." His roar was hoarse and desperate, like that of a madman, but it had an effect. A fourth-tier fire elemental calamity knight descended from the sky, crashing directly into a magic-powered tank. Surging battle aura, carrying intense heat, seeped into the tank through the seams, seemingly intent on melting it completely. He successfully killed the crew, but a countermeasure had been prepared for him. In that short time, a magic-powered tank, still running, locked onto the fourth-tier fire elemental knight and fired armor-piercing rounds. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, flames erupted, and magical energy transformed into powerful kinetic energy, granting a missile astonishing speed. Caught off guard, the knight could only swing his sword in an attempt to detonate it. The attack had some effect, but the direct impact sent him flying, crashing into a house. The next second, countless tanks bombarded the building relentlessly. At that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Countless fourth-tier calamities, eager to intervene, watched this scene in quiet amusement, their lips twitching. But then, amidst the explosions and smoke, a burst of battle aura erupted, carrying a figure soaring into the sky. A fourth-tier calamity is still a fourth tier, using magical energy tanks against them was far too risky. Unless a single, devastating blast landed, it was difficult to inflict fatal damage. Alfonso shook his head in dissatisfaction, but his actions were swift. The next second, calamity experts from the Flower territory rushed forward to block Sardinia's calamity attack. In truth, with a fire elemental calamity knight already in the fray, they were unwilling to intervene. At this moment, Earl Howard Xavier lay collapsed on the ground, seemingly devoid of all strength. Even with a squad of Flower territory guards surrounding him, he had no will to resist. In this battle, the Sardinian army was lured into a trap, and the coast knights, along with 8,000 Sardinian soldiers, were completely annihilated. The Palm Mage Corps, being too scattered, did not play a significant role. However, mages have more ways to escape, and most of them use magical scrolls to leave the battlefield. As for Earl Howard Xavier, he was captured on the spot, without even a chance to resist. Thus, the Western Front ended, but things changed on the Southern Front. Chapter 497, Frontal Battle. If we were to categorize the legions dispatched by the three major powers of the Allied forces, the Slavs would be typically arrogant and disdainful, showing no regard for anyone else. After their probing at Frost Moon Canyon, they disregarded the Royal Guard of Flower territory, focusing solely on surprise attacks, advances, and breaches, their speed increasing rapidly. The Sardinian legions, on the other hand, exhibited typical pirate tendencies, greedy for glory, reckless, and prone to plunder. As the commander of the Western Front, Alfonso X clearly understood their weaknesses, which is why he set a trap in Grand Bassett. The trap was simple, yet it directly targeted the greed in people's hearts, luring this army of tens of thousands into complex terrain before launching a comprehensive annihilation. It can be said that Lloyd's strategy of feigning weakness was remarkably effective against these two legions. Only the Bonaparte Legion on the southern front behaved quite differently. General Fawkwood's strategy could be described as both bold and cautious. What was audacious was their rapid advance, at least not much slower than the other two legions. They marched north, breaking through multiple lines of defense within the Flower territory, directly threatening Brussels. This was General Fawkwood's report to the homeland, proving Marshal Joffre's reputation for recognizing talent was well deserved. However, the deeper they went, the more vigilant General Fawkwood became. Before the army passed, Eagle Knights scouted the skies to ensure there were no signs of large-scale military activity on the ground, followed by Wanderers scouting 10 miles ahead, screening all the areas they would pass through. Even then, the main force was patrolled by Great Antlers Knights, with the 13th Division soldiers marching in several columns, in small groups. In case of a surprise attack, they could easily split into numerous small teams to find cover. Frankly, this was how a military campaign should proceed. Most commendable was Fawkwood's ability, as the son of a merchant, to maintain absolute control over the Legion. The soldiers of the newly formed 13th Division were one thing, but even the proud knights of the Imperial Eagle Knights obeyed his commands with ease, demonstrating their capabilities. The Flower territory had actually prepared traps for them. In a small town they passed through, gleaming gold and silver were scattered on the ground, easily accessible. However, General Fawkwood, knowing this, led his legion to change their original marching route, directly avoiding the town. Seeing that they were about to miss each other, the temporary commander of the southern front, the female tyrant Tonya Anderson, decisively ordered a full-scale attack. Lloyd was a man who liked to plan ahead, so during the formation, expansion, and training of the Imperial Guard, he also focused on cultivating his generals. For example, Alfonso Zeke, despite being a Grand Knight commander, had an extremely thorough understanding of magical warfare. The Imperial Guard's use of magical weapons, the training of special forces, urban warfare tactics, and so on, were all guided and planned by Lloyd himself. It could be said that he was the number one person in the military besides Lloyd. But he alone was clearly not enough, and among the other extraordinary knights, two others stood out. Vincent Ackerman, one of the three former knight commanders, though he had shown signs of rebellion in the past, was now absolutely loyal. Despite his unremarkable strength, he loved fighting bravely and often led from the front, maximizing the courage of his soldiers. Even in dire straits, he could organize his army, resisting step by step, preventing a complete rout. This was clearly demonstrated on the Eastern Front under his command. Although Lloyd didn't let him use his full strength, and no magic tanks were deployed, the ability to reorganize the defenses the next day after repeated defeats was no ordinary feat. The other was the female tyrant, Tonya Anderson. This only female extraordinary knight of the Flower territory was known for her fierce personality and formidable strength. Vincent Ackerman lost to her in the competition for the custom-made awakening potion, failing to defeat her in a direct confrontation. Yet, her command style on the battlefield was both steady and aggressive. She excelled at assessing her own strengths, calculating the advantages and disadvantages of both sides, and seizing fleeting opportunities to deliver a ruthless and fatal blow. Even she was somewhat helpless against General Fawkwood's caution. However, if she couldn't gain an advantage, she wouldn't. Defeating her opponent honorably wasn't difficult. Therefore, her orders were swift and decisive. This battle began in the air. The hidden king of fury, Silas, whistled, his clear and melodious voice carrying far and wide, followed by roars of lions and cries of eagles. On the horizon, hundreds of griffins charged forward menacingly, launching a surprise attack on the giant eagle riders under the leadership of their griffin king. In terms of combat strength and teamwork, griffins were inferior to giant eagles, especially since they had riders on their backs, who, while not all were extraordinary, could still assist in the battle. However, in terms of agility and speed, the griffins were superior, and their orders were not to engage in direct combat, but to engage in close combat. They came charging in with overwhelming force, first shattering the giant eagle's formation, then engaging in one-on-one combat, and trying to lure the eagles away. Then, accompanied by the roar of engines, magical tanks emerged from underground bunkers, from street corners, and even crashed through walls. Dozens of steel monsters roared forward, crushing everything in their path, some even opened fire while still accelerating. Boom! 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 The dark cannon barrels glowed with magical light, the massive steel machines trembling as shells were launched amidst the rising smoke. Tank cannons are unlike field artillery, their trajectories are almost straight, possessing terrifying direct fire power. Dozens of shells whistled through the air, even as the great horned deer knights unleashed their battle auras, unleashing a barrage of aura slashes to block them. The mid-air explosion still caused immense damage, often leaving behind a cloud of blood and flying limbs. And this terrifying weapon continued its advance at an alarming pace. 2 heavy machine guns were activated, ready to unleash a torrent of fire, while the Imperial Guard soldiers followed with fanatical fervor, weapons at their ready to reap the enemy's wrath. They charged forward with overwhelming force, prepared to utterly crush the enemy. Yes, they had set traps, but that was merely to make victory easier. The title of King of the Land battle needed no boasting. It was simply the ability to crush enemies many times their size on the battlefield. Especially now, with tanks newly invented and yet to be studied, with no countermeasures discovered, they were utterly fearless. General Falkwood, witnessing the scene, held his breath, his eyes filled with intense terror. Yet, at the same time, his expression held a hint of relief. So this was the Flower Territory's hidden strategy. All the feigned weakness, defeat, and retreat were to create the perfect opportunity, until, at the most opportune moment, to deliver this magic-powered steel monster right before their eyes. Falkwood was almost certain that the other 2 armies were going to suffer heavy losses, possibly even total annihilation. But this thought was fleeting, quickly dismissed, because he needed to save himself. Calming himself, he issued orders and devised numerous countermeasures with lightning speed. The great horned deer knights converged, charging in small squads to slow the steel monsters. The soldiers in the rear used wagons and supply wagons as cover, building a defensive line as much as possible. The great horned deer knights, charging in small squads, possessed speed and agility, but lacked the means to destroy tanks. Aura attacks and melee weapon attacks were like eggs hitting a rock, completely ineffective. On the contrary, the 2 heavy machine guns sprayed fire, killing many knights, squires and apprentices. The Imperial Eagle Knights focused on air-ground coordination. The official Great Horned Deer Knights were all of extraordinary strength, but there was a group of knights, squires and apprentices who were only at the 2nd tier of strength. Facing the heavy machine gun fire, they proved too vulnerable, falling like wheat before a blade. However, they did buy some time for the 13th Division. A makeshift defensive line stood in front, while machine gun emplacements were set up behind them, and several field guns were positioned, assembled, and ready to return fire. Their speed was undeniable, and they did everything within their power. But it wasn't enough, far from enough. The rudimentary defensive line was utterly unable to withstand the tank fire and ramming, tearing it to pieces in an instant. The machine gun positions were a joke. The valiant Bonaparte soldiers pulled the triggers, but the bullets only left sparks flying from the tank armor. As for the artillery, they were lucky enough to hit a tank in the distance, causing it to break down and vibrate. But they were helpless against those that rushed close. The field guns were either destroyed or overturned. However, once they broke through the defensive line, the tank crews discovered that there weren't many soldiers behind them. Aside from those holding off the enemy, the other soldiers were already rapidly retreating. It was unclear where they found so many horses. 2 or even 3 men rode on each, fleeing as quickly as possible. Their formation appeared scattered, but they still moved in small groups, maintaining as much distance as possible. This would minimize losses under artillery fire. Of course, tanks were far faster than war horses, even a distance artillery barrage could kill many. But General Falkwood wasn't unprepared. He dispatched a team of mages who formed a magic circle and unfurled a magic scroll made of dragon hide. As the scroll unfolded, the dense elemental power caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. Cracking sounds echoing as fissures appeared. From these fissures, dense earth elemental power flowed out, causing the earth to tremble. Legendary spell, mass seismic wave. Of course, the tank crews weren't just standing by during such a long casting time. Simultaneously, 5 magic-powered tanks fired their shells. If that projectile had landed squarely, these mages would have been instantly killed, either by the blast or by the magical backlash. But at that very moment, a figure descended from the sky, crashing to the ground. Azure water-based battle aura spread outwards, forming ripples that weakened the impact of the projectile. The 4th-tier calamity of the Bonaparte Empire could no longer hold back and made its move. At the same time, a legendary spell was completed, as if a giant had grasped a corner of the earth and was shaking it violently. Chapter 498, Pursuit of the Dead. The earth, always synonymous with solidity and reliability, was now, under the power of legendary magic, like a bed sheet, forming waves that surged forward. Wherever those waves passed, all obstacles were flung into the sky. Soldiers, weapons, vegetation, and ruins, except, of course, the magic tanks. 60 tons of steel were simply too heavy, even the tremors of the earth only caused a slight undulation. Yet, even so, it threw the tanks into disarray, leaving their crews battered and bruised, their vision blurred. They needed ample time to regroup and continue their pursuit. This gave Bonaparte's army the opportunity to retreat. However, the intervention of a fourth-tier being was already an intervention. Without even a command, the King of Fury, Silas, charged out. Bursting with unparalleled furious battle aura, he moved like a high-speed tank, directly smashing away the fourth-tier water-type calamity. As a powerful fourth-tier being, his furious attack was incredibly powerful. As the water elemental calamity flew out, it was already coughing up blood, tracing an arc in mid-air, with fragments of its internal organs faintly visible. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest, as both sides' fourth-tier powerhouses attacked. Battle auras shone brightly, magical light fluctuated, and restless elemental power spread in all directions. A group of calamities fought from the ground to the sky, from the ground to the clouds, their attacks becoming increasingly reckless and ruthless. To be fair, Flower territory was at a disadvantage. The reason was simple: they didn't have enough fourth-tier powerhouses, far fewer than those sent by the Bonaparte Empire. Only the powerful and fearless King Silas, and the elusive and unpredictable Ulysses the Faceless Assassin, made the calamities wary, barely maintaining a balance. But this situation didn't last long. When a bolt of lightning ripped through the sky and entered the battlefield, and when the half-giant Bane roared and hurled his battle axe, tearing the heavens apart, the situation finally stabilized. Below, in mid-air, a gust of wind blew, and Lo appeared, accompanied by countless afterimages. His gaze swept across the sky, but he only glanced at it once before turning away, instead looking down at the distant Bonaparte 13th Division, which was now retreating with a more serious expression. Nearby, the female Tarantania arrived, bowing her head before Loy with some shame, saying, "Count, I've disappointed you." Loy waved his hand, saying, "It's not your fault. I didn't expect Fouque would to be so cautious. However, you don't need to blame yourself. Prepare the tanks and soldiers, continue the pursuit, and don't let them escape." "Yes, sir." Tanya left, and Loy once again turned his gaze to the sky. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his battle aura surging and gathering in his right hand. A visible golden red light burned, gradually shaping, finally transforming into a holy light spear. Then, he bent back, charged up, ran, and threw. The series of movements was as fluid as flowing water. The holy light spear pierced the air, exploding in a shockwave before disappearing from sight. Only after a long while did a rolling, piercing shriek resound, a deafening roar that sent chills down one's spine. At that moment, all the fourth-tier calamities in the world seemed to feel immense fear, as if they were being watched by some terrifying being. Only when they realized that the holy light spear was aimed at the fourth-tier water calamity did they breathe a sigh of relief. Only the fourth-tier water calamity felt a chill run through his body, his limbs trembling. He sensed his impending death, but he didn't want to die, so he used all his battle ki to shift his body laterally. It was only a short distance, but he managed to hide behind one of his own calamity knights. That's right, he was prepared to use his companion as a shield. At that moment, the calamity knight's face turned pale, the fear in his eyes almost tangible. Because he clearly saw that the holy light spear had changed direction and was aimed at him. At that moment, he didn't even have the mind to curse, he could only unleash his battle ki to the fullest extent, gathering it on his knight's sword, and slash down again. This was his final, all-out attack, yet he felt no relief. Instead, as the holy flame spear drew ever closer, the fear in his eyes intensified. However, to his surprise, his battle aura slash swept across the sky, extending at least 1,000 meters, but it didn't collide with the holy flame spear, merely obliterating some of its afterimages. In that instant, he felt the joy of surviving a calamity. But when a violent tremor came from behind, he quickly turned to see the holy light spear pierce the chest of the water-type calamity, then explode into a cloud of blood mist, burned by the holy flame, and ultimately vanished into nothingness. He couldn't forget the disbelief in the water-type calamity's eyes. He was equally incredulous, but he was no ordinary person. A moment's thought, and he understood. Penetrating space, the laws of space, this was a technique only legends possessed. Was this still only fourth tier? Turning back, he looked at Luo Yi, his eyes filled with terror. Luo Yi, on the other hand, seemed to have done the most insignificant thing. In fact, the more he deciphered from that strange dream, the deeper his understanding of the rules involved in the sacred techniques became. The more he understood, the more he could act in accordance with the rules. In his view, this was actually quite natural and nothing remarkable, but to outsiders, it was incredible and quite shocking. And this was how he felt now when facing fourth-tier forces. These natural disasters were nothing special. Silence fell over the world as many fourth-tier forces looked at Luo Yi, watching him slowly straighten his body and issue his final warning. Anyone who makes a move again will die. Now, get out of here. Only after he said get out of here did the fourth-tier forces of the Bonaparte Empire dare to move, fleeing in panic like stray dogs. Only then did he look down at the reorganized army, casually wave his hand, and say, "Chase!" Hundreds of tanks roared, their tracks grinding across the grassland, their speed increasing until they surged forward like a turbo dragon, the billowing dust they kicked up flowing into the distance. Further back, heavy armored trucks carrying Imperial Guard soldiers, and others pulling field guns, followed closely behind. Their surging morale transformed into the purest power of faith, surging through Roy. He believed that whatever enemy stood before them would be crushed. This was the confidence instilled by the king of land warfare. However, to Roy's surprise, after only 20 miles of pursuit, they encountered resistance. The trenches and defensive lines dug by the Flower territory hadn't been completely destroyed. Fackwood had even made some repairs and expansions. Now, the 13th Division used this line to block the armored tanks. They even constructed small artillery positions behind them, attempting to shell from a distance. Although the positions were eventually leveled by the tanks, and almost all of the Bonaparte soldiers who blocked them were killed or captured, their numbers were small, only a regiment, a little over 1,000. More importantly, they delayed the Flower territory's pursuit, buying time for the main force. As the commander of this war, the female tyrant Tonya had a bad feeling. She had a premonition that things wouldn't go smoothly. And indeed, her guess came true. Fackwood seemed to have planned the retreat meticulously, making numerous arrangements during the initial advance. These included digging trenches, proactively securing and placing artillery positions, and constructing machine gun emplacements. These were perhaps hastily arranged measures made in his anxiety, but now they proved to be life-saving measures. Then, just as the Flower territory had done before, he retreated while simultaneously deploying blocking forces, creating layers of resistance. Although each attempt was breached by the magic tanks, it still bought enough time for the main force. Frankly, even Loy, stationed in command post, applauded Fackwood's military capabilities and was moved by the resilience of Bonaparte's soldiers after receiving the battle reports. These were indeed veterans drawn from the front lines. Perhaps their individual abilities weren't outstanding, but they were definitely elite. They had accumulated considerable experience in hot war, knowing how to protect themselves and how to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. They possessed an extremely formidable fighting spirit, able to face certain death with composure and fight bravely. As for Fackwood's abilities, there's no need to elaborate. Compared to Duke Aquinas Graham and Earl Howard Xavier, he was the true general. Leaving aside his cautious approach and battle plans, his ability to rally morale alone was unparalleled. Even Lloyd wouldn't dare claim he could inspire his soldiers to fight to the death for him during a retreat. This pursuit even extended to the Rose Forest. At this moment, Tonya hesitated. Your Excellency, Tonya sends her greetings. Lloyd picked up the receiver and asked, "Hello? What is it?" "My unit has now pursued them to the edge of the Rose Forest. If we go any further, we'll be stepping into the Castro family's territory. I'd like to ask your permission. Should we continue the pursuit? How is the morale of the Imperial Guard? Willing to fight? Daring to fight? Willing to fight to the death? Then continue the advance. In noble wars, how can one be passively attacked every day? Since they dare to invade Flower territory, they should be prepared to lose their territory." Loy's voice came through clearly, but Tonya seemed to think she had misheard. After a moment of silence, she asked loudly, "Your Excellency, what do you mean? Flower territory is still too small. We should spread the glory of the magic industry to a wider land." "Yes." Click. The receiver was put down, But the command room remained silent. Everyone seemed to doubt what they had just heard. Loy ignored him and asked, "Where's Alfonso, my lord?" "Lord Alfonso has wiped out the remaining Sardinian troops and is cooperating with the Lion Fleet and magic warships to attack Sardinian warships along the coast. What role can he play at sea? Bring them back and tell them that the Marquisate of McKinley is his." "Yes, sir," and the Eastern Army led by Iron Knight Phil, "they've reached the foot of Frost Moon Canyon and recaptured lost territory." "Then don't stop. Continue advancing, cross Frost Moon Canyon, and storm into the Marquisate of Carlisle. They started this noble war, but when it ends is up to me." "Understood." The order was given, and the command room bustled with activity again. In just a moment, the noise increased tenfold. Looking closely, the intelligence agents were all flushed, barely able to contain their excitement. Loy didn't say it explicitly, but actions spoke louder than words. It wouldn't be long before the three marquises were a thing of the past. This pursuit of the fleeing enemy has only just begun. Chapter 499, Tanks for Airplanes. It's a long story, but in reality, the Flower Territory's decisive attack, launched on three fronts, and the crushing of the three legions of the three major Allied forces all occurred on October 10, 315. Even the later Southern Front, the pursuit and complete expulsion of Bonaparte's 13th Division from the Flower Territory, took only 3 days. The sweeping away of remnants on the Western Front and the recapture of lost territory on the Eastern Front are hardly worth mentioning. In other words, from October 10th to 13th, 315 of the new divine calendar, in a mere 4 days, the Flower Territory went from being invaded, belittled, and universally underestimated to complete turnaround. It was like a suppressed explosion, the shock of which was truly beyond imagination. The Demon Eye Alliance, having been oblivious to the situation, was quite embarrassed when guests requested war photos. For 4 days, the entire old continent was eerily quiet, as if too shocked to speak. Only the various intelligence organizations frantically gathered information regarding the actual battle situation, the strength of the Flower Territory's forces, Luo Yi's actual combat strength, the power of each calamity, the internal system of the Imperial Guard. There was so much. They wanted to dig up almost every piece of information about the Flower Territory. At this moment, how could they not understand? The Flower Territory wasn't without the strength and opportunity to retaliate, but it was unwilling to expose its trump cards too early, enduring and suffering, while setting traps. All for the sake of wiping them out in one fell swoop. At this moment, those who had previously belittled Luo Yi now held him in such awe. Countless nobles and political figures felt a chill in their hearts after witnessing Luo Yi's actions, offering their assessments. "This kid is truly ruthless." Of course, what everyone was most concerned about was the newly appeared magical energy machinery. What exactly was that steel monster that rampaged across the battlefield, that thing that could carry a magical energy cannon and reach a speed of 70 miles per hour? The Magic Eye Alliance hadn't been able to capture the three major battles in time, but after realizing what was happening, they still conducted comprehensive filming of those steel monsters. Rumors even circulated that the King of the Demon Eye personally took the most authentic photographs from different angles. Don't think he was just doing this for fun. In fact, these still image-like documents fetched high prices within the intelligence departments of various empires. Even the Habsburg Empire was desperately searching for him. Imperial Ambassador Lord Robin Water was nearly driven mad by the pressure from the Imperial Cabinet. He even lingered at Lion Manor, refusing to leave, eager to see Roy as soon as possible. If he didn't know Roy's whereabouts, he would have been willing to go straight to the battlefield. Even so, he forced the Empire to issue an order to Railway Minister Miller, instructing him to write to Roy a very formal private letter, inquiring about various data on the steel machinery, and cautiously asking if there was any intention to transfer it. Roy and Miller were very familiar with each other. Their usual correspondence was very casual. Unlike now, where their letters revealed anxiety. However, along with their investigation, a considerable amount of information was also revealed. For example, as Roy herself admitted, it was a magic-powered tank, the first generation of the King of Land Warfare. Another example is a project that even the Habsburg Empire didn't have. It was a new type of magic-powered war machine designed, tested, and perfected independently by the Flower Territory. It was designed to prepare for potential wars and to protect the Flower Territory's security. However, it had barely been finalized and put into production, without even undergoing war testing. when it was run into by the three major powers of the Allied forces. It's common knowledge that the development of a mature weapon takes a very long time, ranging from several years to decades or even centuries. For example, the Empire's fifth-generation magic-powered cannon, despite its easy production now and the emergence of various types like mortars, coastal defense guns, rocket launchers, and naval guns, was developed through centuries of exploration and continuous improvement. But now? The Flower Territory simply initiated a project and completed it in just 1 or 2 years. Who can they complain to? But that's reality. From another perspective, everyone lamented that the three major powers of the Allied forces were truly unlucky, as if plagued by bad luck. But any further in-depth information was unavailable. The Flower Territory's secrecy regarding the magic tanks was outrageously tight. But people are strange, the less information they have, the more they want to spy and covet them. The industrial district of New Brussels attracted considerable attention, invitations piled up at the Lion Manor, and some even set their sights on the battlefield. If it weren't for the sheer size of these 60-ton steel monsters, 1 or 2 might have mysteriously disappeared. Therefore, Roy had to urgently recall powerful warriors from the cataclysmic realm. The mechanical monster Nehemiah von Braun and the great alchemist Benito Freud were both withdrawn from the front lines to oversee the 2 mage towers in New Brussels. Combined with Lilia's mechanical mage tower, the 3 mage towers working together could accomplish a great deal. Furthermore, the faceless assassin Ulysses quietly returned. As an assassin, he could eliminate many eyes lurking in the shadows. The Flower Territory had no shortage of 4th-tier warriors, yet at this moment, they felt somewhat stretched thin. Under such massive traffic, the news of the Flower Territory's magic-powered legion crossing its borders and invading the 3 marquisates was completely drowned out. Or rather, it was simply ignored. The 3 marquises were not idle, they made their voices heard internationally, sought help from higher-ranking nobles, shouted their opinions in various forums, and even made a scene at the Norman Duchy's Council of Elders. But no one paid them any attention. It was as if the entire old world had abandoned them. As for resistance? Not to mention that most of the elite troops of the 3 marquisates had already been wiped out, even without them, they would be easily crushed by magic-powered tanks. However, at this time, Luo Yu was no longer on the front lines. There were too many things to deal with at Lion Manor, and he urgently needed to return to handle them. When he returned to Lion Manor, before he could even catch his breath, the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robinwater, appeared before him. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with a resentful look, like those of a woman in her boudoir, making Luo Yi feel extremely uncomfortable. Get to the point, don't look at me like that, it's disgusting. When it came time to speak, Lord Robin Waters found himself at a loss for words. After a pause, he sighed deeply and said, "Brother, you've kept this from me for so long. What have I kept from you? With such a powerful weapon, why didn't you tell me?" Lord Robin Waters looked distressed. "Do you know how many times I've been questioned by the cabinet during this time? Do you know how much blame I've suffered for not noticing anything? Now, the cabinet has begun to doubt my abilities, even suspecting that I colluded with you and intentionally concealed the truth. If it weren't for my connections, if it weren't for my past achievements in being on His Majesty's radar, you probably wouldn't be seeing me now. Loy, my brother, why didn't you give me a heads up?" Loy countered, "If I had told you, would you have believed me? The Empire is so vast, the number of research projects and programs it undertakes is probably countless. There are at least 80, if not 100, projects under construction, awaiting testing, or even just concepts. If I told you I'd designed and developed a truly awesome weapon of mass destruction, would you believe me? If you send this news back to the Empire, won't those high-ranking mechanics laugh at you? A magical weapon that hasn't been tested in war, is it even worth their attention?" Lord Robin Waters found that what Roy said seemed logical, yet also entirely absurd. He hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "That's true, but I'm afraid those mechanical mages won't accept it." "Then tell them that what I originally wanted to research was a golem, a humanoid mechanical puppet war machine driven by magic energy. It's just that my technology wasn't up to par, I couldn't achieve that level of delicacy, so I had to keep lowering the requirements. For example, legs aren't good for generating power, walking, sitting, and lying down all require precise control, so I simply replaced them with tracks. For example, simulating hand movements is too troublesome, so I just put a turret on top, and use heavy machine guns for auxiliary attacks. Oh, And I think the knights were able to roam the old world for thousands of years because of their high defense, so I thickened the armor, kept thickening it. As you can see, I ended up with a hybrid, no longer a golem, so I gave it a new name, Tank. How about that? That reason should shut them up, right? If it's those in the cabinet, they definitely won't believe it, but those mechanics in the mage tower will apply for a research project to verify it. Luo Yi sneered. Whether those in the cabinet believe it or not, what does it matter to me? When the flower territory was in trouble, they didn't lend a hand. Now that I've wiped out the enemy, do they still dare to talk nonsense in front of me? Upon hearing this, Lord Robin Waters was somewhat embarrassed. He could only say, Loy, the Empire is indeed in difficulty right now. It's not that we don't want to help, but we truly can't. I don't care if they can't help or simply want to stand by and do nothing. I won the war through my own strength, so they have no right to act arrogantly in front of me. Just say what you have to say, Lord Robin Waters said somewhat awkwardly. You've already guessed. Then I have nothing to be embarrassed about saying. The Empire wants the technology for the magic tank, no problem. I can provide the complete design blueprints for the King of Land Warfare Generation 1, even the production line, prototypes, and even expert professors. Lord Robin Waters shuddered, his expression showing not much joy, but rather some fear. Luo Yi, you've given me so much, what do you want? I want the design blueprints for the aircraft, and the corresponding production technology. Ideally, I'd also like a batch of skilled workers and senior engineers. This is impossible, just submit it. Whether they approve or not isn't up to you. Chapter 500, How Can He Survive? A moment later, Imperial Ambassador Lord Robin Waters left. He arrived full of enthusiasm, but left with a worried expression. Tanks for airplanes. This was far beyond his authority, and he could even imagine the uproar the news would cause back home. The exchange of advanced technology would inevitably infringe on the interests of certain individuals, likely provoking widespread outrage. Yet, from his perspective, he surprisingly felt that Roy had done the right thing. After all, some members of the cabinet hadn't acted well when the flower territory was attacked. He had only recently learned that it wasn't just the three leaders of the Allied forces who coveted the flower territory, but also certain members of the cabinet. The flower territory was simply too wealthy. A large portion of its wealth was held in the Seven Gods Bank, a sum enough to drive anyone mad. Now, their scheme had failed, and the flower territory had even turned the tables on them. And they still wanted magic-powered tanks? Roy's agreement was quite sensible. Of course, Roy was also incredibly generous. While the general direction remained uncertain, Roy had provided him with specific information and test data regarding the first generation of land warfare kings. With this information, he could report back to the Imperial Cabinet, and the Intelligence Department would have to thank him. Just after Lord Robin Waters left, Roy returned to his desk, his smile fading and his expression growing increasingly serious. The war had been won, but compared to the complex situation, the challenges had only just begun. Even he was overwhelmed by these numerous and trivial matters. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind him, a delicate hand smoothing the wrinkles on Roy's brow and massaging his temples. Lilia spoke softly. Loy, take care of yourself and don't overwork yourself, Loy replied. It's tiring, of course it's tiring. Sometimes I think, if I hadn't left Auckland City back then, hadn't taken over this mess of the flower territory, and hadn't gotten involved in all this chaos, how carefree my life would be now, Lilia countered. What if you could turn back time and choose again? Well, I'm afraid I'd still come back, still walk this path. Lilia rolled her eyes and said, if that's the case, what's there to worry about? People always fantasize about all sorts of possibilities, wondering if the path they didn't take would be better. Everyone has an escapist tendency, I'm no exception. But, just thinking about it is fine, there's really no need for regret. After a pause, Loy added, if we hadn't taken this path, we wouldn't have been qualified to occupy so many cultivation resources, and we certainly wouldn't have been able to cultivate so quickly. Lilia continued, but you're fighting the three giants here, and you've offended the Habsburg Empire there. Is it worth it? There's nothing inappropriate about it. The flower territory used to prioritize business and value peace above all else. But after this battle, we can no longer be so weak. Advanced magical weapons can bridge the gap in numbers and territory. Letting out a long sigh, Loy continued, we can now face all the nations of the old continent with a completely new attitude. Seeing his confidence, Lilia stopped worrying and asked, Have you thought about how to end this war? That's not up to me, but rather the three leaders of the Allied forces. Do they want reconciliation? Or do they want to continue? His eyes were very serious and strange as he spoke. Castro territory, a small town. The roar of engines and the rolling of tracks came from afar, occasionally accompanied by the booming of artillery. The earth trembled, and dust fell from the underground bunkers. This made the two third-tier transcendent mages pale, but they dared not pause for a moment. Surging magic flowed into the magic mirror, causing it to shimmer and finally reveal a figure. It was a bloated old man with a signature thick beard that curled up at both ends like a small boat. His eyes were noticeably puffy, as if he hadn't slept well for many days, but his eyes were still bright and piercing, and when he met the gaze of a man, they carried a suffocating pressure. Marshal Joffre, can you tell me what that steel monster is? General Fawkwood's voice rang out, hoarse and deep. Looking at his face now, dusty and disheveled was an understatement. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with exhaustion, sorrow, and resentment. Tanks, magic-powered tanks, a weapon of war never before seen. Powered by magic crystals and forged from refined steel, they are virtually immune to most physical and magical attacks. The power of their main cannons is such that even a fourth-tier cataclysm would be injured and cough up blood if it were directly hit. If it weren't for their lack of mobility, preventing them from quickly locking onto targets in the sky, even cataclysm powerhouses would be wary. Fawkwood continued. Even so, on a ground battlefield, they remain almost invincible. Unless we're extremely lucky and a shell hits us head-on, we simply can't find a way to limit or destroy them. Marshal Ziafati spoke up again. It's not entirely hopeless. According to the research of the Royal Mages, magic with negative damage or special effects should be very effective in countering them. If we can paralyze them, they're just a lump of iron. General Fawkwood, as if hearing good news, asked hopefully, so, the Empire is preparing to send me more mages? No. Why? The Habs Empire has intensified its offensive, and the frontal defenses are stretched thin. They simply can't spare any manpower. Moreover, the above are just speculations of the Royal Mage Group and have not been put into practice. No one knows the specific effects. So, there is still no way to restrict them on the frontal battlefield, right? Marshal Ziafati was silent for a moment, then said, the bastard called it a king of land warfare, taking away the title of the behemoth. What do you think? The king of land warfare, the king of land warfare. But even when the Orc Empire was at its most powerful, it probably wouldn't be able to produce hundreds of behemoths. How did it happen to me? Fawkwood's expression was extremely sad and angry, his eyes were red, and he was about to cry. Marshal, you handed over tens of thousands of soldiers to me, but now, there are only less than 4,000 soldiers left in the Empire's 13th Division. I am really ashamed of your regard and cultivation of the Empire. I deserve to die. His cry was really sad from the heart, and he cried blood. As if to accompany it, a cannonball fell close to him. Amidst the roar, there were waves of aftermath, and the earth trembled. The magic mirror almost failed to maintain its function. The two third-tier mages turned pale, but in a moment of panic, they managed to keep it in place. Across from him, Marshal Joffre was also horrified, and comforted him. Fawk, you've done very well. Even if I were in your position, I wouldn't dare say I did better. Compared to you, you've preserved 4,000 men, while your other two colleagues have been completely wiped out. Fawkwood's sobbing stopped, and he blinked, asking, they're all gone. Hoven Xavier surrendered. He surrendered voluntarily. Any slower and he would have died. Most of his men are dead, and less than 2,000 were captured. That's ruthless? You don't know the tragedy of the Slavs. Because of provoking Lloyd, Duke Aquinas Graham had his neck snapped. The Infernal Knights, one of the 10 great knightly orders of the Old World, were completely wiped out. Hundreds of extraordinary knights perished. Even if the Tsar provides enough resources to rebuild, it will take at least 200 years. But in this era, is it even necessary? So, the knights of the Infernal City are completely annihilated. A knightly order with a long and distinguished history has been wiped out. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the 113th Division also died. They weren't even taken prisoner. The reason given was that the Slavs were inhuman, committing arson, murder, and looting, and deserved to die. Even Marshal Joffre's expression was grave as he said this. That kid used the Slavs to establish his authority. And I must say, it was quite effective. Now, Everyone on the old world knows that that bastard is capable of anything when he goes crazy. Hearing this, Fackwood felt much better. Although he had also suffered heavy losses, his performance was quite remarkable compared to his colleagues. Marshal Joffre, clearly aware of his subordinate's nature, immediately said, "Don't worry, no one will dare to hold you accountable after you return." Even His Majesty praised your outstanding abilities after learning of your achievements. Hearing this, Fackwood's mood improved even more, like a sunny day turning cloudy. But then, his thoughts shifted, and he said with a bitter face, "Marshal, what should I do now? Ships are ready at Crab Island fishing port on the Silver Sea coast. You will board the warships directly and return home to recuperate, but is this just going to be the end of it? The end of it? No, 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 it's impossible. So, the Empire has further plans, the specifics are beyond your knowledge, but think about it. The Flower territory was already coveted. Now, with the appearance of the magic tanks, doesn't that make some people even more uneasy?" Fackwood's expression froze, as if he had thought of something, and he asked, "Are you talking about those extraordinary methods?" "I didn't say anything, and you didn't hear anything. We'll just wait and see what happens next." "Well then, let's wait and see." That's good, that's good. Fackwood, Marshal, I'm here, live well. There's still a stage for you to shine back home. Don't die easily." "Yes." In the Mirror of Kings, the three emperors gathered again for another meeting. This time, however, they lacked their previous composure and instead appeared extremely agitated. "Kill him. Kill him at all costs. Otherwise, I'm not the Tsar. A bastard dares to provoke me. I'll kill him. Die, 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 die." This was the Tsar's roar, the sound waves so powerful they even rippled through the space. The great Queen Victoria. When has she ever suffered such humiliation? And crush him if you will. This was the noblewoman's declaration, relatively calm, yet the murderous intent in her tone seemed to fill the heavens and earth. Faced with the outbursts of the two emperors, Bonaparte's voice softened. "I've heard that kid is quite strong, possessing several mastered sacred techniques. He'll be difficult to kill, even so, he's only at the 4th rank. Facing a legendary expert, he'll still die. One legendary expert isn't enough? Two aren't enough? 3. I don't believe he won't die. Let's vote." "I agree, Bonaparte. What about you?" "I agree too, Bonaparte. Don't let me regret helping you. Since you've all said so, what can I say? Then let's get moving. Let's all get moving. I want to see how he survives." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.